Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Haunting in Plum Hollow by Ambrose Ibsen. Narrated by Joe Hempel. Chapter 1. It wasn't until the nature documentary came on in the Commons area that Christopher Paris remembered how it was he'd come to be admitted to the mental hospital. And upon his remembering, he yearned for one thing, and one thing only: to die. He'd been guided into a plasticky recliner, one of an identical dozen which hundreds of schizophrenics and wrist-cutters had likely pissed in over the years, under the pretense of a social hour. The patient rooms along the ward had been emptied into the bright commons, their shambling contents made to gather student-like before a single television. The nurse had mentioned something about group activities and opening up while ferrying him into the hall by the arm, but her condescending tone had largely failed to punch through the sedatives. A chipper man in black scrubs, an orderly, put the day's show up to a vote. "What'll it be, ladies and gentlemen?" The ladies and gentlemen were slack-jawed, most drugged out of their minds, and could articulate no preference. A teen with tangled black hair young enough to be Christopher's daughter picked relentlessly at the bandage on her inner arm, till a nurse stopped by and sweetly separated her fingertips from the bunched gauze. In one corner, an Indian man stamped his slippered foot upon the floor, as if tracing the path of an invisible cockroach. 3 stomps later, he lowered his head and muttered to himself in Hindi till his white gown was damp with slobber. The orderly began channel surfing. At-home shopping programs, daytime talk shows and commercials flitted across the screen for seconds at a time, and the rootless minds of the zombified audience members clung to them, Christopher's included. From one tap of the remote to the next, all he knew was courtroom drama. His entire world became designer handbags for only 3 easy payments of $39.99. Seeking something inoffensive, the orderly finally settled upon what looked to be a nature documentary. A pride of lions was shown wandering the savannah, their powerful bodies cutting trails through the yellowed grasses. One of the nurses, fancying herself a maternal figure in this hell of sterile walls and dry, dusty air, knelt momentarily beside one of her patients to take in the scene. "Aren't they majestic, Avery?" she cooed at a young man whose eyes never closed, and whose wrists were bruised where bedside restraints had earlier dug into his flesh. Christopher sagged in the recliner, his clammy skin sticking to the rubbery upholstery. For all he knew, he was himself a dweller in the savannah, one of the birds circling overhead, one of the lions stalking its prey. His head was filled with smoke, a smoke that no thoughts could penetrate. Spectating was his only function. At some point in the program, however, something interesting happened. The camera fell square upon the king of the jungle. Only moments ago, a proud gazelle had been broken open by the pride, and the maned leader of the pack was now moving in to stake his claim. The lion leaned into the still twitching corpse and began to eat. No, not merely to eat, but to feast. The animal was not shy. It dug in with gusto, burying its face between the gazelle's exposed ribs while its fellows looked on enviously. Once sated, the lion pulled suddenly away from the banquet to reveal a face dressed in gore. From ear to ear and down to the neck, the thing's fur dripped with crimson. Its whiskers shed rivulets of the stuff. Its nostrils gushed as it hastened to lick its chops. Sopping with red and wild-eyed, it appeared the very avatar of primal savagery, a demon drunk on narcotic blood. That was when Christopher began to scream. The orderly was upon him with some canned phrase, some stupid suggestion to take deep breaths. Soon thereafter, so were the nurses. "Just calm down for a second. Breathe." No deep breath, no coping mechanism could rid his mind, now painfully clear, of the poisonous thought that had its claws in him. The lion's face, covered in blood. Christopher had seen that face before. Not on a lion, though. On a woman. His social hour was cut short. The staff fought him back into his room, and he was forced into his bed, still screaming, while the rounding doctor was summoned. A nurse came around with a loaded syringe, and where usually injections were prefaced with a lot of syrupy talk, "Here's something that'll make you feel better." There was none of that this time. She drove it into his deltoid till the needlepoint struck bone. It didn't matter. They could have given him 10 shots, 50. Now that the smoke in his head had cleared, now that he remembered, there could be no going back. Christopher lashed out against the bed rails, screaming himself hoarse. Only at the taste of a raw throat did he finally quieten. The doctor that slipped into the room and silently ordered out all the rest was one he hadn't seen before. It was a woman this time, 40 years old, give or take, about his age. She eased the door shut behind her and, holding a clipboard and manila folder in the crook of her arm, approached Christopher's bedside cautiously. "I need you to listen, Mr. Paris. Please, listen to the sound of my voice. I know you're upset. I want to help. But first, I need you to calm down and listen to me. Can you do that?" Momentary exhaustion, or perhaps it was the fresh dose of sedative kicking in, made it easy to acquiesce. He leaned against the battered rails, his limbs red and sore, his gown askew and moist with sweat. The doctor nodded to herself and took a glance at the bundle in her grasp. "Mr. Paris, Christopher, right?" She dared a little smile. "Or do you prefer Chris?" He didn't answer. Noting his apathy, she slowly eased herself into the wooden folding chair near his bed and studied him from behind rectangular lenses. "Christopher, I'm one of the doctors here, at the hospital, and my specialty is psychiatric medicine." She was taking stock of his eyes, probing his body language for signs of aggression. "Can you tell me why you're so upset, Christopher? I understand you were just enjoying some TV with the other patients. Did something frighten you?" He remained mute. His body ached on account of all the violence, but the hurt wasn't enough to distract him from the horror. "Listen," continued the doctor, "all we want here is to see you well. Do you know what it is you're doing here, at the hospital, Christopher? Do you remember what happened?" When he didn't answer, she lobbed the question at him again, this time more pointedly. "The night your wife and son died, what happened?" She was just like all the others. She was asking him to explain the unexplainable, to describe things he could not have summed up with words on his best day. The doctor wasn't getting anywhere, but that didn't keep her from doubling down. "Did you or your wife know Anissa Crow? Had you met her before that night?" This was a ballsy line of questioning. He almost admired her insistence, her audacity. "You're the only living witness that we're aware of," she continued. "The police are trying their very best to wrap their heads around what happened. You were there, Christopher. If there's anything you can remember—" He met this latest and final fusillade with more silence. When he played up his exhaustion and slumped back in his bed, she got the picture and stood up. Scribbling down a few notes, she parted with a strained smile and went looking for his nurse. The time had come. He had only this instant to act. To put it off would be to suffer greater restraint, more potent and mind-numbing dosages. The longer he lived, the longer he'd have to carry the memory of that night inside him. His room had been stripped of every dangerous commodity, a measure meant to deprive the most desperate of permanent escape, and to shield the hospital's owners from lawsuits. Christopher had been left one item of potential use, however. The threadbare patient gown he wore would answer his need, if only he had the will. He slipped out of the garment and trained his shaky fingers on its most tattered seam. Teeth grit, he wrenched the thing apart. By the same method he continued ripping the fabric into strips, which he then knotted from end to end. Finally, after some minutes of hurried struggle, he had fashioned for himself a makeshift rope. Around the metal bed rail it went. The other end was tied snugly around his thin neck. One summer night, in the quiet town of Plum Hollow, a gruesome series of murders took place. The horrors unearthed in connection to these deaths defied simple explanation, leading investigators to pin their hopes for clarity on Christopher Paris, the occasion's sole survivor. Now the last witness to the murders was gone. Whatever the truth of that wicked night, Christopher had taken it to his grave. There would be no closure for the authorities, no tidy verdicts, only superstition and hearsay. Unbeknownst to investigators, however, there was one who still remembered that black August night. He could not be called to the witness stand. He could not give an official statement. He could not speak aloud about the horrors, no. But he could recount them to the most microscopic detail, for in the months and years that would follow, he would never cease living them. The house at 1515 Baxter Court remembered. Chapter 2. It was still a little jarring, receiving mail that had her married name on it. The first thing Ellery had done after the divorce had been to drop Derek's last name. The 22-year-old he was going to music festivals with, taking ketamine with, that he insisted was his soulmate, could have it as far as she was concerned. Thankfully, Ellery had always liked her maiden name, and so the transition back into Ellery Lisbon had been an easy one. But the mail being forwarded from the old address still carried her old name from time to time, and these reminders of her years as Mrs. Calhoun never failed to draw a little blood. A crumpled circular boasting coupons to a pizza joint she would never bother patronizing reminded her of the 12 years she'd thrown away. An expired credit card offer bearing her previous surname in big, block letters brought with it memories of shouting matches, slights from her former in-laws, and all the times she'd found the hair of other women on her pillow. Of late she'd begun to wonder whether she was still worthy of her maiden name. There were times when she considered herself a poor imitation of her past self, felt that she was badly cosplaying a beloved character. The Ellery Lisbon of 12 years ago was nothing at all like the Ellery Lisbon of the present day. The old version had been 28, fresh-faced, a little naive. This latest edition, shredding up her forwarded junk mail in the kitchen with a scowl, was creeping up on 41, and what she'd lost in naivety and girlish charm she'd gained in crow's feet and waistline. Till the day Derek had announced his intent to divorce, Ellery had been deluded enough to think herself pretty. Sure, her blonde hair wasn't quite so smooth, so lustrous as the side chicks, but she had always worn it long and styled it for him. Though a little soft around the edges, Pilates and dieting had kept her trimmer than most of the women in her old friend group, though this comparison failed to soothe, because by the end Derek had betted his fair share of them, too. She wanted, more than anything, to know what was wrong with her. If someone could simply tell her what it was she lacked, what it was that made her unlovable, then she would seek to change it. There wasn't anyone in her life she could ask, though. Not anymore. Her sole companion during this weird stage of life was leaning over the kitchen counter slamming a second bowl of cereal for the evening. "More junk mail, eh?" said Michael around a half-chewed mouthful of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. He'd spent the day slinging resumes and was still in his shirt and tie, but had traded his khakis for a pair of ratty basketball shorts. Ellery looked at her kid brother and, suddenly, struggled to hold back the tears. She turned around and pretended to wash her hands at the sink till she felt more in control of herself. "Yeah," she said, "just a bunch of junk." There was something darkly funny about referring to Michael, himself 38 years old, as her kid brother. She and Michael were a lot of things. They were both failures to launch, both middle-aged and approaching the latter halves of their lives with a numbing dread, but they hadn't been kids for a very long time. Looking at Michael, she'd been overwhelmed with despair. The last thing she'd ever expected to be doing with her life at 40 was to be eating a dinner of breakfast cereal with her younger brother in a shared housing arrangement. She just knew that their parents were spinning like drill bits in their graves, asking themselves the same questions she was. How did this happen? How the hell did you two get here? The road to Plum Hollow had been paved in misfortunes. Ellery's divorce had been a major instigator, but it hadn't been the first domino. Before that had come their mother's death. Edith Lisbon, 78, had gone quietly and suddenly mere weeks after being transferred to a posh nursing home that, had the patient only lived a few years more, would surely have emptied her coffers. The suddenness of her death ensured that her modest estate, initially intended to carry her through her twilight years, would go instead to her 2 children. Picking up a whiff of the incoming inheritance, Derek had then decided to break things off. The sooner, the better, he'd reasoned. Delaying their split solely on account of Ellery's grief would be selfish. He had the happiness and comfort of a 22-year-old barista to consider, after all. Pointing to the incoming monies, he insisted that she would be able to stand on her own 2 feet and start a new life without him. She'd been happy enough to surrender all of the joint marital assets. Ellery couldn't have driven that Porsche Cayenne around any longer, couldn't have slept another night in that stupid house. She'd washed her hands of all of it, last name included. And then there was her brother. Like her, Michael had had his fair share of terrible luck. For years he'd been living in a bigger city, desperately trying to keep up with rising rents and high-interest debt payments. Working in IT at a well-known company, he'd considered his job of 8 years stable, recession-proof. Well, the position had certainly survived an economic dip or two, but the one thing it couldn't withstand was automation. Without warning, Michael had been let go with a meager severance. Computers would go on to do the job that he had faithfully performed for the better part of the last decade, and for a fraction of the price. He had thought his career well established, himself on the path to a leadership position. Instead, at almost 40 years old, he was forced to dust off his resume and go job hunting like a rookie. The siblings had met a week or 2 after the funeral, not merely to grieve but to seek direction. Both had committed a large portion of the inheritance to their debts. Credit cards and student loans had been washed away by the windfall. Despite the relief these maneuvers had brought, however, money remained a top concern. Rents were soaring and jobs were scarce. The comfort and gratitude they'd felt upon inheriting were quickly replaced by panic. What little remained would not take them very far in a stagnant economy. Unless, of course, they worked together. Ellery, freshly divorced, hadn't worked a proper job in years. She would need time and cash to go back to school. Michael was similarly unattached and would have to search long and hard to find a job whose duties, pay, and benefits were even remotely like those of his last position. In fact, despite his years of experience, it was likely he would have to take some awful entry-level gig in the hopes of someday rising through the ranks. Both were in need of time, shelter, and support, and the Lisbon siblings quickly found that they only had each other to lean on. Shortly after realizing this, they began shopping for a house together. Brother and sister did not go looking for a forever home. All they needed was a roof over their heads. Whatever house they chose would act as a shelter, a launch pad for their future lives, and once established, they planned to sell it off and split the profits. The housing market was booming just then, and every prognosticator they could find insisted that homeownership was just about the surest possible investment. By building a little equity in a home, they'd be able to turn around and sell it in a few years, getting, they hoped, far more than they'd put in. Thus, they pored over the for-sale listings for good deals, diamonds in the rough. Within days, they found one. 1515 Baxter Court, in nearby Plum Hollow, was on sale for an unbelievably low price, almost $30,000 less than market. Ellery called the listing agent to verify the price and was delighted to find it wasn't a typo. 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, a dining room, living room, kitchen, and loft could be theirs, and in a charming neighborhood for a most reasonable sum. The suburb of Plum Hollow, not far from their childhood hometown, was quiet, safe, and fairly affluent. It was a sleepy sort of place, crammed with quaint local businesses, restaurants, and cafes. In its proximity to both bigger cities and nature areas, it struck a wonderful balance. For both of them, it seemed like a perfect place to hit the restart button on their lives. Eventually, they got around to seeing the house on Baxter Court, though not before the listing agent pointed out a potential wrinkle. Now, before you get too excited, I do have to warn you about one thing. Others have shown interest in this house, but have walked after hearing what I have to say. The house is a great buy, good bones, but it has a history. The chatty agent had been very bright and enthusiastic up to the moment she'd said this. The shift to solemnity could not but give one pause. History? Ellery had asked. What do you mean? I'm required to inform you by law that there have been deaths in the house. Deaths? The previous owners died in it, the agent had quickly replied. Mind you, this has no bearing on the house's quality. It doesn't change a thing. But some people, they aren't comfortable with that. Surely you heard about what happened there. It was in the news about 2 years ago. Ellery had not heard. It turned out that Michael hadn't either. At the time the news had broken, she'd been clinging desperately to her failing marriage and had made little time for watching the news, local or otherwise. Michael had been similarly distracted, moving from one major project to the next at his work. I see. Well, I don't think that's a problem for either of us. We're just looking for some place to settle down and get our heads on straight, Ellery had replied. Can I be honest with you? At this price, I don't care what happened in the house. It feels like a perfect fit for me and my brother. When can we see it? Within 48 hours of first visiting the house on Baxter Court, Michael and Ellery Lisbon bought it. Chapter 3. The victim was splayed out across the concrete, his staring eyes glazed with frost. But for the glow of a pale moon sneaking round the edge of the overpass, his still body might have been mistaken for one of the countless rumpled garbage bags strewn pell-mell across the platform. A filthy jacket and a filthier sweatshirt clung stubbornly to him, both of them slit down the middle. Their jagged seams framed a livid crevasse. Chest split, sternum pushed aside, ribs scattered. Organs were bared to the cold air like pieces of charcuterie on a cutting board, and the scene was drenched in that unmistakable and gagging odor which belongs exclusively to the inside of the human body. The detective stood abreast of the corpse, black shoes parked inches from the ribbons of gore that were beginning to gel in the harsh December wind. He brought the lapel of his wool coat to his mouth and nose, seeking to chase out the revolting scent of death, and through it addressed the pair of young cops tending to the crime scene. No ID? Of course not, Detective, said the one canvassing the underside of the bridge overhead. Cars were heard to rush past from above, and their roars only served to disorient the lawmen further. Homeless guy. Looks middle-aged to me. No wallet on him or anything like that, though. Witnesses? Asked the detective through his coat. The other cop shrugged, raking at his head through the black beanie he wore. They were all gone by the time we got here. Anonymous tip came in, but they wouldn't talk. They never do. The detective was no medical expert, but as he stared narrowly into the victim's chest cavity, certain absences became apparent. The heart's missing, he muttered. Any sign of it? Looks like the perp made off with it. Motive? The detective finally turned away from the corpse. Well, replied one of the officers, it sure as hell wasn't a mugging. Guy didn't have enough money on him to buy a pack of smokes. Could be a cult. Why else make off with the poor fellow's ticker? The detective stepped past the cordon of yellow tape and took a deep breath. Even from where he stood, the air was still marred with the foul scent of death. Keep me posted. I'm going for a drive. On most nights, in the abandoned warehouse district near the shoreline, the homeless population in the city of Whittier would become active. The vast, empty buildings that had brimmed with activity in the moneyed decades prior had found new lives as flophouses for the wandering poor, especially in the colder seasons. The burning barrels at which they warmed themselves were visible from across the Monuxet River, like so many birthday candles planted in a cake of steel and concrete. The detective stepped out of his car and took the usual route through the cracked streets, head low and face half buried beneath his collar. He did everything in his power not to draw attention to himself, walked quietly, made no eye contact with the transients he happened to pass along the way, but even so his presence caused a stir, and those who caught sight of him trudging across the moonlit lots fled like mice. Even without his badge showing, the destitute knew a cop when they saw one. He made a slow tour of the district, weaving between towering buildings whose doorways were hung with makeshift curtains, and whose windows gave sight into black abysms where loiterers leered around the pockmarked panes. Following the perfume of burning garbage, he finally stationed himself by one of the barrels, its molten rim coughing up plumes of smoke, and warmed his hands. At once, the others who'd been silently dwelling there took off, disappearing into the nearest alleyways without a word, except for one. A threadbare old man in a silver puffer jacket, his bald head adorned with a knit cap, turned his red, wind-blown face to the detective and stared at him through the jumping tongues of flame. "Cold night, isn't it, Detective?" "It is." The detective had already eased the cash out of his billfold. Taking it from his pocket, he reached out and pressed the bills into the vagrant's waiting palm. "How are you holding up, Jim?" The old man's rough fingers ferried the money deftly into the puffercoat's inner pocket and returned shortly thereafter with a cigarette, which he proceeded to light over the barrel. "It's winter," he offered with a shrug. "The fire's hot, so I can't complain." "There's something I want to ask you about." "The murder." The detective nodded. "Good. So, you know about it. Took place earlier tonight by the looks of it. Found him under the overpass near Hudson after an anonymous tip. Happen to know the poor bugger's name?" "David." Jim took a long puff. "If I'm not mistaken, his name was David. Fairly new around here. Decent fella. Didn't see the scene myself, mind you, but that's what I've been hearing. David." "Got it. And what, pray tell, did David do to deserve getting his heart ripped out of his chest?" Jim arched a silver brow and smirked around the filter of his cig. "Chinese organ theft operation?" The detective smiled into his coat. "Mighty kind of you to stop by and line my pockets, but I wager you already know who was behind it." "I'm not sure if anyone actually saw the murder take place," put in the detective. "Trying to round up a witness around here is like pulling teeth." Jim took another drag. "Nobody wants to get roped into a murder, least of all when a detective's sniffing around. But rest assured, the minute the cops turn their backs, people talk. I heard all about it. It was her, all right." "You know, I saw her the other night." Jim held his hands over the barrel and soaked in the heat with a sigh. "It was a full moon. She likes the moon, that one. It was colder that night, too. Didn't stop her from taking off all her clothes and bathing in the moonlight." He chuckled. "You ever see such a thing? A woman in weather like this, stripping down and lying out on the frozen ground to soak up the moon's glow?" "Can't say that I have." "I steer clear of that kind. Come to think of it, except for that one run-in, I haven't seen much of her around these parts for a while. I imagine she has her reasons for making the rounds, though I don't much care to guess what she's been getting up to. Then, tonight, one of these lads comes by and tells me what he saw under the overpass. I'd like to speak with her if I can. Any idea where she's staying tonight?" Jim shook his head. "No, and I'll tell you this much. That's something you're going to have trouble finding out, because I ain't the only one giving the bitch a wide berth. She's a monster." He ashed a cigarette. "And she's damn clever. She knows better than to stick around. I reckon she's moved on by now, far from here." "If you do happen to see her," replied the detective, "I'd appreciate a heads up." Sure, Jim grinned. "Though between the two of us, I hope the next time we meet I haven't got any news to share on that front." Chapter 4. Ellery put on her sandals and walked out the front door, making a beeline for the mailbox. Heat was the order of the day, and the wall of thin, gray clouds overhead did nothing to dull the sun's crushing warmth. Shuffling across the lawn, she approached the wooden mailbox near the curb, only to stop short when she saw the mail carrier inching his way down the street. Apparently, she'd stepped out just in time to meet the mailman. The postal carrier shambled down the sidewalk with his satchel slapping against his upper leg, and his blue shirt half unbuttoned. His mustached face was red and damp with sweat, and his grunting was audible even from the next house over. He paused at the neighbor's mailbox, rummaged through his sack, and then jammed the day's mail into the thing with the kind of prejudice that only a pissed-off government employee could muster. Ellery waited at the edge of her lawn, not wishing to bombard the man, but hopeful that she could make a good first impression. She'd been on friendly terms with the mailman and garbage men at her last place, and figured that the offer of a cold beverage would go a long way toward ensuring her future packages didn't get kicked into the bushes. She lingered by the sidewalk till he trundled near and met him with a warm smile. "Good afternoon." The carrier wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his arm and offered a grunt for a reply. Without looking, he then dug into his bag and drew out the bundle of mail apportioned for 15.15. Mostly junk ads by the look of it. He looked set to bypass Ellery entirely, eager to slot the delivery into the mailbox and continue automaton-like down the street. But he was held up by her solicitude. "Boy, it's a warm one out today, huh?" she began, stepping a bit closer. She held out her hand to accept the mail. "I just moved in here a little while ago, and I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet. I'm Ellery She paused with a sheepish smile. "Lisbon. Ellery Lisbon. It's nice to meet you." At some point during Ellery's spiel, something had entered into the mailman's expression. Surprise, outrage, incredulity, maybe. His tired expression quickly tightened into something far more hostile. Looking past her completely, he threw a steely look at the house and frowned. "That so?" She was taken aback by the curt reply. Yeah, me and my brother. We just moved in." The postman shoved the mail into her hand, not a little forcefully, and immediately pulled away from her, a nonverbal cue that their conversation was over. The speed at which he marched from 15.15 was far greater than the pained moseying that had brought him, and as he took off he spared the house no fewer than 2 separate glances, muttering to himself disgustedly with each. Ellery was left stunned on the sidewalk. Was it something I said? Confused and a little dejected, she cut across the lawn and shut the door behind her. After that initial meeting, the neighborhood mailman maintained a very different routine in delivering their mail. Ellery learned this when watching him through the window the next afternoon. She saw him jog up to her mailbox from the house next door and deposit the day's delivery as quickly as possible. He shoved the mail in and slammed the little door of the mailbox so hard that it rocked on its post. Then, with a furrowed brow, he inexplicably jogged to the next house on his route. Somehow he had the look and bearing of a superstitious child, holding his breath while passing a graveyard. He'd done his job, but he'd done it as quickly and as recklessly as possible, treated it like a miserable burden. Delivering to other houses, he would noticeably relax, his tread slow and friendly. At times he would speak with apparent warmth to others on the street, or wave to them. These pleasantries were reserved for everyone, but the owners of 1515 Baxter Court, it seemed. Chapter 5. The sun was dipping out of sight by the time she pulled into the driveway. Ellery killed the engine and stepped out of the car, meeting the warm air with a sigh and a stretch. For hours she'd been bouncing from errand to errand, shop to shop, and now that she was home she was eager to unwind. The first order of business had been a pit stop at the DMV, where she'd waited in a stuffy lobby to update her driver's license with her new name and address. It had been a miserable time, spent elbow to elbow with a roomful of impatient drivers looking to take their exams or loudly contest recent DUIs. Then she'd hopped to the bank, the post office, gas station, and, finally, the grocery store to pick up a fresh pack of seltzer water. She popped the trunk and retrieved the 12-pack of water, clutching it under one arm before shuffling to the mailbox. Baxter Court was quiet. The night insects were beginning to stir, filling the warm air with their songs, and traffic was non-existent. Porch lights were coming on to combat the dusk, and a faint breeze was brewing, a welcome sensation after a day marked by still, baking heat. Ellery plucked everything out of the mailbox with her free hand and turned to enter the house, though not before she took a final look up and down the silent street. It was then, as she pivoted toward the drive, that she noticed she was not alone. Someone was standing across the street, stationed several houses down, and they were staring at her. Ellery stiffened at the probing of this gaze. A woman's. The watcher was very slim, robed in something dark and loose-fitting, barefoot. Her hair was long and black and unkempt. The new wind caught up several of her tangled tresses with every gust and left them fluttering like oily streamers. The gaze that held her was half hidden behind this wiry mane, but even from afar Ellery could tell that there was nothing of kindness in it. Great, she thought. This must be another one of the neighbors. Not once since moving in had she received even a modicum of warmth from the other homeowners along the street, though usually they were kind enough to simply ignore her rather than stare her down. After the day she'd had, Ellery wasn't in the mood to be bullied. She decided to stand her ground, rummaging up a tight smile, and gave the figure a kindly nod. 70, perhaps 80 yards separated the two of them. For many long seconds the woman across the street had been anchored to the sidewalk, silently seething at her. Now, having been acknowledged, the woman began to advance. She didn't continue following the sidewalk, but instead cut abruptly over the curb and began marching straight towards Ellery. The wind played now and then with the Medusa's coil of black hair, revealing a gaze no less hostile than what had come before. Thin fists balled at her sides. The woman was advancing aggressively, and with purpose. Ellery couldn't help but flinch. Something in the woman's hateful approach, something in the night-black depth of her staring eyes, rid Ellery of all courage and sent her scurrying to the front door like a prey animal. As she turned, stricken with sudden fear, she heard the plopping of the woman's feet against the asphalt to her back. Suddenly, the patter of those same feet grew quicker. What had begun as a hard march had now graduated into a full-on sprint. The 12-pack of water fell from her grasp as she climbed the front steps and dug into her pocket for her keys. She didn't hear the cans thunk against the ground, nor the hiss of spilled seltzer, but listened only for the click of the deadbolt once she'd rammed her key in. Bursting inside, she quickly slammed the door shut behind her and engaged every lock. Michael was leaning over the counter, fiddling with his laptop, when his sister backed into the kitchen with the day's mail crunched in her fist. "Hey, what's up?" he asked, standing upright. "You okay?" She motioned to the front door with her chin. There's a woman out there. She was coming at me, chasing me." "Huh?" He walked round the island, hands on his hips. He was still in his dress clothes. "What do you mean?" "Out front," she continued, pointing at the door. "There was a woman across the street. She was staring at me, and then she stole in a long, deep breath. She came at me, Michael, like she was going to hurt me." At once he stepped past her and approached the door, sternly peering through the peephole. Then, after a quick survey, he stepped into the dining room and nudged aside the curtains, looking up and down the street. "What did she look like?" Ellery dropped the crumpled mail onto the counter and then joined her brother in the dining room. She ran a hand through her hair and tried to speak calmly. "Oh, well, she was thin, had black hair, she wasn't wearing any shoes." Michael grunted, edging his way to the foyer. Slowly he unfastened the locks, threw on the porch light, and then opened the door, stepping out solemnly. She followed a few steps behind, finally lingering by the doormat, and joined him in canvassing the front of the house. There was no one there, however. The yard was empty. There was no one standing in the drive. The sidewalks, both their own and the one across the street, were unoccupied. The sun had faded further over the course of the last few minutes, leaving Baxter Court steeped half in shadow, but nowhere on any nearby property could she find the woman who had pursued her to her door. Michael stepped off the porch and walked from one side of the lawn to the next, but when he returned a short while later, he did so with a shrug. "That's so weird," he said. "She's gone by the looks of it." He bent down and picked up the leaky 12-pack of seltzer water, the cardboard box soggy and dented. "I take it this is ours?" Yeah, I dropped it." "Bizarre. Was it one of the neighbors? They don't seem like the friendliest bunch around here. I was getting ready to head to an interview the other day, and when I waved to a passing driver, they gave me the finger." "I don't know." Ellery stood back as Michael shut the door and ferried the seltzer into the kitchen. "I was just minding my own business, grabbing the mail," she explained. "She was staring me down from across the street, and then the next thing I know she's running after me." Michael chuckled. He seemed more amused by the incident than perturbed, and settled again behind his laptop. Maybe it was some local weirdo. Or, Hey, it could have been the one friendly person in this neighborhood just trying to say hello. Michael, she ran at me. Chased me. He nodded. Okay, she was out for a jog then. Could it have been a misunderstanding? Jogging without shoes on? Maybe she's a minimalist, one of those crunchy barefoot running advocates you see on social media. Believes coconut oil cures everything and eats only raw offal. You know the type. She rolled her eyes. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. She chased me. Guess we could write a letter to the HOA. No, snapped Ellery. This woman. I didn't get the impression that she lives around here. She looked messy, wild, frightening. She looked out of place, more like an animal than a person. We'll address the letter to local animal control then. Screw you! What do you want to do for dinner tonight? Asked Michael. I'm kind of hungry. She spat curses at him even as she stormed off to her room and slammed the door. Chapter 6. David's feet were going numb. The shelter had set him up with a decent pair of tennis shoes in the late summer, but months of walking had left holes in both soles so that his foot coverings were a mere formality now. There could be no avoiding the slush and snow, and his every step brought more of the winter into his threadbare socks till his toes no longer felt like a part of him. As he paced beneath the overpass, seeking a dry patch of concrete to hunker down on, his stomach ached in hunger. Visions of hot soup and fresh bread teased his mind with such a potency that he half believed he could smell them on the wind, though when he huddled against the cold wall and drew in a deep breath, the air brought only exhaust and the scent of frozen garbage. He drew his arms into the interior of his coat and pressed his cold hands against his core. With knees tucked up against his chest, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and flexed his toes, seeking to restore a bit of blood flow. The movement was always painful at first, but he knew from experience that the sting would lessen in time and that the pain was preferable to the numbness of frostbite. He lowered his head, his knit hat tugged so low it nearly covered his eyes, and siphoned his every breath into his collar for extra warmth. Since winding up on the streets, David had never really slept. He usually relaxed enough by night to keep his body operational by day, but the abandon and pleasure of a true night's sleep was for him nothing but a vague memory. Curling in upon himself with only the sound of traffic overhead for a lullaby, he shut his eyes and powered down. When next he opened his eyes, peering across the concrete platform in answer to some slight disturbance, night still reigned. He was wrapped in the powdery darkness of the overpass, but his narrow gaze swept across the lengthy expanse and found, around the mounds of trash and the thick supporting columns, segments where the moonlight had penetrated. Cones of moonglow peppered the long, cold tract, and in one of these, dozens of yards away, he discovered the source of his awakening. David was not alone beneath the overpass. A woman was seated on the ground, her thin frame shimmering in the light of the moon. He had neither seen nor heard her enter the area. Rather, it had been some interior sense that had alerted him to her arrival. Remaining very still, very silent, he watched the woman from his black corner. Bewilderingly, she was naked. She was seated with her back to him, and the pale light of the moon clung so tightly to her coils of black hair, to her pasty, emaciated body, that he could almost count the prominent vertebrae of her spine, even from a distance. Her gaze was pointed upward, through whatever angle or cranny the light was issuing through, and unmoving she appeared in silent conversation with the moon itself. Heedless of the piercing cold, the persistent wind, she did not draw up her dark garb. Her clothing remained bunched around her waist, her bare flesh exposed. Like a crocodile sunbathing on the banks of the Nile, the woman soaked in the glow and stared into the vault of the heavens, unshivering, seemingly unaware of the peril she was in. Perhaps, he mused, she was already dead, soon to become a frozen statue, a monument to the winter. The sight troubled him. He felt moved to speak to her, to dissuade her from carrying on in such a reckless way, but his time on the streets had taught him the value in minding his own business. Good seldom came from meddling in the affairs of his fellows, and so he lowered his head once again and shut his eyes. His own rest, his own survival, was the important thing. He chose to put the woman's bizarre antics out of his mind. Minutes passed, however, and David found that he could not drive the woman from his thoughts, not the least because of the sight of her had pinged something in his memory. Somewhere along the line, in his many talks with other vagrants, he had heard tell of someone, a woman, whom the others in the community endeavored to avoid, one whose name was not spoken, one described obliquely as a danger, a strange loner. The description that had most stuck with him had come from an older, friendly man. While standing around a barrel by the river with others, the dangerous woman had been called a daughter of Cain. "If you happen to bump into her, you'd be wise to keep on walking, fella. She's a dangerous sort, not very friendly. Some call her a witch, but if you ask me, that's too polite. That woman likes to come out especially when the moon is strong. You'll catch her drinking from puddles or basking in the light of the moon. A visitor from the land of Nod, if I've ever seen one." Discreetly he sat upright and looked again to the woman in the moonlight. To his surprise, she was gone. Pools of moonglow remained scattered across the platform, but for all his searching, David could find no sign of the woman in any of them. Without a sound, she had vanished. He shuddered as the icy wind brushed past him, wondering if she hadn't been a mere illusion. And then, while panning confusedly in the murk, he saw them. Two sparkling eyes the color of molten gold were fixed on him from the shadows. The staring eyes were at once transfixing and horrible to behold, seeming to contain the whole of the glittering cosmos in their width. The face in which they were set was robed in darkness, a span of darkness very much nearer to him than the pools of moonglow he'd earlier inspected. The watching eyes were somewhat low to the ground, as though the watcher was positioned in a tight crouch. Before he could speak, before he could process the sight, before he could even fathom the notion of escape, the platform echoed with the sounds of scurrying. Bare hands and feet slapped the cold ground in a sudden frenzy, and the burning eyes surged closer. On all fours, like an animal, the woman skittered out of the gloom and found him. Chapter 7. "How long do you think it'll take?" asked Ellery. Michael splayed out on the sofa, briefly pulled his vacant gaze away from the television. "Sorry, what?" Like a magnet, the sitcom slowly drew his eyes back to the screen. Nothing funny was happening just then, but his lips quirked in an anticipatory semi-smile. Undressing a foil-wrapped chocolate, Ellery struggled to get comfortable in the old recliner and made a slow pan of the living room. Except for the light of the TV, a scuffed-up relic from Michael's old place, the two were encased in dim. She popped the morsel into her mouth and sighed. "How long will it take for this place to feel like home?" He heard the question this time, and a commercial break momentarily released him from the television's thrall, but his response proved even less satisfying than the chalky, half-priced chocolates. "Don't know. We've only been here a couple weeks. Give it time." He reached over and helped himself to a few pieces of candy, siphoning them into his mouth in quick succession and leaving little balls of foil on the sofa armrest. Michael smacked his lips, eyes narrowing in sudden disgust. "Where'd you get these chocolates?" he asked. "They taste off." "They were on clearance," she said. "Left over from Christmas, I think." "They're a little funky. It's July, after all. They might be past their sell-by date." Whatever his qualms, Michael's hand went slithering back into the bag within minutes. Abandoning the rest of the candy to her brother, Ellery sat back in the recliner, criss-cross applesauce, and let her eyes wander again. She looked at the woolly carpet below, at the doorway leading into the kitchen, at the cheap, rough curtains, at anything but the TV. She didn't feel like laughing along with the studio audience. In fact, since moving in, she hadn't once felt comfortable enough in the house to become truly absorbed in her usual entertainments. Something was in the way. She couldn't articulate precisely what. Michael had acclimated to the new house from the get-go, but for Ellery, things had been different. From the very first night, when the two had pooled their meager furnishings and crashed on air mattresses, she'd been plagued by a niggling distress. The anxieties of the prior months had been plenty jarring. It was only natural, she told herself, that she should be slow in appreciating the relative calm of this new arrangement. Initially, she'd given herself a bit of time and grace, allowed herself to feel her feelings without judgment or hurry. She was in a season of healing now, with plenty of wounds to lick. But weeks into her stay, the peace she'd been pining after still hadn't turned up, hadn't so much as shadowed her doorstep, or left a voicemail claiming to be tied up at the office. She was beginning to think, to dread, that peace would never come. Peace and calm and tranquility were fed up with her, maybe, seeing other people. That evening, as she sat in the pale glow of the television, she went looking for some place to point the finger, and in time she found one. The problem was not with her, she decided. She was at her most vulnerable, merely an innocent seeker after refuge. The blame, then, was splashed upon the very walls that surrounded her. It's the house's fault. In her time of need, the house on Baxter Court had rebuffed her, had failed to make her feel welcome. I guess you don't want me either, do you? She thought while canvassing the popcorn ceiling. Houses are meant to be lived in. Left unoccupied for too long, they begin to take on strange qualities, odd flavors and odors, like food left too long in the back of the fridge. Spoilage is no prerequisite for such transformations. A desert can be ruined by neglect before ever seeing its expiration. Houses, too, operate under the same laws. Having been vacant some 2 years, the property, outwardly sturdy and inviting, had shed the aura of something homey and possessed, now only a troubling emptiness that she and her brother could scarcely hope to fill. A freezer-burned pint of ice cream may be revived with a little scraping, but what could be done for a house that had forgotten how to act as a shelter? Though unoccupied, the house had not been literally empty during those aforementioned years. Everywhere, hints of the prior tenants persisted in the form of abandoned fixtures. A side table here, a chest of drawers there. Perhaps these items were to blame for her unease, making her feel as though she was simply squatting in someone else's home. She surveyed the dark house from the recliner, itself a housewarming gift from the previous occupants, and wondered if the home's rightful owners would soon burst through the door and catch the two of them out. No matter how anxiously she watched the front door, however, nothing happened, of course. In fact, little in the way of noise or activity from the outside world ever seemed to reach the house. It was like the entire property was wrapped in soundproofing. As communities went, Plum Hollow fell on the quieter side, and their neighborhood, stocked largely with retirees, seemed an especially quiet pocket within it. The silence had been sold to them as a major perk by the listing agent, though in practice it was a bit much. "I'm turning in," she announced, easing herself out of the chair and casting a long shadow across the sparsely furnished living room. The hollow gaze Michael sent up to meet her was snatched violently back by the screen at the next burst of the laugh track, and for an instant his pale face was draped in horror at the prospect of having missed a punchline. "Good night, sis," he finally replied when the commercials kicked on. "I'll probably mosey on to bed myself soon." By the time he'd said this, Ellery had already made good on her threat. She was through the kitchen and starting down the hall, and after a pit stop in the bathroom, she emerged in a baggy tee and sweats. The doorway at Hall's End, its threshold rendered in a yellow-orange glow by a cheap nightlight, set just inside, drew her in like a moth. For a space which should have been a haven, her room proved frustratingly plain and uninviting. She'd lacked the funds and energy to really make it her own, and so had made peace with the fixtures already present. Here, again, traces of the old regime flourished. The borrowed nightstands, the dusty dresser by the window, and the oaken armoire suspected a coup and were stunned at her audacity. Or so it had felt when the stubborn drawers had choked on her clothes, and the doors on the weathered wardrobe had refused to shut after a dozen hearty slams. Though well-built and handsome enough, the items stood in defiance of her, each subtly rebelling against her rule. "Who does she think she is?" crooned the squeaking hinges, the creaking drawers, the jingling brass handles. "This isn't her house. She doesn't belong here." She had rummaged up a cheap metal platform and a lousy mattress at a local shop, and this had been set up at room's center. Between the doorway and armoire, beyond the foot of the bed, lay the room's sole window, hidden behind a hideous set of wrinkled blackout curtains. To the right, A few places from the entrance was the slender closet that housed what few mementos she'd carried over from her previous life. This was all. Making no use of the cheap lamp on the nightstand, she turned down her covers and slipped into bed with only the glow of the nightlight to guide her. Stationed thus, on a budget pillow and sandwiched between thrift store linens, she played at sleep. What she would have given for heavy eyes, for sore muscles, for so much as a single nod. Ellery was exhausted, but the fatigue that gripped her was not physical. It was spiritual. She hadn't had a good night's rest since well before the divorce, and so could hardly blame the new house for her sleeplessness. Still, the smothering quiet of the place had made it consistently hard for her to relax each night, and what's more, she hadn't known the property long enough to learn its dialect. The house's nightly groanings and settlings, however natural, were jarring to her, all the more when taken against the backdrop of constant silence. Flopping onto one side, she stared across the room through narrow eyes, studying the hall. Further on, she could make out the dull glow of the TV, and she knew that Michael would likelier than not spend the night in front of it, drooling on the sofa. It was fast becoming a habit for him. The noise of the broadcast was diluted by distance, so that by the time it snaked through the house and reached her ears in the back bedroom, it was little more than a grainy whisper. Onto her other side, she traced the outline of the nightstand, then the armoire, with her gaze. The doors on the latter were still sitting ajar, and through the inches-wide gap she spied the flouncy hem of her black dress, the crisp collar of her gabardine trench coat, all of it touched gingerly by the ghostly glow of the nightlight. The hooks of her hangers caught the light, too, and depending on the placement of her head on the pillow, they dulled or gleamed like so many cat's eyes. The last time she'd worn that black dress, she'd been a married woman. Reno. No, maybe it had been in Houston, after Derek had made partner. She couldn't remember what city she'd worn it in last, what boutique it had come from, but she could remember the way he'd looked at her in it. The compliments, the handsiness, the heat of his breath on her neck. The armoire fell out of focus when tears started. They'd come out of nowhere. These days they always did. She'd been smiling to herself, the placid smile of a happy daydreamer, and when she realized it, she all but clawed at her lips in outrage. To smile, to cry over the man who hated her, never failed to fill her with disgust. But this didn't stop her from getting tangled in memory or misting her pillowcase on a nightly basis. A good cry was a cheaper therapeutic than sleeping pills. Sniffling, she buried her face in her pillow and focused on the darkness behind her eyelids. She didn't think about her marriage, didn't think about the future, or about the stupid house and all its foibles. Darkness, her only concern, her only desire, was darkness. In sleep, Ellery found darkness, and in darkness, something found Ellery. Chapter 8. Sleep withdrew its hand with suddenness. How long or short her drowse had been was beyond her. The only certainty was that she'd been left awfully awake at such time when she should have been soundly dreaming. Her eyes opened and shut, not merely in confusion, but in a vain search for the comforting glow of the nightlight, now absent. She wondered for a dread instant if she hadn't gone blind. Fugitive bands of moonlight snuck through the bunched curtains and clung to the room's boundaries and landmarks like hoarfrost. The black mouth of doorway gaped to her right. Rising to her left, the shadow-lacquered wardrobe, odd and discomforting fellows both. It occurred to her that she had never really known the room in perfect darkness. The nightlight had been there from day one, a bulwark against this very scenario. Maybe the bulb died, she mused. Or the power's gone out. She sat up stiffly and let her legs dangle off the side of the bed. There were no signs of light from the hall, no friendly glow from the television, no flash of the fridge bulb or microwave in answer to Michael's nightly rummagings. In fact, as she leaned into the lush darkness and strained her ears, she couldn't even hear him snoring on the sofa. Ellery could believe many things, but the idea that her brother had responsibly put himself to bed after hours of lazing somehow beggared belief. While she considered an expedition in search of the nightlight, A new noise was heaped upon the barren soundscape. Her eyes nearly fled her skull as they groped after the cause in the rich blackness, falling upon nothing but suspecting everything. It had been the noise of a shuffling tread. She'd heard the carpet stiffly gouged by an unseen foot, the floors tensing and creaking under load. One slow step had been taken, its vague issuance sending her attentions in the direction of the hall outside her door. In the breathless moments following, there came nothing more. Ellery sized up the doorway with a scowl, her fists locked around the edges of her crummy mattress, and waited. This wait of a minute or two, in which no other sounds were heard, proved almost medicinal in the way it soothed her and chased off the chill. Her fright had been premature. The very natural sounds of the house's settling, or of something shifting in the hall closet, had clearly bested her, and she admonished herself for being so easily spooked. She wasn't long in lunging off the bed and journeying toward the socket nearest the threshold, hands outstretched in search of the nightlight. She knelt there a moment, fingers grazing the drywall till they locked upon the plasticky contours of the outlet in question. Her fingertips toured the sockets in turn, but bewilderingly there was no trace of the nightlight in either of them. She had expected to find the thing burnt out, or somewhat askew. Instead, it had abandoned its post altogether. Where in the world could it have? Ellery had only just begun to pat the carpet in search of the thing when she was stopped cold by the sound of another scraping step, this one very near at hand. Her mind wrapped itself around the sound, examined it from every angle till she was sure as sure could be of its nature. She had not been mistaken earlier. She had heard a step. Now, another. Someone was in the hall. The atmosphere was made leaden by the ponderous aura of another standing just outside the room. Wrapped utterly in the darkness of the passage, this other cast no shadow and gave no outward evidence of its lingering except for a repetition of the sign it had earlier given. A foot had been dragged slowly and roughly across the carpet, an advance festooned by the low groan of the floors and bookended by a silence stripped of all innocence. There had been nothing fluid in the sound, not the least hint of smoothness. Instead, there had seemed something of the staggered, the unsteady, a slow, limping stride. Her brother's name snuck across her lips, but she hesitated to utter it. The figure standing in the hall could only be Michael. Who else? He must be sleepwalking, she thought, or maybe he got turned around on his way to bed. But as she knelt there on the floor, hands wilting in her lap, she could not deny another possibility, one whose countenance she could not bear to stare into. The one outside her door was a stranger. Instinct tugged at the sleeves of her every sense and faculty as if to convince her of this remoter possibility, and with firmness it kept her lips cinched lest she speak and reveal herself. Already the figure was very close enough probably to touch had she only dared to reach through her doorway and into the hall. Rather than make herself known, she sheltered in stillness and waited for the threat to pass. The terror did not pass away, however. The midnight air swelled with menace till the weight of the dark promised to smother her. A third rough step, a clone of those preceding it, sounded across the floors as someone crossed the threshold, and it was then that her fear became absolute. Not only had she heard the figure's step, but she had felt it. Energy had been transferred through the floors in the fall of that unseen foot, and her quivering body, stationed close by, had unwillingly absorbed it. In a panic, Ellery threw herself from the doorway, toward the closet, hardly conscious of the frightened noises gurgling out of her throat. In doing so, she brushed against something on the carpet with her thigh, which her confused hands recognized as the nightlight. At once she began jousting against the wall till, half by luck, the thing's prongs were married to the outlet with a bluish spark. Orangish light shot out across the room like the flow of Krakatoa. Ellery held her breath until she felt quite sure of what she was seeing. Her teary, light-starved eyes ached against the orange glow, but she kept them wide and fixed on the doorway all the same. There was no one there. The shaky glance she stole down the hall a moment later yielded the same. It was empty. How fast, how easily the explanations came now that she had a bit of light to see by and a minute's distance from her dread. She laughed at herself bitterly, wagered that she'd been half asleep during the ordeal. Yes, a bad dream acting on a stressed mind had done terrible things to her in the dark. But now she was perfectly awake, in possession of herself. She stood up, turned on the hallway light, the bedside lamp, took a few triumphant turns about her quarters and walked the length of the corridor with her hands on her hips, finding still more of the nothing that shored up her hypothesis. How her imagination had gotten the better of her. The hall light and bedside lamp were shortly turned off, leaving only the nightlight as she returned to bed and tugged on her covers. She retired with a sheepish smile on her face, a bit ashamed at having been so jumpy. Over breakfast, Michael would surely get a kick out of the whole thing. There was only one detail that plagued her as she settled back in, casting the occasional look through half-shut eyes toward the empty hallway. It was a thing she didn't care to address, a thing that threatened to spoil her developing peace if examined too closely. Even as she prepared to sleep, happy thoughts pushed to the fore. Ellery's skin was crawling. A curious thing was found the next morning. Ellery emerged from bed after an unrefreshing sleep, and like a robot set about her daily routine. She made several trips in and out of the bedroom, but between starting the coffee maker, selecting the day's outfit, and taking a quick shower, she never once took notice of the carpeting in the hallway. In fact, it wasn't until she was into her second cup of coffee and on the verge of running her errands that she happened to cross the hall and observe the strange stains on the floor. The short hallway was dim on the best of days, and so it was no wonder that the black, oily smudges on the beige carpet had been overlooked. Upon taking notice of them, 3 in total, she paused and knelt down, vaguely annoyed. One of them, either she or Michael, had tracked filth down the hall with their shoes, it seemed. She rubbed at the marks with her fingers, drawing up a little oiliness and black color. It was something like dark ash. Great, now I get to clean the carpet, as if I needed another thing on my to-do list. The 3 black smears, spaced equidistantly and ranging the length of the hall, registered as a mere bother to her. At no time was there a conscious linkage between this trio of oily blots and the disturbance of the night before. The whole business with the nightlight and the footsteps had largely faded from her thoughts. What had seemed so frightening just hours prior had been reduced to an irrelevance by a poor night's sleep. So much so that she didn't even bother telling Michael about it when the two sat down to a quick lunch that afternoon. Chapter 9. "We only offer paper bags," said the girl at the register. "No worries," replied Ellery. "Paper is fine." Sizing up the load of groceries in Ellery's cart, the cashier unfolded 3 large bags. Then, adjusting the earbud in her right ear, she frowned a little and propped open a 4th, just in case. The items went rolling down the conveyor: a tin of salmon, a sack of avocados, a pair of unripe bananas, a sweaty carton of sorbet, 2 boxes of breakfast cereal for Michael. The girl because she couldn't have been much beyond high school age, bumped the products against the little scanner window and then tucked them into one of the 4 waiting bags. She was wearing a black t-shirt bearing the logo of some modern band beneath her green work apron. Ellery was too old to know which. Her bleached hair had been tucked into a short ponytail, and the polish on her fingernails, Ellery counted something like 5 or 6 colors in total, was chipped and worn. At a glance one could tell that this kid had better places to be, that she was just trying to run down the clock and put another boring shift behind her. That didn't stop Ellery from trying to strike up a chat, though. "How are you?" she asked the cashier, sporting a kindly smile. "Busy shift?" The cashier cast her mascaraed gaze to Ellery's back, where a handful of other customers were all queued up, coupons in hand. "Yep," she replied through a sigh. The store was a little one, a mom and pop outfit, the sort of place where local teenagers made up 90% of the staff, and the weekly specials were still painted upon the street-facing windows. Ellery had only been there a few times since the move, but rather liked the shop, Despite the small-town atmosphere, it had great selection, and she found the prices reasonable. It was only natural in her mind that she should try and get to know the cashier. After all, she figured she'd be seeing more of her during future grocery runs. More than that, though, Ellery just wanted to exchange niceties with someone. Conversations with Michael had gotten a bit stale, and without a friend group to kvetch with, she'd been hurting for a pleasant chat. What better way to knock the rust off the gears than to make small talk with the cashier? "How long are your shifts here?" she continued, still smiling. "You know, when I was in high school, I worked at a grocery store. It was bigger than this one of the major chains. But it was kind of fun. I used to work 6-hour shifts a few days a week during the summers." The cashier's eyes widened in preparation of her condescending reply. "Wow, no kidding." Ellery got the hint. Her smile tightened and she fished her wallet out of her purse. "Well, anyway," she concluded. The cashier tapped a few buttons and then announced the total. "Cash, check, or card?" she asked. You guys still accept checks?" replied Ellery with genuine awe. Yeah," came the girl's rejoinder. "I just need to see some ID with it." It had been years since she'd seen someone write a check at a grocery store, and the fact that such practices persisted was ridiculously funny to her. She couldn't help chuckling, and then full-on laughing when she remembered the new checkbook that had been carelessly tossed into her purse not 10 days prior. After closing on the house, she and Michael had set up a joint account to be used in paying their mortgage, utilities, and other bills, and the bank had insisted on assigning each of them a checkbook. "What in the world for?" she asked the banker. "No one uses checks these days." If only for her own amusement, Ellery had now found a reason to use one of those checks. "All right," she said, whipping out the checkbook and helping herself to a blue ballpoint left sitting on the till. "I'd like to pay with a check, then." She dashed out the relevant details and then tore the check from the book with a satisfying rip, proffering it amusedly with her ID. This was a daily occurrence for the cashier. She thought nothing of dealing in antiquated tinder and dispassionately compared the details on the check against those on the driver's license, and she'd been set to hand the latter back just as coolly when her expression made a sudden and unexpected shift. The girl held the check between pinched fingers and jerked while scrutinizing it, as though it had hissed at her. "Sorry," said Ellery, drumming the pen against the edge of the checkout. "Did I forget to fill in one of the fields? It's been a long time since I've written a physical check. I'm out of practice." The cashier, previously bored and nonchalant, shook her head. No," she was quick to answer. She tucked the check into the till and set about printing a receipt. "No, it's fine. It's just, Something like proper curiosity roosted on her knit, brown brows. "You live on Baxter Court? Did I read that right?" Ellery nodded, pleased at the girl's turn to chattiness. "Yes, that's right. Just moved here a few weeks back. My brother and I—" The girl ripped the receipt from the printer but held it hostage in a vice grip. You live at 1515, she pressed. The way her mouth hung open, she looked halfway between a laugh and a scowl. 1515 Baxter Court? She eyed her bags, the receipt in the teenager's fist, and straightened her purse. She wasn't making chit-chat now. She felt she was being cross-examined. "Yeah, that's right." Without another word, the cashier dropped the receipt into one of the paper bags and summoned up the phoniest smile imaginable. "Have a good one," she muttered, turning with wide eyes to the next woman in line. Ellery was left to scoop up her own bags, and till she exited the store found herself not only under the cashier's occasional scrutiny, but eyed by the older woman who'd been behind her in line. The two were speaking with each other in low tones, sizing her up. Whatever it was they were so hung up on, it certainly wasn't the price of broccoli crowns. Somehow, without meaning to, Ellery had set them off. At the briefest mention of her address, she'd seemingly made an enemy of two townies. What the hell's the matter with people? She wondered. She hastened back home in her old Toyota and managed to get the sorbet into the freezer before it became a puddle. But even after leaving the store, the weight of persecution didn't leave her. She was bothered by the interaction, and a little curious too. With a few errands left to run, she decided to make a game of it, to test the reactions of other locals in a similar way. By that afternoon, Ellery had offended a hardware store employee while shopping for a new drill, had been asked to leave a cafe by the staff member who'd mixed her large lemonade, and had been studiously, even hatefully ignored by a bookstore clerk who had, initially, been very bright and talkative. The common thread between all three sourings had been the mention of her current address. The interactions had been as similar in track as they had been in their results. "Sorry, I've never been here before. You see, I'm new in town," she'd told each of them at some point. This tidbit had been volunteered as bait. Bait tailor-made to draw in curious locals. One and all, they'd taken it. When asked, she'd admitted to them of living at 1515 Baxter Court. The changes that entered the expressions of those who heard this were difficult to describe. Outrage, incredulity, disgust, fear, all seemed present in the faces of those she confessed to, and she couldn't for the life of her guess why this was. Though she was aware that the house on Baxter Court had something of a reputation, the previous owners had died in it, according to the realtor. It hadn't been enough to scare her and Michael away from purchasing it, and she saw no cause for the reactions the house stirred in others. Still, if she was going to get on in Plum Hollow, she decided it would be wise to no longer advertise her exact address. She would rely on vagueness, euphemism, in connecting with the locals. "I'm over by the elementary school," would go over much better than, "Why, yes, I live in that house." She cared to know nothing of the house's past. Whatever it was that bothered them about the house, Ellery hoped that the townies would get over it soon. Chapter 10. And then I said, "What, for these wages? Is this some kind of joke? Seriously, sis, it's a mess out there. I don't know what I'm going to do. I may as well flip burgers for all the headway I'm making in tech. They don't care about my background, about my resume." Michael leaned back in the recliner, and the footrest portion came jetting out with a metallic clang. He tugged at the collar of his button-down, powder blue today, and took a pull from his beer. Ellery had taken her sorbet out of the freezer, but had opted instead to feast on her thumbnail while the light of the television poured over them. She chewed it down pretty far. Every nibble had been hypnotic, taking her further and further from the false pledge she'd made days prior to stop her nail-biting habit. "It's a bloodbath," she muttered. "I heard the other day that the economy is about to tank. No sector is safe." "It would be worse if I still had my student loans," admitted Michael. He raised his half-empty High Life in a toast and added, "Thanks, Ma." "We have a roof over our heads, and we got a criminally good interest rate. I think we're in fine shape." She sighed, finally picking up the sorbet and finding it half-melted. "At least you've got a degree, Michael. I'm starting from scratch. I haven't worked a real job since—" "Since Bye 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 was topping the charts?" he put in unhelpfully. Ellery didn't miss a beat. "That reminds me of the time you stole my Backstreet Boys CDs. I caught you in your room belting out I Want It That Way without a shirt on. Remember that?" Michael stared down into his can of beer with a wince. "Sue me. I had big feelings. I was full of song." The two of them laughed. It was the first time in a while that the two had really, genuinely laughed together, and for Ellery it felt good. Great, even. But as the laughter ebbed, she was troubled by the realization that her best conversations with her brother always centered on the past. This wasn't so hard to believe. She and Michael had shared a good childhood, all things considered. Loving parents, a stable household. Dad had passed on young, it was true, but their mother had done a wonderful job on her own. They hadn't grown up rich by any means, but they'd never been broke either. The two of them had had friends, had gone on nice vacations, had done the whole middle-class song and dance. There was a lot to look back on with fondness, many joys to revisit. But what snuffed out her mirth just then was the sore fact that neither of them dared engage about the future. All the good and happy and safe things they had to discuss were all in the past. The best Ellery could do, the nearest she could come to discussing the future, was to say something of the present. I, uh, I had a weird day today, she said, clearing her throat. Michael cracked open another High Life. Oh yeah? Thanks for picking up the drill, by the way. I appreciate it. I'll fix that stubborn hinge on the bathroom door tomorrow. Yeah, she replied. Ellery paused to slurp up a little sorbet. She jabbed at the spoon with her tongue, like a cat, and was almost knocked off the sofa by its tang and sweetness. The carton was promptly returned to the side table. I talked with a few of the locals today, she went on, twisting the ends of her hair between her fingers. Some people, they got a little annoyed with me. Yeah? Have you talked to anyone in town? Michael glanced up at the ceiling in theatrical contemplation. Here in Plum Hollow? Nah, I've been doing interviews in Whittier, in Monroe. I even did one in Cassavetes, though it was virtual. There's no tech jobs here, unless you're interested in fixing computers. He shuddered. No thanks. She largely ignored him and went on. I spoke to a few people today, and they were all surprised to hear that we were living in this house. She paused, chuckling. Okay, surprise isn't the right word. They were, honestly, kinda mad. They were mad? He echoed. She nodded. Yeah, some of these people, you'd think I gave them the finger. Did you? No, but maybe I should have. They acted really nasty after I told them we were living here, on Baxter Court. What was their damage? Asked Michael, sitting up. They have something against out-of-towners? She shook her head. No, it's something to do with this house in particular. You remember what the realtor said? About the deaths? Snapped Michael. Ah, they're getting all bent out of shape about that? That's the impression I got. I don't know what to tell you. That's ridiculous, getting in someone's face just because they're living in a house where someone was murdered. She stiffened against the back of the sofa, her fingers testing the tensile strength of the spoon. She didn't dare another bite, but instead pointed the thing at her brother. Excuse me? Michael drank down his beer. You didn't know, Elle? Miss me with the nitty-gritty, okay? I don't know and don't want to know a damn thing about this house's past. As far as I'm concerned, it was built for you and me. He snickered. It was a nasty sound. Maybe it was the beer's fault, but his slurring reply carried in it something of contempt. Don't be naive, sis. There were deaths here, yeah. Murders, with a capital M. I haven't read much on it because, I'm not the kind of guy to get off on that sort of thing. And the news articles have been scrubbed of the finer details, too. Hold on, she interrupted. What are you saying, Michael? Is this some kind of horror movie situation? No, he bellowed. Don't get bent out of shape, okay? I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade here. This is a good house. A really fine house, sis. That's just what the realtor said. Yeah, well, she was right. There's nothing wrong with this house at all, despite what happened in it. What the hell happened in it, then? She snapped. He wore a mocking smile. I thought you didn't want to know. Will you stop? I didn't think there was anything infamous about the house. I thought that the previous owners died in it. Yeah, well, they did. Sort of. Sort of? What the hell does that mean? Is this something I actually need to be aware of? Michael threw his hands up in the air. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know what happened, and neither does anyone else. She rolled her eyes. Apparently people know enough to get mega pissed when I admit to living here. Look, no one knows how a mother and baby died in this house a few years back. He spat. There were murders here, Ellery. He sighed, too boozed up to make a thorough disclosure. I Googled the house, okay? There are some articles, some comments on local social media groups, but they don't really paint the full picture. He raised an open palm as if to calm her. I'm not trying to be an asshole, sis. I'm really not. But whatever terrible things happened in this house were the best things that ever happened to us because they made the price easy. Ellery was struck with a sudden disgust at her brother's words. She gagged a little at his insistence that someone else's trauma had been their gain. Michael, she gasped. I'm sorry, he cried. I don't mean it. Not like that. Come on, what do you want from me? He crunched the can in his fist and loosed a weak laugh. "Sis, what I'm trying to say is that what happened here is in the past. I don't really know the details, and it doesn't matter. People shouldn't treat us like lepers just because we bought this thing at a 2% rate." On this much the two were agreed, and Ellery settled against the sofa with a nod. "I was getting mean-mugged all day after telling people where we live. They probably think we're sickos, moving into a house like this." He grinned. "Sickos with a killer interest rate. We paid $30,000 under market, and the thing came half-furnished." He slapped the armrest of the recliner. "People can say whatever they want. Buying this place was a no-brainer. Maybe they're all jealous that we got to it first." She stood up and ferried the slurry of sorbet to the kitchen sink. "Somehow I doubt it. This thing sat on the market forever." After a bout of channel surfing, Michael wound up pausing on the nightly news. A pair of smiling anchors were going on about the day's top stories. When she'd finished up in the kitchen and returned to the sofa, Michael pointed at the screen with his last can of beer. "You see that?" he asked. She shook her head. "A blue moon is coming up." He poked at the remote and turned up the volume a few clicks, and then proceeded to talk over the anchors anyhow. "Yeah, a blue moon only happens every 2 or 3 years, I guess. Pretty cool, huh?" "Blue moon? That's interesting." Ellery had been prepared to go on, but was interrupted by a sound that made them both sit bolt upright in their seats. Their back door was a glass slider covered in cheap blinds, and since moving in the two of them had seldom used it, much less unlocked it. Thus, their surprise was immense when, over the hum of the television, they both heard the thing moving along its track. Whipping round and peering into the dark kitchen, Michael and Ellery were greeted by a puff of warm July air. Someone had just pulled open the back door. Chapter 11. Michael was the first to enter the kitchen, with Ellery lagging a few dizzy steps behind. "Who's there?" he boomed, reaching into his lowest register in the hopes of sounding intimidating. The long blinds were swaying in the night breeze, and through the meager parts in them it was plain to see that the door had been opened, not quite all the way, but far enough to allow someone passage. There were, as yet, no signs of the trespasser within or without the kitchen, only silence and stillness in the wake of the clear intrusion. A terrible shiver stole down Ellery's spine as she cowered in the living-room doorway. Mere minutes ago she'd been at the sink, only a few feet from the door in question. Unbeknownst to her then, someone had likely been standing outside at that same moment, separated only by a thin layer of glass. She looked past her brother, scouring the kitchen and rooms beyond for signs of an intruder. Finding none, she looked back to the door itself, wondering if the one who'd opened it had lost their nerve and fled. The door had been opened, but there'd been no tread on the linoleum, no subsequent jarring of the blinds. "I didn't hear anyone come in. Did you?" whispered Michael, shooting his sister a quick glance. She shook her head, hands clasped to her breast. He paced a little into the kitchen, putting on the light, and then peered into the dining room. It was empty as always, occupied only by a smattering of boxes they'd neglected to unpack. Michael turned then to the door, nudging the blinds aside carefully. "Hold on. Stay back a minute." The muggy night greeted him as he cautiously struck the switch for the back patio light. It quickly became clear that there was nothing to be seen. No idler on the lawn, no creeper by the stoop. Michael even stepped out over Ellery's protests to survey the whole yard, but couldn't find so much as an indent in the shaggy grass where a prowler might have stood. Is there anyone there?" she asked, poking her head out the door. He walked back inside, sliding the thing shut behind him, and then flipped the lock up and down a few times, yanking on the handle to make sure it was secure. The door didn't budge. Massaging the blinds back into place, Michael sighed and continued through the dining room, putting on every light. "It's possible someone was out there, I guess, that someone opened it." "Well, obviously," she replied. "What else?" Hands on his hips, Michael surveyed the dining room. He continued down the hall, searching the closet and bathroom. Finally, entering Ellery's room, he made a quick check of the closet, armoire, and good-naturedly peeked under her bed. If that's what happened, then he didn't leave a trace. He didn't make a sound, and he didn't even press down on the grass. I've been meaning to trim up the lawn. It's getting a little tall. In order to approach our back door, you've got to cross the lawn, right? Well, I don't care how softly you step. Walking through that grass, you're going to flatten it a little. There wasn't anything like that, though. I see. Michael finished out the tour of the house, climbing the steps into the loft and checking out the half-bath along with his own room. That's super weird, dude. There's nothing. Just nothing. When did you unlock the back door? He chanced as the two started back toward the living room. Excuse me? She snapped. I didn't. I never touched that stupid door. I always come in through the front. He shrugged. Well, I didn't touch it either. But it must have been unlocked. How else could it have slid open like that? What? You think it opened on its own? She blurted. Yeah, okay, I know how that sounds. But how else can you explain it? He shuffled back to the sliding door, testing the lock for the umpteenth time and finding it secure. See, when it's locked, it doesn't move at all. Maybe we bumped the latch or something when we were doing dishes. Since when have you washed a single dish, Michael? I'm spitballing. Give me a break. He buried his hands in his pockets and paced around the kitchen like a half-drunk Sherlock Holmes in basketball shorts. It must have been left unlocked somehow, or even partially open. Then, like, a change in temperature or something. Maybe an animal, I don't know. Something gave it a nudge and it slid open a little further. Her eyes widened in mock delight. Wow, thanks for that. You really cracked the case, Michael. Couldn't have done it without you. What do you think happened then? I think someone opened it? She palmed her hair out of her face and crossed her arms. You know, because that's how doors work. They don't open by themselves. They don't. Michael, they don't just slide open automatically. We aren't living in a Walmart. He pointed at the door and rolled his eyes. Yeah? Who opened it then? 'Cause I sure didn't see any sign of them, unless they floated over the lawn, like full-on levitated over several yards of grass. I just don't see it. He snapped his fingers. You know what it could have been, though? A raccoon. Just how many times did Mom drop you on your head, Michael? I only remember the one time, but there must have been a dozen others. I'm serious. You know how resourceful those things are. I watched a video the other day of them trying to pick locks on sealed dumpsters. They're pretty smart. A few raccoons could have possibly opened the door, and they're small and fast enough where they wouldn't necessarily leave a trace. Genius. She leaned against the counters, head low. Raccoons. Right. He mirrored her stance on the opposite end of the room. Hey, if you've got a better theory, I'm all ears. Ellery didn't have a better explanation. She simply wasn't buying what her brother was selling. Though the intruder had evidently fled before entering and had left no trace of his presence on the lawn, she felt certain of one thing. Someone had opened the door. It hadn't been a damned raccoon, or even 5 raccoons stacked atop one another in some Looney Tune-ish configuration, but a person. Edging her way toward the door, she pulled a few blinds aside and surveyed the lawn with a shudder. We should call the police. File a report, at least. And tell them what? I don't know. It's good to have a record of these things, even if nothing comes of it. A paper trail can be... Yeah, maybe under some circumstances. But how do you think the local cops feel about this house? The question gave her pause. The townies are one thing, but do you really think the cops will give us flack for living here? Maybe. All I'm saying is, let's not go overboard. Nothing happened. We don't have to be those people, you know? They might already have an issue with us because of the house's reputation. No sense in pissing them off because our back door happened to slide open. The fence surrounding the backyard was tall, made of unvarnished planks, and as she took it in from corner to corner, she saw no sign of anyone. Maybe we should go out there and check the gate, she reasoned. If someone came through the backyard, they didn't jump the fence. What is that, 6 feet? It's too high. They would have had to come through the gate. The gate's rusted shut, countered Michael. I haven't been able to get through it since day one. He sighed, motioning to the front entryway. I guess we can check. Together, the two of them stepped into their shoes and slipped out the front door. Walking past the driveway, they started round the edge of the property and centered the back gate in their sights. Like the rest of the fence, the gate was fronted by thick, imposing panels of wood, which had been stained with rust by the degrading metal fixtures which kept them in place. The nails and hinges and lock had wept long trails of red across the wood. Likelier than not, the whole thing would need replaced. But it wasn't open. They didn't even have to come within 10 paces of it to realize that the gate was still fused shut, and that the tall weeds growing across its weathered seams were undisturbed. "See," said Michael, giving the thing a hard tug to no avail. "I couldn't get in this way if I wanted to, not without an axe. I don't think there was anyone in our backyard. It was an animal. Or maybe the wind hit it just right and—" "All right, whatever," she admitted. "Maybe someone didn't come in through the backyard. Maybe it was whatever you said." "I was just as freaked out as you," he replied, leading the way back to the front door. "I thought someone was breaking in. But, honestly, you know what the odds of that are in a nice neighborhood like this? Crime rates in Plum Hollow are low. Like, low, Ellery. There probably hasn't been a proper crime around here for, I don't know how long." As Michael reached for some comforting statistic or another, she locked the front door behind them and put in bluntly, "About 2 years, give or take." "Huh?" Ellery kicked off her shoes and wandered toward the kitchen. "You said it yourself earlier. The previous owners. The murders, right?" "Ah," he sported a nervous smile. "Yeah, I suppose so. Guess I overlooked that." "The odds aren't that bad, then. Of a break-in, I mean." He sought again to comfort her. "Yeah, anything's possible, sis. But it's like lightning striking twice. The last owners got screwed. They were unlucky. It sucks, all right? But the odds of something like that happening again, in this house?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Never gonna happen." She smirked. Sure. Things like that only happen once in a blue moon, right?" "That's kinda dark." Shotgunning the last of his beer, he dropped the empties into the trash and loosed a great yawn. "I'm hitting the hay, sis. Early interview tomorrow." "Good night. Let me know how it goes." Both of them lingered in the kitchen a moment, checking the back door. When they'd made their peace with the lock, they wandered to their respective rooms. Sitting on the edge of her bed in the orange glow, however, Ellery knew that sleep would be slow in arriving. She stared down the length of the hall, waiting, listening, not quite sure that all was safe. The longer the silences, the deeper the stillness of the night, the surer she was that something, a scheming, undiscovered intruder, was prowling just out of sight. Chapter 12. How it was that sleep finally overcame her, Ellery couldn't say, but it didn't stick around for long. A loud noise tugged her awake by the earlobe. Coming out of the deeps in a groggy daze, she sat upright and pawed the tangled hair from her eyes, heart ricocheting around in her breast like a ball bearing. What was that? Senses numbed by sleep had failed to identify the sound. It lived on in her skull as a dull echo, nothing more. Something or other had boomed, crashed or thumped, and from where she sat, her room in perfect order, she couldn't begin to guess what. Ellery slowly trawled the shadows. The hall, the kitchen, maybe held the answer. Stewing in the resulting silence and sensing no immediate danger, she let her brain inch toward possible scenarios, all of them rooted in the commonplace. Something must have fallen off a high shelf. Maybe a tree branch struck the roof. Michael was out in the kitchen and slammed one of the cupboards. Another possibility occurred to her, this one accompanied by a tightening in her guts. The back door. What if someone's broken in? The ripe shadow that lived beyond the protective glow of her nightlight was a haunted void. Ellery stared timidly into this outer darkness, awaiting some sign. Many were the breaths that passed through her grit teeth while she waited. The night yielded nothing, however. She could no longer put off investigation and so rose up on kitten's feet, making swift and quiet progress into the hall. Leaving the nightlight behind, she let her gaze acclimate before training it on the dining room and kitchen beyond. All was well, it seemed. She encountered no visible disorder. With a little squinting, she could make out the clean pot she'd left sitting out on the counter, the handful of glass in the sink, the colander waiting for its turn in the dishwasher. The back door remained shut, the blinds undisturbed. Still, there was no relief. Ellery slipped deeper into the darkness, parking herself at the opposite end of the kitchen so that she might scrutinize what lay further on. The doorway of her bedroom, a burning orange rectangle, seemed reduced almost to the size of a postage stamp when she glanced round to gauge her progress. She felt adrift at sea, the distant nightlight her only hope and beacon. There was the foyer, soaked in gloom, but empty aside from the shoes they'd left scattered by the welcome mat. A few wobbly paces brought her into the living room. There, only the television was dimly traceable, its semi-reflective screen dusted with frail light. No, that was not all. She saw now that there was more. The darkness held a loiterer. Glimpsing a sitter on the sofa with a sharp gasp, Ellery reared back and bumped into the doorway like a cornered mouse. Then, almost as quickly, she reined in her terror, reasoning that she had been surprised by none other than her brother. "Oh," she thought, "it's just Michael. I guess he hasn't gone to bed after all." She stopped short of addressing him, of asking him what he was up to, sitting up in the dark. Initially, she'd assumed him to be asleep and didn't wish to disturb him, though it became clear that this was not the case as he slowly looked upward and began panning about the ceiling. That was when the fear, only recently tamped down, began once more to rise in her. This slow turning of the head, this silent surveillance of the living room ceiling, threatened another of her assumptions. Studying the sitter's profile, she was no longer certain that it was, in fact, her brother. The face appeared as little more than a pale thumbprint against the black tapestry, a whitish smear upon which shadows wreaked all manner of doubtful havoc. As the sitter turned his head this way and that, his blur of a face seemed elongated, fringed in tufts of coarse, wiry hair, his features shifting wildly depending on the angle from which they were viewed. A low, sinister laugh came leaking out of the dark. The figure on the sofa brushed the ceiling with his gaze, seeming to track the progress of something in the darkness above. Back and forth went the staring eyes, like two cue balls, half escaped from their sockets. A dark slit, a grouper's mouth, sagged open as the figure laughed. It was not her brother's laugh. In fact, it didn't strike her as a masculine voice at all. Though worn and low and rasping, it had struck her as a woman's. Ellery went rigid. She joined the stranger, for now she was well and truly convinced that it was a stranger on the sofa, in canvassing the ceiling. No matter her probing, however, Ellery could make out nothing in the shadows, certainly nothing warranting such close and enthusiastic attention. Still, the sitter watched. Scrutinies thrust from one corner to the next, a dry, rumbling laugh set loose through a gaping mouth. She drew back, hand outstretched behind her in search of the light switch on the living room wall. She knew it to be just inside the doorway, but her shaky groping failed to uncover it. She turned for an instant, hopeful that her eyes might somehow serve her, even in the blackness. Still, Ellery could not find the stubborn switch. It was far too dark to see anything from where she stood. But her sense of touch was very much intact, and the thing her fingers found sent her reeling backward into the kitchen and onto the linoleum with a thud and a cry. Her right hand, in its passage through the darkness, had stumbled upon a human face. Her clumsy fingers had tensed against creased cheeks and the ridge of a wrinkled brow. Her palm had met a nose, her wrist a pair of grinning lips and bared teeth. Someone had been silently standing in the corner, behind her, all the time she'd watched the figure on the sofa, grinning at her back. She threw herself against the kitchen cabinets with a sob and raked the wall near the sink with such viciousness that she wound up with paint under her fingernails. This time she found a light switch, and the overhead light came on with a blinding flash. Ellery at once staggered around the kitchen island, using it as a buffer between herself and the inky living room doorway. I'm calling the cops," she stammered, though as she panicked by the dishwasher she realized her phone was nowhere in sight. She'd left it in her room. Retrieving it would mean turning her back on the intruders. Yes, intruders. Plural. There were apparently 2 individuals in her living room. One on the sofa, studying the ceiling and chuckling to herself, and another just around the bend, simply lurking. How had they gotten in? The doors were both shut and locked. She verified as much from where she stood, glancing at the front and back entrances in turn. She hadn't gotten a good look at the one on the sofa, but felt confident it wasn't Michael. The one whose face she'd inadvertently touched hadn't been her brother either. The skin had felt too soft, too worn. It had been cool, aged skin, saggy and putty-like. Ellery abandoned her plan to call the police and instead went shouting for her brother. "Michael!" she screamed. "Michael! Michael, get up! Someone's in the house!" She clutched the edge of the countertop for dear life. "The living room! Someone's in the living room, Michael!" She could have awakened a dead man with all her screaming, and within moments a confused shambling arose from beyond the living room and loft. A clumsy pawing at the bedroom door, a shuffling tread. Michael made his debut with a string of curses. What's going on, Elle?" he shouted back. Pounding at the wall, he found the switch corresponding to the lamp by the loft stairs and switched it on. "What happened, Elle?" Ellery yanked a pair of old kitchen shears out of a drawer and then edged her way toward the living room. "There's someone in the living room," she blurted through tears. Two people." Michael could be heard to pace a little ways into the room. Where?" he asked. "On the sofa," she answered, "and right there, by the doorway, leading to the kitchen." Her brother groaned a little and continued shuffling. What?" His eyes were finally open and cooperating, and as he stamped about, something entered his voice. It wasn't the shock or horror that Ellery had been expecting, though. It was annoyance. "Sis, what the hell are you talking about?" She bristled a little at his tone and slipped into the living room with the shears held out before her. The scissors were brandished in a wide arc as she turned on her heels and inspected the nearest wall, the sofa, the ceiling. When she stopped, she came to the sudden realization that she and Michael were alone in the room. "Sis," he barked, "what's going on?" Lowering the shears, she wiped at her eyes with the back of her arm and went creeping along the perimeter of the room, peeking around the furniture as if on the trail of some terrible pest that had just darted on a view. There were 2 people in here, Michael," she stammered. "Just now, not 30 seconds ago, there were—" "Did you hit your head or something?" "I'm not lying!" she screamed. "One of them was on the sofa. I heard them laughing, and the other one was behind me." She thrust her open hand toward him. "I touched someone's face. They were right there." Ellery jabbed at the corner in question with the shears. "I'm not lying. I mean it. They were just here." Michael took another glance around, hands on his hips. He was wearing a gray cutoff and boxers, and his hair was sticking up in massive cowlicks. "All right," he said. "Well, they aren't here now." Ellery pointed past him. "Maybe they snuck into your room, or the bathroom." He shook his head. "No, my door was shut and I barreled out of bed as soon as I heard you freaking out. I would have run into them if they tried getting into my room." He turned and briskly started for the half-bath, throwing the door open and mapping its meager borders in the space of a moment. "Nothing." "Well, they didn't come into the kitchen," replied Ellery. She looked at the narrow stair leading up to the loft. By this time she'd put on the living room lights, too, and the pair were able to see all the way to the top of the stairs from the bottom. "They must have gone up there. It's literally the only place they could have gone," she whispered, fist tightening around the scissor handles. "Will you calm down for a damn second?" he spat. Running a hand through his hair, he stepped past her and started onto the stairs. She scurried behind him, ready to attack at the first sign of movement. But there wasn't any. The realtor had pitched it to them as a den, a game room, an office. Momentarily forgetting that her clients were siblings, she'd even suggested it would make a fine nursery. She and Michael had left the loft virtually untouched since moving in, though, unable to think of a good use for the space. So they found it upon reaching the top of the stairs and putting on the lights. Not a stick of furniture, and no trace whatsoever of any intruders, grinning or otherwise. "Give me a damn break," uttered Michael, slapping the lights off with a sigh. He turned and descended the stairs like a moody teenager full of backchat. "I've got an interview tomorrow. Of all the stupid things, I can't believe you'd make a scene for—" All the while she trailed him, pulling at his arm so that he might stop and hear her out. "Listen, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not making this up, Michael. There really were people in here. Why would I make something like that up?" she pleaded earnestly. "Why would I?" He tossed his shoulders, shaking her off in the process, and stormed back to his room. "I don't know what you think you saw, okay? But take a good look now, Elle. There's no one here." His voice filled the entire house. "What I do know is that I've got an interview lined up for tomorrow, and I'm not trying to show up looking like death warmed over. Come on, Elle, do you really think I need this right now? I'm working my ass off trying to find a decent job. What, you think I'm trying to live here with you for the rest of my life?" That last comment stung her terribly, and Ellery recoiled as if she'd been slapped. Michael surfaced from his anger and tried to walk it back immediately. "Sis, I'm sorry, okay? Shit, I didn't mean it. Not like you're thinking." He shook his head. "It's just that I've been working hard, all right? I'm tired and—" She nodded, wiping at the corners of her eyes with the back of her wrist. "Yeah, I know. Sorry I woke you up. It's just—" "It must have been one hell of a bad dream," he continued. "Don't worry about it. Just try to get some sleep, yeah?" Ellery nodded again, tucking the shears into her pocket. Yeah, of course." She backed away from him, all the way into the kitchen. "Sorry, again, for waking you," she squeaked. Rubbing his tired face, Michael slipped into his room and eased the door shut. Even the sound of her brother's door closing softly made her shoulders tense, her spine tingle. Pacing around the lit kitchen, she set the shears back in the drawer and had a long look around. Nothing was out of place. Nothing was wrong. Everything was precisely as they'd left it hours ago, before turning in. What, then, had happened to her in the dark? Had she really hallucinated everything? She didn't quite believe that. Had there really been 2 intruders in the house? As she walked another lap around the kitchen island, the night calm and its contents laid bare by the lights, she didn't quite believe that either. She waited in the kitchen a long time, till she could hear Michael's even breathing through the closed door of his room, and when nothing more happened, she returned to bed. Till almost dawn she was plagued with doubts and questions, replaying the whole eerie scene in her head. At times, she thought she was indeed going insane, but there were other moments, deep in the night, when she fancied she could hear that low cackling from somewhere in the dark. Ellery returned to sleep just before the sky outside her window began to brighten, having forgotten the very reason for her awakening in the wee small hours. After the incident in the living room, she forgot all about the loud banging noise that had roused her. She was so absorbed in her thoughts, too, that she failed to notice that the doors of the stubborn armoire beside her bed were shut. Chapter 13. Ellery slept in. It was well past noon before she finally crawled out of bed. With a pounding headache, she chased her painkiller gels with a strong coffee and ate plain bread straight out of the sleeve while standing against the kitchen counter. This marvelous start to her day was quickly paired with a lukewarm shower, after which she didn't bother blow-drying her hair and opted for the baggiest, comfiest clothes she had clean. Michael was long gone. He'd slipped out early, before she'd even been conscious. She hoped that his interview was going well and kept her phone within reach in case he texted with an update. She opened all of the windows to let in some light and fresh air, and was delighted to find that an early drizzle had brought with it a hint of autumnal coolness. The slight chill in the air wouldn't last, but she was determined to enjoy it. Ellery stepped into her flip-flops and went shuffling out into the backyard with a final piece of bread and a topped-up mug in tow. The lawn really was in need of a decent trim. The damp grass was getting mighty tall, and as she ferried her breakfast around, she had to pass through swirling clouds of gnats and over piles of mushrooms that had seemingly sprung up overnight. Savoring the breeze, she took in the backlit skies, which still held a touch of gray, and blew at her coffee. Right then, in the daylight, she felt so sane. Breathing in the fresh, cool air, her headache began to ebb and the tension in her shoulders was gradually released. The overgrown tangle of a lawn was as pleasing to her as a manicured botanical garden. The house, studied between gulps of fresh coffee, could not but look friendly, wearing a bit of rain in the sun's pale glow. She regarded the night's terrors in complete detachment, having put on the armor of the skeptic. She could no longer find anything in common with the hysterical woman who'd spent half the night hyperventilating in her bed. But the memory remained. With a little effort, she could summon the feel of that face touched in darkness to her fingertips. She would have been happy to write it off as delusion, but her body remembered. Before she could think too deeply on the matter, she was distracted by a buzzing in her pocket. Her phone. Ellery plucked it out and squinted at the screen, finding she had an incoming call from Michael. Swallowing the last of her bread, she took a slurp of coffee and raised the thing to her ear. "Heya," she answered. "So, how'd it go? They making you CEO or what?" Michael's reply wasn't immediate. The idling of his engine as he sat in traffic filled the line for some time until he finally cleared his throat and spoke up. "It was a mess. I don't think they'll be calling me back." "Oh." Ellery held the mug close to her lips. "I see. What happened?" He sighed and could be heard to thump the wheel as he hit another red light. It's more of the same. They asked a lot about my previous position, and I talked up my accomplishments, but apparently they have a different vision for the company's future and told me to my face I may not be the right fit." Ellery listened, for a while at least. At some point in Michael's rant, though, she became conscious of another sound in her environment. It competed with her brother's voice, and ultimately won out. "Uh-huh," she replied, absently glancing around the yard. "I'm probably better off scrubbing toilets, sis. They all think AI is going to replace us, and I get it, but—" She barely heard him as she cast a look over the fence and took in the neighboring properties. It was a strange noise. Strange, because it was completely unexpected and difficult to pin down. It sounded like a baby screaming. Real jerks, seriously. I wish I'd canceled the interview and slept in. I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board, I guess. And, yes, it was the sound of a baby howling at the top of its lungs. She paced a lap around the yard, not even pretending to listen to her brother anymore, and tried to find out where the crying was coming from. "But anyway, how are things with you? Did you manage to get some—" Ellery hadn't formally introduced herself to the neighbors since moving in. Her brief run-ins had all been unpleasant. Stare-downs, shaking heads. She'd run the full gamut of polite disapproval. What little she'd seen of them had led her to believe that they were pretty retiring folk, though, almost uniformly on the older side. Too old, probably, to have a baby. "Elle, are you there?" No matter what section of the fence she listened at, she couldn't figure out where the caterwauling was coming from. In fact, though the child in question continued to scream, the sound seemed a little more distant now that she'd walked across the lawn. It had sounded closest, clearest, when she'd been standing within a few paces of her own back door. "Sis, you there? Where'd you go?" Utterly confused, Ellery turned around and studied the back of the house. Then she drew a few steps closer to it. With each of these steps, the screaming, piercing, urgent, tortured, struck her ears with greater force. "That's so weird," she thought. "It sounds like it's coming from our house, but that can't be right, obviously." "Elle? Give me a damn break." She scanned the open dining room window, glanced at the back door, and as she continued toward the house, was disturbed to find the sound growing louder still. "Think of anyone other than yourself. I'm going through it over here and you can't even listen? Sorry, I guess you must have a lot going on, what with sleeping in every day and scrolling through reels on your phone. It must be hard work." Ellery was holding the phone at her side now, Michael's voice reduced to nothing but a muffled whisper. The infant's screams, though, were very easy to hear. They were coming from close by. Is a kid screaming on the sidewalk in front of the house? Where in the world could this be? Her gaze drifted up to the loft's rear window, the one that looked out over the backyard, and there it stayed as she lost all feeling in her legs. The dim rectangle of window, hooded by a decorative awning, should have given, if anything, a vantage point into the empty loft. Instead, it was filled by a presence. Beyond the dusty window screen, there stood a raw-boned figure, half-cloaked in gloom. Only certain generalities were clear. Knots of dark, wiry hair slithered past the shoulders. The figure was clothed shabbily. It leaned to one side as if resting its brow against the inside of the window pane. Ellery gaped in horror at the figure staring down at her from above. A pair of wide, chalk-white eyes bulged out of the night-colored face. Grinning teeth, sharp, canine-like, were bared in a wide, deep mouth. Pinched in the crook of the thing's skeletal arm was a pale bundle of seizing limbs, a writhing, wailing infant. And then, in the blink of an eye, the figure left the window, was reabsorbed into the dim. The screaming stopped that same instant, and the afternoon was burdened with a crushing silence. Without realizing it, Ellery had dropped her mug on the lawn and spilled tepid coffee down the leg of her gray sweats. Not conscious of her brother's angry rambling, she clutched her phone with both hands and cut him off with a shout. "Michael!" she blurted. "Michael, there's someone in the house!" Her throat ached as she wobbled in the grass. The loft window remained empty, but the grinning figure's outline may as well have been tattooed to the screen, so strong was her impression of it. "Huh? What are you talking about?" he barked back angrily. "What is this, Elle? Are you losing it? First you dragged me out of bed for nothing." "I mean it!" she cried. "In the loft! I saw them in the loft! I'm outside in the backyard. They were just staring at me from the window." The sound of Michael's engine revving sounded over the line. "All right," he replied. "Look, I'm almost there, just a few minutes away. Stay outside for now. Wait for me, got it?" "Got it," she answered, walking backward till she was up against the fence. There she waited for several long minutes, until she heard the sound of Michael's car in the driveway. Chapter 14. "Oh, I know. Maybe the home invader is hiding under here, Ellery." Michael dropped down onto one knee and picked up the dusty welcome mat in the foyer. "Huh, I guess not. But he's definitely around here somewhere," he added condescendingly, dropping the thing back onto the tiled floor with a scowl. "You're being a dick, you know that?" she snarled. "I know what I saw. It was a woman. She was standing in the window. She had a baby." "Yeah? Well, we're getting a paternity test ASAP because I'm not the father." "Are you calling me crazy, Michael?" Her brother shot her a hard look as he loosened his tie. "These days? I wonder." "Go to hell." "What do you want me to say? The last few days, sis, you've been acting—" He sighed and threw out his hands. "For the last hour, you and I have gone inch by inch through this whole damn house, okay? We haven't found anything. Not one thing that points to an intruder." "That doesn't mean I'm lying. That doesn't mean I'm delusional." "I rushed home when I heard you freaking out over the phone, right? And last night when you screamed about someone in the living room, I rolled my ass out of bed and had a look around. I'm on your side, Ellery. It's just—" He rubbed at his face until the tip of his nose was as red as a beet. "I really don't know what to tell you. You're seeing things, and I'm not. I'm taking you seriously, and yet—" He thrust out a shaky hand. "There's nothing here." "But there was someone inside—" "Maybe there was," he interjected. "But there isn't now." She couldn't argue with him. Ellery was still shaken up, but an hour's search had turned up absolutely nothing. To Michael's credit, he had taken her claims seriously. At first, anyhow. He'd stolen into the house like an action movie hero, his phone at the ready in case he needed to call the cops. They hadn't found a damn thing, though. As she stood in the foyer, leaning against the wall, she felt utterly defeated, dead on her feet. "I'm not lying to you," was all she could say as she tugged at the ends of her hair. "And I'm not calling you a liar," he eventually responded, trudging into the kitchen. "I'm just worried about you, Elle." He laughed to himself and set his cell down on the countertop. "Over the phone, you know. I really thought." "I'm sorry." He waved her off. "I guess I should be thankful you were mistaken, that you were just seeing things." Ellery wasn't so sure that was the case. She had no history of hallucinations and lacked a good reason to doubt her senses. "I know what I saw," she thought. "I know what I heard. But he's right. There's no one else here. If I imagined it all, why did it seem so real? And if it was real, then why can't we find any evidence?" It seemed impossible that something could be both true and false, real and imagined, at the same time. And yet that indefensible place was exactly where Ellery was left standing. "I don't know what's happening to me," she finally said, taking a seat upon the kitchen counter and cracking the seal on a seltzer water. After a long pull from the can, she added, "I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to worry you." He stole the can away and drained it, shaking his head. "Don't worry about it," he replied, through the sting of carbonation. "Sorry about your interview, too," she said. "That sucks." He shrugged. "Their loss. I'm going to take a few days off, hunt for some other openings." Michael tossed away the empty can and went looking through the fridge. "What are your plans tonight? Anything fun in mind?" "Me? Fun?" Ellery smirked. "You know I'm not much for fun lately." "I was thinking maybe we could pick up some drinks and something good for dinner. You know there's a Doughy Bill's here in Plum Hollow?" "Huh?" She dropped off the counter and eyed him incredulously. "The pizza place?" "Yeah, pizza and cinnamon rolls. Remember? Mom used to order from them all the time when we were little. I thought they were all closed down, but on my way home I drove past one. Want to order from them, for old time's sake?" "Do they deliver?" "Yep." He hiked a thumb at the front door. "Tell you what, we could head out to the store, buy some drinks, then on the way back I'll place an order for delivery." "Movie night?" "Sure. We can even make it a double feature." She didn't need any further coaxing to get out of the house. "All right," she said. "I'm driving." At the store, while walking up and down the aisles and listening to decades-old soft rock, the siblings made their selections. Exotic craft beers found their way into the cart, alongside Ellery's box of Cab Sauv. Crunchy treats, both sweet and salty, were added to the pile with abandon. Though their tight budget didn't allow much wiggle room for extravagances, after the day Michael had had, and her own recent stresses, Ellery didn't altogether mind the blowout. The time finally came to check out. At the register, the same young cashier as last time awaited them. Different band t-shirt and different earrings, but the same choppy dye job and same crappy attitude. The girl eyed them both witheringly, didn't offer the usual pleasantries associated with good customer service, just began shuttling their stuff along the conveyor. The total was impressive. When the cashier announced it in a quiet monotone, Michael whistled. That might be a new record. Ellery pulled out her checkbook and helped herself to a nearby pen, jotting down the necessary details. "You're using a check?" he scoffed. "Why?" She chuckled, filling in the blanks and handing it to the cashier. "May as well. I don't want to throw them out. That'd be a waste. Here, I can use them up." The cashier accepted the check, staring at it. In fact, she studied it at such length, and with such a mighty grimace on her young face, that Michael and Ellery couldn't help noticing. "What is it this time?" Ellery asked the cashier. During their last meeting, the girl had made much of her living at 1515 Baxter Court. Obviously, her address hadn't changed since her last shopping trip. The girl handed the check back, shaking her head. "That's not funny." "What's not funny?" Ellery picked it up and glanced it over. "What's the matter?" The cashier kept on shaking her head, as if grievously offended. "You should be ashamed of yourself. That's not funny." "What are you talking about?" Ellery slapped the check down on the platform. "What's wrong with it? Did I get the numbers wrong? Is it just because I live—" Growing more and more furious, Ellery scanned the check for errors. She was ready to make a real scene, to summon the manager and raise hell about the cashier's attitude. But then she noticed it. The total, the name of the shop, the date. All of the details she'd written in were correct. Only Ellery's signature was wrong. Somehow she'd scratched in a different name, a completely unfamiliar one where her own should have appeared. The name written on the check in hard, scratchy letters was Anissa Crow. Ellery immediately went on the defensive. What? What is that? I didn't write that. I didn't mean to. I don't even know that name. She looked pleadingly at the aproned teen. Sorry, I don't know what happened, but... What's wrong? Asked Michael. I'm serious, continued Ellery. I don't know how that name wound up there. Uh-huh. Sure. The cashier wasn't having it. Ellery crumpled the check into her pocket and then hastily handed over her credit card. Still frowning, the cashier processed the payment quickly and delivered the receipt without another word. With that, Ellery leaned into the cart and took off like a shoplifter. Hold up, said Michael, hurrying after her. What happened? It wasn't until they'd made it halfway across the parking lot that she bothered answering him. I signed the wrong name on the check, she uttered, cheeks still flushed. Oh, was that all? I bet people make those kinds of mistakes all the time. What, did you write your married name on it? He loaded their things into the trunk and sent the cart rolling toward a corral. No. She eased herself into the driver's seat and attempted the seat belt. It took her almost a minute of shaky fiddling before she heard the click. Well, what? She acted like you wrote something disgusting on there. I don't know, she said, her quaking hands reaching for the wheel. You don't know? Ellery sighed. I wrote someone else's name on the check, but it's not a name I recognize. Michael still didn't understand. Wait, but... Digging through her pocket, she handed him the balled-up check. He unfurled it, smoothed it between his palms, and studied it. Who's Anissa Crow? I told you, I don't know, she spat. Noting his sister's upset, he didn't press the matter further. He balled it back up and threw it on the car floor. Okay, he said, cracking the window for a little fresh air. Are you feeling all right? She didn't want to lie, so she didn't answer him. Instead, she pulled out of the parking space and started for home. Chapter 15. Only minutes ago, Ellery's stomach had been growling. Now, staring into the grease-stained pizza box, she no longer felt hungry. She felt nauseous. Michael was staring, too. His expression had run the gamut. Annoyance, amusement, and finally indifference had all made their home on his face. So they got a sense of humor over there. It's someone's idea of a joke. I'm still going to eat it. The large pepperoni pizza they'd ordered had arrived hot and fast, but upon tipping the grinning driver and setting the box on the kitchen island, they'd stopped short of digging in. A pentagram had been cut into the fresh pie. I'm going to drive over there and choke out the owner, growled Ellery, taking a sip from her wine glass. This is bullshit. Come on, sis, replied Michael, picking up one of the oddly cut pieces. It's still edible. Some college student making minimum wage probably saw the address and thought he'd have some fun with us, that's all. And that doesn't bother you? She countered. Everyone treats us like crap for living in this house. I've had enough of it. He nibbled the crust sheepishly. Every time I tell someone that we live at this address, they give me the evil eye. I haven't even met the neighbors yet. I barely see them. They're avoiding us, too. Probably hate our guts for moving into this crummy house. Okay, but the pizza's not bad. I think they changed the sauce recipe a bit. What you're tasting is probably the delivery guy's spit. Michael set his slice back down with a frown. Well, the cinnamon rolls look fine. They didn't mess with those. It wasn't supposed to be like this. We were supposed to be happier here. Yeah, I know. Whatever. Give me a slice of that. The two stood hunched over the kitchen island, devouring the awkward nubbins of pizza till sauce dripped from their chins and fingers. Even with half a large pizza and several pillowy cinnamon rolls in her gut, the wine still took her places. Ellery clutched at her glass with greasy hands, cross-legged in the recliner, while Michael went channel surfing. They both knew that he wouldn't find anything worth watching, but he insisted on touring the channels in sequence with a blank look on his face. 10, 15 minutes into this process, Ellery spoke up. Michael? Yeah? Do you believe in ghosts? There was no change in his expression as he answered. He kept staring dully at the screen, saying, Don't know. All of the things that have been happening in this house. The things you've been seeing, he hastened to clarify. Has it ever occurred to you that there's something wrong with this house? That there could be, I don't know, restless spirits here? No. Oh, come on. Considering what happened here, you don't think there's even a small chance that a ghost or two is kicking around? If you think about it, a haunting would explain everything. The noises, the back door opening on its own, the figures I've seen. I think pinning all of that on a haunting is a convenient way of making yourself feel better about the things you've been seeing, he replied. Whatever's going on here, it isn't Casper's fault, though. No? Well, then what's really happening here, Sherlock? She asked combatively. And if you're just going to accuse me of going insane, then I don't even want to hear it. Stress. He tossed his shoulders nonchalantly, as if that single word had elegantly solved the whole problem. Whoa. Stress. That's it, huh? It's really that simple, is it? Why does it need to be more complicated than that? He countered, sipping his beer. Our mother died and you got divorced. Financial troubles, then a move to Plum Hollow came next. They say that the greatest stressors in life involve deaths in the family, relationships, and house buying. You've done all three of those back to back to back, and it doesn't help that everyone's mistreating you for living in this house. People in a small town like this are bound to have weird hang-ups about houses where nasty stuff happened. They don't like the bad press. They don't like knowing that their fancy suburb, with their overinflated property values, is home to something tragic or ugly. Whatever happened here, they took it personally. They probably think our living here is in really poor taste or something. So, what, should the house have been torn down? Some might have liked to see that. Ellery sighed into her glass. When he put it all out like that, in a reasonable way, she couldn't help feeling silly. Is it really possible, though, she continued, to be so stressed that you see things? I mean, hallucinations? Really? I'm not a doctor, so I don't know for sure. Seems possible, though. There's just one thing that bothers me, she said at last, nursing her wine. That thing at the grocery store. The check fiasco? She nodded. Who is Anissa Crow? Michael shook his head and set aside the remote, having settled on an old black-and-white movie. That is a very fine question, and if you manage to find the answer to it, I'd like to know, too. You really threw me for a loop with that one. Fidgeting in the recliner, Ellery couldn't let go of the name. Anissa Crow. It tugged at her mind, danced across her tongue, and snuck right up to her lips. She tried fixing her attention on the TV, but couldn't oust it. She went scrolling on her phone and busied herself with drink, but still couldn't shoo it away. Perhaps she had heard it or its like somewhere before, though she couldn't begin to guess where. So buried was Ellery in her wondering after that name that she almost didn't hear the rustling upstairs. Almost. A faint but persistent scraping competed with the noise of the television for her ears. On screen, Bela Lugosi crept against a shadowed backdrop, his sinister advance marked by a glissando on the organ, but the noise that ultimately won her focus came from up above, in the loft. Ellery set her glass down and looked up to the stairs, eyes narrowing in the gloom. What was that? She asked her brother. To her surprise, Michael shrugged. What was what? You didn't hear it? He shook his head. Wagering that her ears had misled her, she took a sip of wine. Within seconds, however, it sounded again. It was a deep, scratching sound, the sound of something solid being dragged against the floor, a fibrous friction. Ellery cleared her throat and looked uncomfortably round the room. What in the world is that? She muttered, combing the hair from her face. What? Asked Michael, still focused on the television. He was so fully absorbed in the film that he could hardly acknowledge the world around him. You hearing something? She nodded, then rose up from her seat. The dark room spun around her. Apparently, she'd had more to drink than she'd realized. Licking her wine-sweet lips, Ellery paced around the recliner, wiped her clammy palms against her sweats, and ventured silently to the foot of the stairs. Stupid loft, she said to herself, resting a hand upon the wooden railing. From there she stood and listened, leaning forward intently. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Yes, she was certain of it now. The sound was coming from upstairs. She worked it over in her ears for a time, trying to make sense of it. It sounded to her almost like a shuffling tread, like someone walking a slow circuit around the loft. We're alone in the house. There's no one upstairs, she reminded herself through a hiccup. All the other scares, all the apparitions of days prior wilted under her drunken scrutiny, and her stubborn mind reached for commoner explanations. Some animal is walking along the roof, maybe. Michael couldn't have cared less. Breaking the seal on a fresh beer, he leaned back and watched the film on offer in a state of semi-hypnosis. Only Ellery noticed the sound, and, minutes on, only Ellery's curiosity proved sufficient to fund a slow and steady progress into the loft. She ascended, both hands joined awkwardly to the rail. The persistent scraping ceased the moment Ellery reached the top of the stairs. Taking in the broad, empty room from the banister's edge, she was rattled by the sudden silence. The noise had either been the musing of a pest, quiet now for fear of being discovered, or else a lure cast out by something yet unseen. She studied the windows and leaned on the moonlight that poured in from them to untangle the knots of gloom that crowded every corner. It was by this same light that she was able to make out the first aberration in the loft, something which she might have overlooked had the moon's rays not singled them out on the floor. Here and there, separated by a few feet in every instance, were blackish smears in the carpet. Scanning the brightest portion of the room, Ellery made out 6 such smudges, and suspected that the more shadowed expanses harbored still more. Climbing fully into the loft and kneeling down at room's center, she inspected one of the marks with her fingers. A dark and clinging filth marred her fingertips as she drew them away. What the hell is this? She wondered. And then, briefly startled, she remembered that she had encountered a similar mess in the downstairs hall, outside her room. Just a few nights before, Ellery had awakened to an odd scraping sound. The sound, she'd supposed, of one shambling toward her bedroom. The next morning she'd discovered oily splotches on the hall carpeting. These stains in the loft and the earlier ones found in the hallway were perfectly alike. It was not a stretch to assume that they'd been made in the same way. But where had they come from? Repulsed by the oily stuff clinging to her fingers, she looked up and around the room for answers. The answer was staring at her from the corner of the loft, just over her left shoulder. Shadow grew deepest there. The slant and positioning of the windows forbade the moonlight from penetrating this particular corner, and it was in this blind spot that a nighted figure slumped against the wall, like a propped mannequin. Ellery watched as the figure came lurching forth. It was an emaciated woman, topped in wild, dark hair. 2 blank, white eyes bulged through breaks in the inky tangles. Bony arms draped in veins and milky flesh twitched at her sides, and a crooked mouth, ringed in clotted gore, sagged open as the figure shambled into the light. The woman struggled across the room, her advance marked by a familiar sound. Scratch, scratch. She moved not on feet, but on a pair of cracked, blackened cones where feet had once been. The horror's lower extremities had been reduced to black, flaking stumps, and it was the pressure applied by these that left the carpet stained with the oily residue of decomposition. Ellery grew short of breath. Her chest tightened, threatening to wring out her heart, and she lost all feeling in her limbs. She might have called to her brother, shouted at the figure, screamed to make her disgust known, but as she sat trembling, she couldn't so much as open her mouth. The leaning figure juddered out of the gloom, her frail breast heaving with a trapped squeal, whether of anguish or delight it was impossible to guess. She extended a claw of a hand, thick-knuckled and encrusted with what appeared to be dried blood. Drawing very near, the figure reached out and tremblingly slipped a grotty thumb into Ellery's mouth. The jagged nail slipped past her pursed lips, past her chattering teeth, and met her useless tongue. It brought with it the metallic flavor of old blood, mingled with sweat and filth. Tears poured from the corners of Ellery's eyes, and her entire digestive system was activated in a painful retch, but she remained powerless on the floor as the hideous figure buried her jagged thumbnail into the meat of her tongue. Fresh blood sprang into Ellery's mouth, the gush heralded by a fiery pain. Dropping hard onto the carpet, the hag pulled out her thumb and then scurried toward Ellery like an animal. Seizing her prey by the shoulders, she then pressed her gaping mouth to Ellery's. What followed was not a kiss, but an attack. An icy, coiled tongue, like a serpent, forced its way past Ellery's teeth and immediately sniffed out the fresh wound. The hag's tongue was wrapped around Ellery's like a tourniquet, leading the wounded appendage to pulse and swell. So squeezed, every spasm of Ellery's heart served to cough more blood into her mouth through said wound, blood which was promptly guzzled by the hag, her wide eyes ever bulging. At the first sign of the hag's satiety, Ellery suddenly found her strength. She shoved the woman away and gasped in a series of ragged breaths. Her lips and tongue were numb, her chin slick with blood, as she flopped across the floor and fought her way onto her feet. Bolting across the room, she threw out her hands in search of the banister and went sprinting for the lower level. But in her desperate flight, Ellery proved too shaken to grasp the top of the banister, and her rollicking advance saw her miss it by several inches. This led to a stumble which sent her hard against the wall and subsequently down the stairs, head first. Ellery came crashing down the loft stairs, arriving with a terrific thud in the living room. A monstrous pain shot through her skull as she struck an awkward landing. Then there was oblivion. Chapter 16. Ellery patted the mound of bandages on her head, still in disbelief. "I'm sorry. It's going to take how long to heal?" Hours on, the dizzying fear was gone. So, too, was the pleasing high of boxed wine. All that was left was a terrible ache in her skull and a mounting annoyance at hospital bureaucracy. The doctor started toward the foot of the gurney. He was an orthopedic guy, called in by the ER attending when she'd shown up in triage. "Well, the fracture isn't a major one, thankfully," he said, inspecting his work. He thumped on the handrail playfully, like a used car salesman making his pitch. "You should be good to wash your hair in 2, maybe 3 days. No contact sports. Nothing risky for the next 6 to 8 weeks, though. Gotta protect that noggin, okay? And as for your tongue, I'd recommend a liquid diet, at least for the next day or so." "No food?" she snapped. Michael, seated in a folding chair beside her, leaned forward. "Come on, sis, he just doesn't want you to hurt yourself." The physician nodded. His salt and pepper hair was closely shaven, and his black scrubs were tight-fitting. He was a sporty type, with a gold chain visible beneath the V-neck of his top and a fair bit of muscle straining his short sleeves. His voice was clear, his tone authoritative, and he carried with him the faint scent of good cologne. He was the real-life version of one of those TV heartthrob doctors, and had Ellery been a little less pissed right then, she might have enjoyed the view. "It's a lot, I know, but we need to make sure you heal up nice and strong. If you overdo it with the food, the stitches on your tongue could open up," pressed the doctor. "At your age, it takes a bit longer to bounce back." Ellery arched a brow and sat up. Now what the hell's that supposed to mean? Michael and the doctor both smiled sheepishly. "He didn't mean it like that, sis," her brother put in. "We'll get you on something decent for the pain." The doctor turned to leave the little examination room. Hand on the doorknob, he looked to Ellery and Michael in turn. "If there's anything you need, go ahead and hit the call light. Now that we've got you stitched up and have ruled out trauma, we can start processing your discharge." With that, the siblings were left alone in the stuffy hovel. Ellery slumped back against the tough gurney, its metal rails whining. "This sucks. I can't believe this." She went to plop her head down on the pillow in a petulant display, but the fresh ache along her stitches dissuaded her. Michael had been by her side all the while. The moment she'd tumbled down the stairs, a delirious mess, he'd immediately gathered her up. From there, he'd carried her to the car and driven her straight to the ER, where he'd helped the staff lift her onto the gurney. He'd been there for the X-ray, had tried to soothe her during the painful inspection of her head wound, and had held her hand while the nurse had put a stitch across her tongue to seal up the still dribbling wound. Ellery flattened her tongue against the roof of her mouth. She could feel the little knot of suture embedded in the sore meat of her tongue, a thorn, a sliver she couldn't pick out. Glancing down at herself, she found the neckline of her sweatshirt stained with red. When Michael had initially gotten to her at the foot of the loft stairs, her chin, neck, and sweatshirt had been drenched in blood. The official story was that she'd taken a drunken spill down the stairs, that, driven by paranoia, she'd walked her tipsy ass up into the loft, only to tumble back down, biting her tongue and cracking her skull in the process. In a year already filled with tremendous disappointments and discomforts, she'd reached an embarrassing new low. But the official story was wrong, of course. With her mouth full of blood and her body reeked by pain, Ellery had fought tooth and nail to tell Michael about the woman in the loft. Panic had gripped him too tightly to listen, though. Fearing serious injuries, he'd hurried her out at once and hadn't listened to her panicked ramblings. She had been made to look like a clumsy drunk, a hysterical, attention-seeking divorcee. By now she was used to having her claims dismissed, her experiences ham-fistedly rationalized. Ellery Lisbon could bear being ignored, made fun of, despised. What she could not countenance was the thought of returning to that wretched house on Baxter Court, however. Writhing on the gurney, she studied the white ceiling above, her stomach in knots at the prospect of her homecoming. They were going back. Good old 1515 was the only option open to them. How she wished they could retreat elsewhere. If only we could stay with Mom instead. What had begun as mere bumps in the night had graduated into an ER visit, and she shuddered to think what else might happen in the days and weeks to come. It isn't going to stop. It's just going to get worse. And no one believes me. The reality chilled her to the marrow. The shiver that haunted her bones radiated outward till every inch of her was plated in gooseflesh. Michael, pulling his chair closer, put on a happy face. "I know things suck right now, Elle," he began. He attempted to comfort her, patting her arm like a nervous kid. "We're going to get through this, though. You and me. Together. I'll be there with you, sis. I'll put the job hunt on hold for a while, till you're feeling well. Hell, maybe I'll find some temp gig working from home. You can rely on me around the clock, okay? So please, don't worry about anything." Ellery closed her eyes and managed a feeble nod. A chorus of low digital tones reached her ears from the other rooms along the hall. Telemetry monitors, call lights, ringing phones, and hurried footsteps waxed and waned. Several seconds passed, marked by the thunk, thunk, thunk of the clock on the wall. The steady ache in her head was joined by a deep itch. Though it may have only been irritation caused by the cumbersome bandage, she couldn't help imagining that it was the sensation of her fractured skull knitting back together, cell by cell. The longer she focused on what was happening within her body, the more she dissociated from her surroundings. Quite apart from her pains, she dove deeply into every little sensation, the sound of her pulse in her ears, the subtle shifting of her guts. Over the course of this deep introspection, her consciousness touched upon something else too. It was something she couldn't immediately recognize, within her certainly, but not of her. She gave it all her focus, trained her every sense on it, but failed to identify the mysterious thing stirring deep inside her. It carried no image in her mind's eye, did not behave like any part or system she was familiar with. Her only conclusion was that it didn't belong. Suddenly, the clock ceased its ticking. Though the emergency ward was filled to the brim with needy patients and bustling staff, the entire unit was smothered in an instant by a strange and unnatural quiet. A quiet very much like the quiet of 1515 Baxter Court. Ellery slipped into darkness. Overhead, the bright fluorescent lights briefly dimmed. When she opened her eyes, Michael was sitting attentively beside her, making quiet chit-chat with one of the nurses. "Oh, well, they're all ready for you to sign the discharge paperwork. Do you feel well enough, or do you want me to sign?" Ellery offered a bright smile and sat upright. "I can go home?" she asked, waving the nurse over and accepting the pen and clipboard. Glancing down at the pages in sequence, she dashed out a quick signature and then handed them to her brother, easing her head back onto the pillow. "I can't wait to go home. Say, are we going to make it back in time for the blue moon?" The nurse chuckled. "Absolutely. That blue moon is coming the day after tomorrow, and I'm scheduled to work. To be honest, I'm thinking about taking a sick day, The hospital is a madhouse on full moons, and I expect this one's going to be even worse. Michael was in the process of delivering the paperwork to the nurse when he happened to peer down at the top page. Visibly startled, he shot Ellery a stern glance, but found, to his immediate discomfort, that only a beaming smile and knowing stare awaited him. "I'm so glad to hear it," said Ellery, sitting upright and clutching at the metal railings. Slowly, she eased her legs over the side of the gurney and held out a hand, seeking Michael's support. All the while, her stare, her grin, persisted. "You hear that, Michael? We'll be home for the blue moon. Just you and I, together," she laughed. "I can't wait." Michael walked around the gurney and stood beside her, unnerved at her sudden change in demeanor. "You sure you feel all right? I could request a wheelchair to get you to the car if—" "Me?" Ellery seized him with an iron grip. Her thin fingers ate into the flesh of his forearm with such force that he winced. "I feel fine. Fine." When she'd successfully shimmied away from the gurney, he focused on hurrying her into the hall, hoping as he did so that the nurse wouldn't notice that his sister had signed the discharge paperwork, Anissa Crow. Chapter 17. The sun was battling its way into the eastern sky by the time the siblings made it home. The car ride was a short one. Baxter Court was only 10 minutes from the local hospital, and the pre-dawn traffic proved very slight. Strange, then, how the trip back home had felt like an eternity. The atmosphere in Michael's sedan was icy from the start. Ellery, awkwardly stuffed into the passenger seat with her bandaged head tucked up against the window, Michael's eyes heavy after an unplanned all-nighter. Both had had their fill of excitement and drama, and craved nothing more than restful sleep. Tired though he was, Michael had doubts that either of them would be getting any, however. Something had happened over the course of his sister's brief hospitalization. She'd been brought into the ER a proper mess, and the hours of care and assessments had been no cakewalk. Suddenly, though, on the verge of discharge, she'd been gripped by an unaccountable and, frankly, uncharacteristic calm. Ellery had every right to be annoyed at the situation, to gripe, to moan. Under ordinary circumstances, she would certainly have done so, too. His sister had never been shy about complaining. This was why Michael was so unsettled as they wove through the misty streets, racing the sun home in a protracted silence. He'd tried, a few times, to get her talking. "Hell of a night, huh?" he'd said with a tired chuckle. Ellery's silence remained in force. So too did the smile upon her lips. "Once we get home, I'll get you tucked in. Or if you'd prefer, I'll bring your bedding out into the living room. You can have the sofa or the recliner, whichever you like," he put in helpfully at a stop sign. Again she did not reply. Her gaze was fixed on the windshield, her tight smile uninterrupted. He knew that she'd heard him. Pulling into the driveway, he killed the engine and took a moment's respite, leaning against the steering wheel with a sigh. Home again, jiggity-jig. To his surprise, Ellery immediately opened the door and limped out of the car. "Whoa, now!" Michael threw off his seatbelt and raced round the front of the car to meet her, grabbing hold of her arm just as she was set to bound off on her own. "Don't do that, Elle. Wait for me, will you? You just got out of the ER. You could fall." Her thin hands pushed him away, and a gust of cool wind knocked tangles of her blonde hair across her eyes. She looked up at the house from the driveway with a knit brow, her expression that of one who'd just tumbled out of a dream. "Oh," she muttered. "We're home already?" She wasn't smiling anymore. Her mouth sat ajar, lips faintly quivering, a marked change that freaked him out almost as badly as the first. Michael nodded. "Yeah." Shaking her head, she went hobbling up the drive. Her sneakers, which Michael had quickly fetched on their way out the door, were messily laced, and she pressed their rubberized soles into the asphalt like she didn't quite remember how to walk. He stood close by as she scraped her way up to the front door, a process which took close to a minute. She made a pitiful sight, head low, shoulders rounded, lips trembling for her efforts. Over the course of the night, her complexion had taken a dip, and her hair had grown tangled. Michael held open the door and flagged her inside. The scraping of her feet as she trudged through the foyer into the kitchen was keening. Every step echoed through the empty house, the sound calling to mind something half-dead clawing its way across the floor. After a lengthy effort, Ellery segued into the living room and surrendered to the recliner, plunging into it with a wince. Leaning back, she stared up at the ceiling, through narrow eyes, one hand pressed to her head. Room by room, Michael set about making preparations. He took pillows and blankets out to the living room and left them within his sister's reach. Then, pacing around the kitchen, he threw out the leftovers still sitting on the counter and nabbed a fresh bottle of water, placing this too within a stone's throw of the recliner. Next, he sized up the loft stairs, the carpeting peppered with rust-colored stains. Here and there were splotches of his sister's blood, and he knew that no amount of scrubbing was ever going to get it out of the beige fibers. Without disturbing Ellery, Michael climbed up into the loft to have a look around and gauge the mess in full. The weak light of a new dawn broke across the room. The windows, glazed with dew, refused to share the sparse light with much of the space, leaving 3 of the 4 corners thick with shadow. Said darkness bled across the walls and floors in odd shapes, and only a few paces in he began to feel subtly disoriented by the powdery contrast of light and dark. There was blood there, too, on the carpet, on the edge of the banister, but that wasn't all that caught Michael's eye. As he hovered at room's center, he inspected something else in the small glow, black streaks in the carpeting that were far darker than the aforementioned gore. These odd marks warranted only a short appraisal. The house, in whole, was a bit of a mess, and he'd have his work cut out for him in the days to come. He found Ellery in the recliner, where he'd left her, but noted as he came to the base of the stairs a marked change in her posture. She was seated upright now, leaning almost out of her seat, with her gaze pasted to the ceiling. Back and forth, as though tracing the movement of something dancing overhead, her eyes swept across the living room's uppermost reaches. Her eyes were not merely wide as she did so. They looked to bug out as though they'd been invited out of their sockets by a truly incredible sight. Her mouth was open, too, and he could tell from where he stood that her chin was dressed in ropey spit. "Elle?" Michael cleared his throat and joined her in panning across the ceiling. There was nothing there. Nothing that he could see, anyway. Jerking at the sound of his voice, Ellery stole in a sharp breath and then shut her eyes, sinking back into the recliner. Her feet thumped against the carpet as she folded her hands in her lap, feigning relaxation. "Elle?" he continued. "What are you looking at?" Stepping a little closer, he eyed the ceiling a second time, wondering if he hadn't missed something. He rubbed at his tired eyes and stood beside the recliner, hands on his hips. She shook her head violently before sinking further into the cushions. "You'll find out," she muttered, half to herself. "Huh?" Ellery began to breathe deeply and evenly. He couldn't believe that she'd drifted off so quickly and entirely as that, but had to admit, as he watched her, that she was either asleep or engaged in a perfect imitation of slumber. Pacing around the chair a little, watching her from different angles, he felt as though she was still watching him from behind her closed eyelids. Convinced now that he was losing his mind, Michael settled onto the sofa, killed the ringer on his phone, and perched his head on one of the couch pillows. After the night they'd had, a long nap, at least, was in order. Shortly before falling asleep, Michael made yet another slow scan of the ceiling overhead. There was nothing there. Of course there was nothing there. He ridiculed himself for ever doubting as much. Then, as a matter of course, he peeked in on Ellery in his periphery. She was watching him from the chair. Her beady, staring eyes, couched between dark and heavy lids, were riveted to him. At the very instant of his noticing, her eyes clapped shut with such a swiftness that he would come to doubt whether they'd ever been open in the first place. "Need anything, sis?" he chanced, affecting nonchalance. She offered no reply, convincingly telegraphing sleep, no matter how many surreptitious glances he stole in her direction. Chapter 18. The baby was crying again. Piercing, tortured wails from the loft shook her out of a black sleep, and with a gasp, Ellery found herself sitting upright in the darkness. The hour was late, moonless and starless, as she rose to her feet and sought her bearings. She leaned against the recliner and canvassed the inky living room. The scene was blacker than an imp's throat, and she was utterly alone in it, navigating largely by feeling. To her back, a jagged shard of kitchen linoleum glowed dimly in the favor of some distant outer light. Her eyes played hopscotch along the tired floors till they bumped against the border of the back door. It was ajar, the hanging blinds left skewed and twitching for the thrust of a hand no longer present. Panning next to the loft, she found the top of the stairs gilt in the meager gold of a cribside lamp. The little one's tantrum was becoming too much to bear. Never before had she heard him cry this way. Ellery groped her way to the banister, drawn upward like a moth to a flame, her quick steps registering no sound and her breath locked tightly in her breast. The child's screams were growing louder, nauseating to hear almost. Her ears trembled against the assault and her stomach did somersaults. This was no mere tantrum, no bad dream. The infant was frightened, more than frightened, terrified. Ellery reached the top of the stairs, finding the shadowed nursery in good order. The changing table sat empty in the corner beside the window, and baskets of soft toys lined the far wall. The handsome crib, built of stained hardwood and layered in soft linens, cast an imposing shadow at room's center, and within it writhed the squalling child. But this was not all. A figure stood against the crib rail, stooped low in study of its shrieking contents. Shocks of tangled blackish hair, not to mention the sharp bend of the neck, obscured the lurker's face, but did nothing to conceal the two porcelain-colored arms that reached in and scooped up the child. One brittle hand cupped the small of the infant's back, while the other gave gentle support to the head and neck. With deliberate care, the child was drawn up slowly, kicking and raging all the while. The infant was nearly bare, his onesie cast aside and only a diaper clinging to his wheeling legs. Each sharp inhalation made his white little belly swell with fresh air, more fuel for his labored shrieks. It was in the child's heaving belly that the figure took the greatest interest. The unseen face was lowered until it was flush with the taut navel, the kind of meeting which might preface a playful kiss. Suddenly, the infant's cries reached a panicked fever pitch. The fear and discomfort that had earlier marked his wails were ushered out in favor of plain agony. Still, the keening screams were not half as traumatizing to behold as their cessation mere seconds later. A newer, subtler noise lived on in the fresh quiet. When one's teeth pierce the skin of an overripe apple, there comes a pop, a rasping, as the mealy fruit is laid into and the inner juices surge sweetly across the tongue. This is what Ellery heard as she watched the crone bury her teeth into the child's gut. That snapping of taut entrails, the frantic gulping as from an overflowing cup, transformed the nursery at once into an abattoir. She stood frozen, dizzied by the nightmare playing out across the room. The crone, having burrowed past the diaphragm, now buried her face entirely within the child's rent abdomen and set her chattering canines upon ribs and bowels alike. The soft linens were dotted in gore. Streams of red came trickling down the crib rails and pooled on the carpet below. The bony arms, porcelain white only moments prior, were now slick and glistening, sleeved in dripping crimson. The child was dead. Arms and legs now slack. He'd been transformed into a pale trough from which the crone supped like a parched animal. When the figure's thirsts had been quenched, she withdrew her face from the twitching chasm and stood upright. The crone was drenched to the brow. Behind the mask of red burned two bulging eyes the color of gold and pulsing with orgasmic intensity. Like the cracking of a whip, this gaze fell violently upon Ellery and turned her stiff spine to shuddering jelly. The dead child was lifted outward, a wordless invitation extended. She couldn't look away from those golden eyes. The swirling, molten yellow in them drew her deeper into the nursery in spite of herself. The pale infant entered into sharper focus, and appetites she had never recognized reared their heads, demanding fulfillment. Ellery shambled toward the crib. Just a taste, she thought to herself. Just a taste. Ellery awoke in the recliner with a start. The jolt was tempered by a sudden ache in her skull. Reaching toward it with both hands, she met the bandage and realized she'd been dreaming. She had never left the chair at all, but had slept away the afternoon. Michael was still snoozing on the sofa nearby. The house was dim on account of the gathering dusk, and a light rain teased the windows and roof. What a terrible dream, she thought. The hospital painkillers, the stress of the night before, were singled out as the authors of the nightmarish scene her sleeping mind had just hosted. Funnily enough, though, it hadn't felt like a dream to her. In fact, everything about it had struck her as real, realer even than the reality she'd just awakened to. The thick smell of blood still haunted her nostrils. A strange and persistent hanger-on, too rank and authentic to be the work of imagination. Chapter 19. Michael finished tying his shoes and grabbed his keys off the counter. "Are you sure you'll be all right, sis?" he asked. "I'm sorry I didn't fill the prescription earlier. I was just so tired that—" Ellery peered back at him from the recliner. "Really, I'm fine," she insisted. "I wasn't in my right mind when we got back this morning, but after some sleep I'm feeling much better. It's just the pain that's got me on edge now. Don't worry about me. The pharmacy's just down the street. I'll be fine here on my own." Despite all her assurances, Michael still hesitated. "I'll be as fast as I can," he promised. "Don't try to get up, though." "You know my legs still work, right? I'm not dizzy. I can walk without you breathing down my neck." "Do you need the bathroom before I go?" "No." "Are you sure you're feeling okay?" He eyed her suspiciously from the kitchen, squeezing his keys. "It's just the way you were acting this morning, you know? I was worried that maybe something was wrong. You were out of it at the hospital, and on the drive home—" "I was?" Genuinely bewildered, she shook her head. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Well, you were—" He trailed off, then abandoned the line of conversation completely. "Never mind. Relax for a bit while I pick up your meds. I'll be back before you know it, and if you need anything, just give me a call." He'd left her cell phone on the coffee table, within reach, along with a fresh glass of ice water and a bag of chocolate cookies. "Sorry about the cookies. We don't have anything softer. If you think they'll hurt your tongue, don't eat them, and I can—" "Dude, will you shut up? Get out of here or I'll chase you out. I'll be sure to call if anything comes up." "Okay. See you soon." Finally, he gained the confidence to turn his back on her and step out the front door. She listened to the pitter-patter of the mounting storm, to the far-off murmur of thunder, then heard Michael's sedan start up and pull out of the drive. She heard the house settle against a rogue gust, listened as the springs in the recliner groaned beneath her shifting weight. And then she heard nothing. Something beyond mere silence descended upon the home. A profound quiet was wrapped around the property like the arm of a strangler, and in time even her own breathing became too muffled and distant to discern. The lights were on, all of them. She'd insisted that Michael switch on the fixtures in the kitchen, in the loft and living room, and in the dining room and hallway as well. As the weather worsened and the wind kicked up, the bulbs would at times dim, though she was not wanting for light as she sank back against the sofa and tried to ignore the pulsing along her scalp. Replaying her memories of the morning and night previous, she tried to figure out what Michael had been driving at. What behaviors of hers had been so strange and concerning in his sight? Over the course of this painstaking review, ranging from the initial spill down the stairs to a recent awakening in the living room, Ellery slowly came to the disturbing realization that there were blanks in her memory. Although she pressed her mind into these again and again, she found there were numerous gaps she couldn't fill, and the more she struggled to fill them, the more her imagination began grafting in troubling substitutions. She could recall almost nothing about her discharge or the drive home from the hospital. Serious meditations on either invariability collided with the imagery of her latest dream, leading to troubling mashups of the two. Focusing hard on her room in the emergency ward and straining after the details of her discharge, she could only picture that blood-soaked figure with eyes of flaming gold standing in the corner, behind Michael's chair, smiling at her, through ribbons of gore. Any attempt to picture their drive home that morning brought only fuzziness. Fuzziness and glimpses of that same figure propped up in the back seat of Michael's sedan, staring at her through the side mirror. The more the image of that hideous crone flashed into her mind, the realer the figure became, and the realer it became, the more certain Ellery felt that she was not alone in the hefty silence. Her thoughts would visit the raw-boned staring thing, would merely touch upon it gingerly, obliquely, and her senses would become inflamed by the knowledge that someone was sharing her space. She glanced around the room, through the doorways, up into the loft, finding no one, but still the shiver in her spine testified to the figure's presence. Far too disturbed by the quiet and desperate to break it, she couldn't help sitting up and asking aloud, "Is anyone there?" She paused, eyes darting. "Please, if there's anyone here, with me, in the house, please leave me alone." There was no answer, save for the noises that houses sometimes make in inclement weather. A hard wind and a creak in the loft sounded in quick succession, but for all her breathless waiting, no phantom came striding down to meet her. Rain tapped the window panes, the siding, filled the gutters, but the silence maintained its strength. Ellery reached out and took a long slurp from her glass of water. "Michael will be home soon. He'll bring your pain meds, and soon this ache will be history. You'll be able to get some more sleep then. He'll be back any minute. Any minute." The sound of breaking glass ruptured the quiet like a firecracker. She gasped, conscious now of what she'd done, and almost tumbled onto the floor. "Oh, damn it!" Absent-mindedly, she'd gone to set her glass of water back onto the coffee table, only to drop it. The thing shattered on impact, and losing her balance, Ellery had accidentally leaned on the mess of shards with her open palm. Pulling away, she found a cut in the meat of her hand, and once she'd picked out the flecks of glass, she took to massaging the fresh injury with a wince. Before she could gauge the depth of the cut, her attention was drawn back to the coffee table, to the furious buzzing of her cell phone. "Oh," she thought, "it's got to be Michael. Maybe he's still at the pharmacy. I can have him pick up some gauze while he's there." Carefully, she scooped up her phone and prepared to answer it. She only stopped short when she saw who was calling. It wasn't a listed contact, though she recognized the number in an instant and was stricken with a mixture of dread and shock before ultimately bringing it to her ear. It wasn't Michael calling. The number belonged to Derek, her ex-husband. Swallowing down her surprise, she took a deep breath to steel herself and said, "Hello?" She hated the voice that replied. The arrogant, performative voice. She hated it all the more because, once, she'd loved the sound of it. "Hey, El," he began. She could picture his sneering face on the other end. "Been a while, hasn't it?" "Derek?" It was all she could do to keep her voice steady. Her skin was crawling, her stomach on the floor, but she couldn't bear to give him the satisfaction of knowing that. "What do you want?" He snorted. "Can a man just call to catch up?" She maintained an icy silence. "I hear you're living in Plum Hollow now." "Yeah? And?" "You're living with that loser brother of yours these days, right? That's quite a downgrade, isn't it?" He chuckled before she could curse him or hang up the phone. He went on. "Well, you aren't the only one who's relocating. Me and Lizzie are house hunting too. Plum Hollow is fine for retirees and people like you, I guess. But Lizzie's got more expensive taste. Oh, that reminds me. Not sure if you've heard. But she's pregnant." Those last two words struck her like a hammer to the brow. She's what?" "Yeah," he continued. "We're thrilled." "That's funny." She spoke very carefully, doing everything in her power to keep her true feelings behind a cordon of flatness. "For years I wanted a baby, but you were never in a good place for that, so you put me off. I guess now, with her, you're finally ready, huh?" Derek chuckled. "Some things never change. You always have to make things about you, El, and here I thought you might be happy for me. Where's my congratulations? I'm going to be a dad, after all. And Lizzie? I think she's going to be a great mother. I would have made a great mother. Wedding is coming up. I'm thinking Rio for the honeymoon. Maybe I'll send you some pictures. I'm looking forward to doing it right this time. I was a good wife. I loved you. Elle? I was a good wife. I would have been a good mother. I loved you, damn it. Elle? A pause. Hey, Elle! Ellery became conscious of her brother's calls from the kitchen doorway, of his plodding steps through the house. Vacantly, she turned her tear-streaked face to meet him as he started into the living room. Sorry, she whispered. I'm on the phone. It's Derek. Michael paused beside the sofa, the bag he'd picked up at the pharmacy still in hand. He peered down at the coffee table, startled to find shards of glass strewn across it. You're on the phone? He asked, clearly confused. She looked down at the table herself, following his bewildered gaze, only to discover her cell phone sitting just where he'd left it prior to his errand. Stealing in a sharp gasp, she slowly lowered her hand, the hand which she had believed to be holding her phone only moments ago, and found in it only an oozing gash, nearly an inch across. Her mouth was drier than cotton, her fingers shaking as she beheld the wound. I was just talking to Derek. You cut yourself. Michael dropped the paper baggie full of pain pills and knelt beside her, snatching up her hand in his to examine the injury. We've got to take care of this. It's fine, she snapped, pulling her hand free. Just give me a bandage or something. I'll be all right. Like hell you will. You might need stitches. It's fine, she insisted. Help me wash it out. I'll bandage it or something. Cursing, Michael set out at once in search of the first aid kit. Meanwhile, Ellery's red, tear-sore eyes jumped between the cell phone on the table and the cut on her palm. She picked up the device and went scrolling through the most recent calls, but found quickly that no call from Derek had come through. She turned back to her wounded hand, flexed her palm so that the cut's depth was made plain. That hand had been pressed to her ear until just a few moments ago. Her cheek was dappled with sticky blood. The voice she'd been hearing, the miserable things she'd been listening to, had come pouring out of the cut, had issued from within her own body. Short of breath, she teased the ends of the wound with her other hand, then brought it to her ear afresh, half expecting to hear more of Derek's dismissive chuckling. She heard only the rush of her speeding pulse. Chapter 20. The TV was on, but for once Michael's attentions were elsewhere. After dressing the wound on her palm, he'd fixed Ellery a quick meal and given her a dose of pain medication. Shortly thereafter, she'd passed into a peaceful and much-needed sleep. Ordinarily, he would have been all too happy to follow suit. Instead, from the sofa, he monitored his sister and privately worried after her. Something was happening to Ellery, and whatever it was, he could no longer write it off as a product of mere stress. At every turn, he'd hand-waved her concerns, had flatly denied her misgivings about the house and her odd reported experiences, ever ready with generic rationalizations. Gradually, though, he'd lost faith in his own shallow antidotes. There had arrived in him a sense that all was not well in the house, that the very atmosphere was tainted by some dread thing which his sister had encountered with full force, but which had eluded his own notice. Quite apart from Ellery's strange behaviors and claims of ghastly visitations, Michael was himself becoming cognizant of an oppression, a will, perhaps, that hung about the property like a choking fog. He could give no name to this burden on the atmosphere, and nowhere could his five senses pin it down and make it yield to identification. He felt as though something moved throughout the house, quite apart from the two of them. Something sentient, almost as though they'd taken on a new lodger without their realizing it. This feeling had intensified upon their return to the house that morning from the hospital, and now, as rain battered the roof and cool wind of a species uncommon to late July buffeted Baxter Court with regular sallies, He felt this presence with a sureness that rattled his bones. Ever the voice of reason, he sought explanations and remedies for this, but his slow walks throughout the dark and quiet premises brought him none, and he would return to his perch on the sofa after each, more troubled and confused than he'd left it. The only thread worth grasping was the one his rational mind least wanted to yank. Something terrible happened in this house. Michael's curiosity had never been inflamed enough for him to make a really solid investigation of the house's sordid history. He had read some things, sure, and he'd been content to let imagination fill the gaps, but could not admit to having a thorough understanding of the massacre that had trimmed tens of thousands of dollars from their mortgage. While his sister peacefully slept, Michael decided that the time had finally come for him to take the dive. Stepping into the kitchen, he put on a pot of coffee, despite the late hour, and absconded to his room, where he parked himself behind his laptop. For several moments, he stared at the blank search bar, debating the merits of this course. Ellery could be having a mental breakdown, he thought. She's been out of it, but that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the house or what happened in it. Blowing at his steaming mug, he might have taken the more enlightened road and abandoned the search altogether, if not for the splinter that jutted into his mind, a splinter in the form of a name. Pecking at the keys in something of a fugue, he typed the name Anissa Crow into the search bar. This unfamiliar name had been a recurring theme with Ellery. Twice now she'd signed it while claiming no knowledge of its owner. Who exactly was this Anissa Crow, and why had Ellery's subconscious mind latched onto the name? In an instant, it became clear that the World Wide Web was not interested in elucidating the matter for him. Though he had the sum total of human knowledge at his fingertips, his search for Anissa Crow generated precisely 0 hits. Initially, he was discouraged by this. It's a made-up name, I bet. Gibberish. The grinding of the wind against his window, maybe, or the steady drumming of rain sent a shiver coursing down his spine, and as the name bounced unchallenged between the walls of his mind, he could not help imagining that, perhaps, it was a real name after all, the name of someone or something that did, in fact, exist, but on the periphery, the shadowed borderland of man's knowledge. For the better part of an hour, Michael busied himself with researches into the house's history. Most of this time was typified by recurrent frustrations, however. None of the articles he accessed mentioned the name Anissa Crow, and more than that, they were of a uniformly unhelpful depth. He learned that in the August of 2 years prior, Julia Paris, 37, Aidan Paris, 6 months old, and an unidentified third person were found brutally murdered in the house he and his sister now owned. A fourth individual, Christopher Paris, 39, was listed as injured, and there were reports of his being admitted to the local hospital in the wake of the incident. But this was all. No matter the publication, no matter the writer, Michael's hour of scrolling could yield no more than this. Motives? None to speak of. The exact details of the crime? Adjectives like grisly, barbaric, savage, nightmarish, unspeakable, and demonic were thrown about liberally. But the real meat and potatoes of what had happened that August night were nowhere to be found. No culprit was named, and no updates on the investigation had been given. 2 years ago, a family had perished under terrible and mysterious circumstances, and no one could tell him why or how. It had all been effectively memory hold, shunted into the recesses of the public consciousness in favor of other news. It is often said that once something winds up on the internet, it stays there forever. Not so, apparently, when discussing the killings at 1515 Baxter Court. Despite the recency of the murders, Michael encountered more dead links than active ones, and his attempts at digging up archived periodicals brought only more of the vaguely sensationalistic pap he'd already read. Though common decency surely forbade an encyclopedic summary of the massacre in mainstream publications, the frustrating lack of detail struck him as more than just good manners on the part of the journalists. It felt coordinated. Public accounts had the air of something sanitized. For all his trouble, Michael came away with very little in the way of actionable information. He had the names of 2 victims, Julia and Aidan. The third body, noted in every surviving article, remained unnamed. Christopher Paris, the incident's sole survivor, reportedly died some few days afterward. This he learned from an archived post that was updated the following September. The Plum Hollow Sheriff's Department had handled the investigation, and various public statements had been attributed to a Sheriff Alexander Normand. A glimpse into this sheriff's working record and whereabouts revealed him to have resigned in December, mere months after the murders. The 2 articles discussing this resignation gave no concrete reason for his stepping down, and most of their 2 paragraphs were dedicated to thanking him for his years of service to the town. Michael wanted to really know, what had happened in the house 2 years ago. Who had done the killing and why? Had that terrible event somehow left a stain on the house? And did it have anything to do with Ellery's recent lapses? Probably the sheriff's department had a nice, thick file containing everything he wanted to know and more. The odds of them sharing that file with him were nil, though. The only one with any real insight into the mess was this retired lawman, this Alexander Normand. Where was he now? No longer affiliated with local law enforcement, would he be willing to talk? The former sheriff was just about the only hope he had. Michael finished up his coffee and was toying with the idea of a refresher when suddenly he was pulled from the screen by a sound. From somewhere in the house, the loft maybe, or the dining room, he heard loud peals of laughter. The laughs were shrill, undoubtedly feminine, and they echoed through the quiet abode like thunder. His chest tightened and the hairs on his neck stood on end. Rising from his chair, Michael crept into the hall and peered into the living room, half expecting to find his sister cackling at some TV show in the recliner. Instead, he found Ellery sitting up drowsily, kneading at her eyes. The moment he stepped into the living room, the laughter immediately ceased. There was nothing he could do to hide the paling of his face, the trembling in his hands. "What's so funny, Elle?" he stammered. "Was that you laughing?" Confused, she shook her head. No," she replied. "That wasn't me." Gulping, she turned and craned her neck toward the kitchen before meeting him with a worried gaze. I thought maybe you had someone over, or you were watching something noisy on your computer." Pressing a finger to his lips, he passed out of the living room and through the kitchen, scoping out the other wing of the house with his heart in his throat. He tired of this process, of chasing after phantoms and coming up empty-handed, but committed to it anyhow. As expected, there was no one in any of the other rooms. Michael returned to the sofa, a sheepish smile on his face. "You're pulling my leg, right? That was you cackling, wasn't it? Just trying to get a rise out of me?" Ellery was fully awake now. "I'm telling you, it wasn't me." The frown she wore, the frightened glances she stole around the room, were proof enough to him that she was telling the truth. Chapter 21. A call from an unknown number is unwelcome even at midday. When such a thing comes through after dark, one may be forgiven for thinking it an utter blight, a thing to be run from and pointedly ignored. Why, then, Alexander Normand answered his phone when such a call came in past 10 o'clock was a mystery even to himself. Perhaps he'd done so without thinking it through, as a matter of reflex. Whatever the case, when the call was accepted, he found himself in the awkward position of having to follow through, and good manners supplied him with the push he needed to utter a confused, if not annoyed, "Hello?" "Yes, hello," came the timid voice on the other end. It was a man of middle-ish age calling, no one that he knew. "Very sorry to disturb you at this late hour. My name is Michael Lisbon. I was hoping to speak with the former sheriff of Plum Hollow, Alexander Normand." There could not have been a more contentious and alarming introduction from the caller than this. He had not answered to the title of sheriff in nearly 2 years. In fact, he'd gladly washed his hands of the office and was in no mood to reflect upon his service. His tone thorny with irritation, he replied curtly, "Speaking." The caller, Mr. Lisbon, sighed in apparent relief. "Like I said, I'm so sorry to bother you. I know it's late. It's just that I'm in a bit of a bind, sir, and I need to speak to someone." Normand grit his teeth. "Yes, but you see, I'm no longer an officer. For matters pertaining to law enforcement, I recommend you call the Plum Hollow Sheriff's Department directly. They can assist you with—" "I understand," interrupted the caller, "but they won't talk to me." His frustration grew. "Mr. Lisbon, They won't talk to me about what happened 2 years ago at 1515 Baxter Court," put in Michael. At once Normand felt as though the air had fled the room. Prior to taking this call, he'd been relaxing in his office, nursing a few fingers of scotch and listening to the rainfall. His wife had gone to bed with a migraine, and he'd been flirting with the idea of catching up on the latest MLB highlights. Now his mind was a blank, a canvas struck of all color. "You've got some nerve. How did you get this number?" he barked, gaining his feet. "It was public," the caller quickly replied. "Online. What the hell are you sniffing around for? How dare you call me and ask about such a thing? Do you have any idea—" Again, Michael interrupted him. "I have to know more about what happened that night, in this house." The particular phrasing of that last stopped Normand in his tracks. In this house? My sister and I are living in it." Finding his mouth dry, Normand collected his glass and stared down into it. "You mean to say that you're living in that house? In that very house?" "That's right, sir." Then Michael added pleadingly, "I need more information. The articles, they're all vague, incomplete. Ever since my sister and I moved in, people have given us grief. It feels like everyone in town hates us for living here, and we don't even know why. I can't count on my neighbors to give me the scoop, and the cops, well, you know how they are. I found your name in some of the press and had to reach out. You were involved in the investigation, but you aren't working for the sheriff's department anymore, so I was hoping that—" Normand sighed. "I see where you're going with this, but—" "I don't have anywhere else to turn. And honestly, I wouldn't even care about what happened here except that—" Michael hesitated. "Believe me, it's urgent." Alexander was sympathetic to the caller's plight. A pair of clueless out-of-towners moving into a hellish place like that, despised by their neighbors on account of the house's well-deserved reputation. It was a doozy. Even so, the former sheriff wasn't going to crack. "I see. I'm very sorry to hear that, but there isn't anything I can do for you. What happened in that house was a tragedy, but I don't have the answers you're looking for. No one does. Sometimes, when things like that happen, well, they defy explanation." "Yeah, but—" "Mr. Lisbon, I can't help you. I'm not at liberty to discuss. Can I ask you one thing? Just one thing," Michael gulped. "Have you ever known anyone by the name of Anissa Crowe?" Normand saw stars. His knees went, and he would have hit the ground if not for the metal filing cabinet that caught him on the way down. Leaning on it, he spilled his scotch and slammed the glass onto the nearby desk. "Excuse me?" "Anissa Crowe," repeated the caller. "Does that name mean anything to you?" "Where did you hear that name?" A pause. "So you have heard it, then?" "Where did you hear that name?" "It wasn't in any of the articles," continued Michael. "I haven't been able to find mention of it anywhere." "Right. So where did you hear it, then?" demanded Normand. "From my sister." "Look, that isn't important." Michael muttered a string of curses to himself. "Who's Anissa Crowe, then? Can you at least tell me that?" That name continued to ring in Normand's ear like a gong. "I'm sorry," he said. "I can't help you." With that, he hung up the phone and promptly blocked the caller's number. Chapter 22. Ellery lowered herself carefully onto the bed and stretched out. Comforts were few under the circumstances, but laying out on a proper bed felt almost sinfully indulgent after a day spent in the recliner. Michael had excused himself to his room, leaving her to pilot the TV with a fresh snack, but she'd tired of nodding off in the chair and had made the slow journey back to her room to court a proper sleep. Now that she was actually in the bed, though, awkwardly tugging on the covers, she felt wide awake. It wasn't pain that kept her from drowsing. In less than an hour the pills had worked a marvel and effectively numbed her ailing head. And in the way of ambience, one could scarcely have asked for a more soothing backdrop than wind and rain. Her harried mind, teeming as it was with delusions and nightmares, needed the refreshment that only deep sleep could give, but like a stubborn and thirsty horse led to the edge of an oasis she could not bring herself to drink. Michael had helped her bandage the wound on her palm before trudging off. She held the injured hand over her face, inspecting the patchwork of gauze and paper tape in the warm orange glow of her nightlight. The soreness here, too, had been quietened by the meds, and the lack of pain gave her the distance she needed to examine the whole episode detachedly. Despite the impossibility of it all, Ellery could have sworn that she'd been speaking to Derek only a short while ago. Curling her fingers a little, she brought the pad of gauze back to her ear and listened, as one might do with a conch in the hopes of hearing the ocean. But by now the stream of poison had ceased to flow, and she was left with the cold fact that she'd simply hallucinated again. Had it really been a hallucination, though? The facts of the matter could easily be verified if she only dug up Derek and his whore on social media. A wedding, a pregnancy, proud proofs of these were sure to be shared for all to see. The thought of seeing his face again turned her stomach sharply enough to dissuade her, but curiosity held on with irritating presence. Where physical pain momentarily vanished, self-pity moved in to wreak its havoc. But before Ellery could dive too deeply into her sorrows, her tired eyes met the towering black form of the armoire stationed beside the bed. The imposing thing cast a deep shadow across the wrinkled linens bunched at her feet. It stood like an unwelcome visitor, an eavesdropper. She peered at the thin, dark gap between its stubborn doors, only realizing in that moment that they were, for the first time in memory, properly shut. 12 times, 24, she tried her hand at slamming them closed to no avail, and as she sat up a little on her elbows, scrutinizing the doors, she couldn't recall ever having succeeded in shutting them. Nevertheless, the thick wooden panels were tightly shut. This revelation was such a small thing, hardly worthy of attention, but all the same it rankled her. In dreams, the mind sometimes fastens itself to certain details which serve to inform the sleeper that they are, in fact, dreaming. It was a feeling of this kind that struck Ellery as she watched the armoire suspiciously. A feeling of unreality. Straining, she reached out and touched the thing, almost expecting it to vanish. It was no mirage, though. Her fingertips met solid wood that was alive with vibrations. Something, it seemed, was moving subtly, soundlessly within the wardrobe. She drew back her hand as though she'd been burned and sat fully upright. Unable to draw in breath, she placed her fingers upon the panels of the nearest door, hopeful that she had been the one responsible for the vibrations. Probably she'd sat up too quickly in bed, or had bumped the piece of furniture harder than she'd realized the first go-round. Ellery sat stock still and waited. Very shortly, she got her answer. Something lurched as within a wooden womb. Certain stirrings reached her ears from within the armoire, the nudging of clothes hangers, the faint jangling of the decorative brass loops on the doors. The vibrations entered her through the fingers and went crawling up her arms till she could feel them heaped upon her hunched shoulders. "Michael?" Her voice carried no weight. She threw a pitiful glance into the hallway. "Hey, Michael?" Ellery had only diverted her attention from the armoire for an instant, when one of the doors was heard to pop open. The right-hand door of the unit fell ajar on its creaking hinges, giving a narrow view of the rich darkness within. Hanging garments were heard to rustle. Something foreign and unwelcome bumped against the interior. Presently, something emerged from the murk. Framed in inky shadow, Ellery could discern a hideous face within the wardrobe, the face of one sheltering in the corner of the thing. The whole ragged countenance clung loosely to the lurker's skull, bearing the look of something once removed, tugged forcibly out of shape, and then casually thrown back on with no care as to the distortion of the features. This flabby mask of flesh drooped so that the eyes were mere creases, and the mouth dangled inertly like a turkey's wattle. A spray of light brown hair crowned the head, sparse and feathery. More jarring still was the whispering voice that came pouring out of the armoire. "She's coming! She's coming!" The thing in the wardrobe possessed a voice of surprising youth, feminine, delicate. "She's coming! Oh no, she's coming!" Every word carried with it the jittery hallmark of terror, the hush of the voice, its tremulousness. The lurker was very clearly frightened half to death. "First, she gets inside of you, casts her spell, and then she makes you do horrible things." However hideous the occupant of the wardrobe may have looked, Ellery couldn't help being moved by her fearfulness. Who are you?" she chanced, positioning herself on the side of the bed opposite the armoire. "What are you doing in there?" Jerking violently, the woman brought two jagged hands to her face and tugged worriedly at her swollen brow, her sagging cheeks. The bony fingers sank into the flesh with all the give of chewed gum. My baby! My baby! I never wanted this! She was in my head! She was in my head!" The figure fell into a fit of sobbing. Then, shuddering, she continued. "She's coming! She's coming! She's coming!" she chanted, with every repetition becoming simultaneously quieter and more panicked than the last. "Who's coming?" The woman clawed at herself in an ecstasy of fear, the tarp of white meat drawn away from her empty sockets and her nose sailing steadily southward, as if it might relocate to her chin. "She's here." The words were shed from within the wrinkled mask, not from the mouth, but from the yawning tears that had begun to form across the most ravaged segments. Ellery turned instinctively to the doorway, and by the glow of the nightlight traced the outline of a ragged figure standing within the hall on two blackened stumps. Eyes of molten gold shone brilliantly in the murk, and the smell of gore came hurtling into the room like the scent of an April shower on a brisk wind. The armoire rattled as its tenant loosed a piercing scream. The huddler knocked against the walls of the enclosure with such force that the piece lurched to one side, and all the clothing hanging within it came raining down upon her thrashing form. Both doors flew open, and the figure came scrambling across the bed, hidden beneath a mess of dresses and coats, fracturing the air with cry after blood-curdling cry. She landed upon the floor in a trembling heap, and with a gasp scurried bug-like under the bed. Ellery flew onto her feet and retreated toward the window. Clinging to one of the curtains, she watched the doorway and waited for the crone to enter. She was not yet in view, but the air remained laced with the scent of blood, and every time she blinked she could still see those transfixing golden eyes. "Michael!" she screamed, wringing out the fabric between her fists. "Michael!" A vein-riddled hand reached through the doorway and fastened itself around the nightlight. The orange glow faded, allowing darkness to flood the room. Ellery heard the nightlight hit the carpet, and then she heard the stiff, gouging steps. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The hag was now in the room with her. Chapter 23. The phone call with Normand had proven a dead end, but Michael wasn't ready to give up. The name Anissa Crowe had something to do with what had happened in the house. The sheriff's hostility had made that perfectly clear. Somehow, the name felt like the solution to their entire problem, the passkey that would allow him to decipher the tragedy at 1515 Baxter Court once and for all. He was determined to squeeze the info out of Normand, no matter what. Of course, showing up at the man's door, especially so late at night, was out of the question. Turning up unannounced would only get the cops called on him, or worse. If he was going to get to Normand, it would have to be in a public setting, and soon. It didn't take him long to draft a plan. Though the former sheriff was tight-lipped, his wife was less so, as evidenced by a quick tour of social media. Sonia Normand was in the habit of sharing her whereabouts online with almost alarming regularity. Her daily posts on a popular platform, viewable by the public, were littered with information that he could mine to stalk the couple into his wished-for confrontation. Coffee shops, fitness classes, shopping trips, and even simple errands were listed in chronological order on her page, as easy to read and follow as an itinerary. And from this mess of data, Michael was able to discern certain trends. The choicest of these was the apparent tendency of Sonia and her husband to dine at a restaurant called Lanzio's. An Italian restaurant with an attached bar. The couple were in the habit of dining there every Thursday afternoon between 1 and 2 o'clock. There were photos associated with some of these check-ins, many of which featured the former sheriff himself grinning over a bowl of spaghetti or a glass of wine. It was a Wednesday night. This meant that Normand and his wife, barring an unforeseen shake-up to their routine, would be lunching at Lanzio's the following afternoon. There, at the restaurant, Michael saw an opportunity to corner the man and to extract the intel he and his sister so sorely craved. It was possible that the couple wouldn't be there, that he and Ellery would turn up for a meal and come home with nothing to show for it. But it was a gamble he was willing to take. Michael looked up the restaurant's hours and menu. It was a pricier place than he was used to, and he had to take a quick glance at the shared account to make sure they could swing it. They opened for lunch at noon and were located about 20 minutes from the house, on the border of Whittier. He shut his laptop and rose from his seat, immediately setting out his corporate casual for the occasion. When he was through with this, Michael exited his room and slipped into the hall, expecting to find Ellery asleep in the recliner. To his surprise, she wasn't there. "Elle? Elle, where'd you go?" His tone was tainted with annoyance. Several times he'd warned her not to shuffle around on her own, lest she lose her balance and worsen her injuries. "Elle!" There was no reply. The TV was off. The house was so silent that he could hear the electricity thrumming through the walls. He stood and listened, then crossed the living room and peeked through the kitchen doorway. Quiet and still more quiet awaited him. "Elle!" Michael began the long walk toward Ellery's room. The door was half shut. Behind it, only darkness. The usual glow of her nightlight was absent, leaving the threshold papered over with deep shadow. He eased the door open and stepped inside. Low, rasping breathing filled the darkness. His eyes were slow to adjust, but as he dwelt there nervously, he was better able to trace the room's contents. Gradually, he intuited the still form of his sister stretched out across the bed, her figure frosted eerily by the minute traces of ambient light. Michael drew closer to the bed and leaned down, placing a hand upon her shoulder. At his touch, the ragged breathing suddenly ceased. "Ellery," he whispered. "You okay?" She didn't respond. More troubling than this was the rigidity of her shoulder. She felt still, board-like, almost plastic. He went rifling through the dark for the bedside lamp, and upon finding it, washed the room in a bright flash that threw his eyes for a loop. He winced, squinting through the new brightness. Ellery was splayed out, her legs half tangled in the linens, her face white as porcelain, and her bulging eyes riveted to him. All the time he'd spent pacing into the room, trying to rouse her and parse the shadows, those wide eyes had been upon him, their pupils reduced to needle points. Streams of fresh blood framed her pursed lips and stained her pillow, the twin rivulets escaping into her laugh lines and cascading down her chin. "Ellery!" He took her shoulders and gave them a firm shake. "Ellery!" Suddenly she stole in a deep breath and arched her back. Her eyes snapped shut and a tortured groan welled up in her throat. She rolled onto her side, hair cascading across her face, and then forced herself into a seated position, both arms locked around her abdomen. "Sis, talk to me. Are you okay?" Michael knelt beside the bed and peered up into her face, hidden now behind a veil of blood-matted hair. She was breathing through her mouth, conscious now but hardly cognizant, She pawed at her damp face, fingertips combing away ruby red. It was then, as she stared dizzily at the gore, that awareness stole back into her watery eyes. Nosebleed. Michael ripped several tissues out of the carton on the nightstand and pressed them into her hand. I thought you were in the living room, sis. I came out to look for you and you were gone. When did you get up? Did you hurt yourself or something? If you wanted to go to bed, you should have asked for help. You could have fallen. Ellery dabbed at her face with the tissues and sniffed back the blood flow. I... Strand by strand, she wiped the gore from her locks and tried to find her voice. I was tired and, When she'd finally combed back her hair, she shook her head and looked past him, slowly surveying the room and hallway beyond. I don't remember. I had, a bad dream, I guess. Without warning, Ellery trailed off. Her eyes, which had only just begun to telegraph peace and relief, was thrust once more into wide alarm as something outside the room captured her attention. She stared over Michael's shoulder into the hallway, and both of her hands gripped the bedclothes tightly. Michael, she whispered. Michael, behind you. Huh? He turned in study of the door, the hall, then met her frightened gaze. What now? She's here, Michael. The words came forth so quietly, so fearfully that her lips hardly moved. Do you see her? Do you see her eyes? Ellery swallowed, her throat trembling. I see her sometimes. In the dark. She comes up to my bed and watches me with those golden, burning eyes. Again Michael turned to the door. He stared down the dim corridor, but saw nothing. What are you talking about? He shook his head. There's no one there. You don't see her? She reached out and took one of Michael's hands in hers, squeezing it as if to mash the life out of it. You really don't see her? I promise, sis, there's no one there. You can relax, he insisted. She was not in the least assuaged by this. Still staring into the hall, the tears began to flow. Oh, but she is here. She sees you, Michael. She's watching you as we speak. For a long time, Michael had been happy to write off his sister's claims as delusions, bad dreams, exaggerations. Now, as he watched her complexion drain away and her face crumple with dread, he could not help but believe. There was no mistake, no trickery here. Her quivering eyes were anchored to something outside the room. He couldn't see it, but that didn't mean that it wasn't there. I can't see it, sis. I believe you, but... Ellery's body stiffened and her hand went limp in his. She's watching you. She's close, she breathed. The quiet that had lived between them was broken by a low thump. He whirled around, glaring into the empty hall. It was unmistakable. The floor had tensed and creaked beneath the tread of something unseen. She's close enough to touch you. Ellery's frightened voice reached his ears from behind as he stood frozen. There was nothing in the hall. Nothing, at least, that his eyes could show him. Even so, the sound of a second step, harsh, limping, echoed through the corridor. Something was coming closer. I told you, Michael. She's here. Ellery's words were so quiet and muffled that they hardly seemed able to break past her lips. But as he listened, watching the hallway in disbelief, something else bothered him. His sister's voice was no longer coming from right behind him. Rather, it sounded as though it was coming from elsewhere in the room. Michael reared away from the door a little and followed the sound of her voice. The search led him to the closet. The thick wooden door was sitting ajar, and as he beheld it, his sister's voice came seeping out of the gap. Michael, she's here. Am I having a stroke? Michael looked to his sister on the bed, then back to the closet door. Michael. It was undeniable. The voice was coming from the closet. Ellery remained sitting on the bed, frozen, staring into the hallway, but her voice was issuing from elsewhere. Shaken, he cut across the room, where he eased open the closet door, afraid of what he might find. "Who's in here?" The door creaked open, revealing a mass of spilled boxes and other junk. Huddled within the mess was Ellery, her face streaked in tears. The siblings looked at one another in silent disbelief. She was curled up on the floor, leaning against the back wall of the closet, with her legs tucked awkwardly beneath her and her hands heaped upon her head. "Ellery," he muttered. She nodded. "She's here. In the room with us. Behind you." All at once he became nauseous with dread. He began to turn, very slowly, gauging the figure on the bed in his periphery. The general outline entered into focus. She was still there, hair half clinging to her face, smears of red about her lips. But she wasn't looking into the hall any longer. He could tell, without even meeting her gaze, that she was staring intently at him, and that she wore a wide, red smile. The blood had begun to flow again, not from her nostrils, but from the inside of her mouth. The trickling of gore was heard upon the sheets and floor as the figure began convulsing in a peal of low, wheezing laughter. He was too terrified to look the figure in the face, but noticed that she extended a pale white hand rightward, toward the lamp. Without warning, the thing on the bed clicked off the light and buried the room in total darkness. Ellery screamed within the closet, crawling out and grabbing at her brother's legs. Shaking, he bent down and dragged her to her feet, ferrying her briskly out of the room and into the hall. They ran down the corridor, and didn't stop until they reached the kitchen. There, leaving Ellery against the island, he glanced back down the hall in time to watch the bedroom door slam shut. What the hell was that?" asked Michael, leaning against the counter for support. Now that they'd built some distance from the bedroom, his knees began to quake and he felt as though he might collapse. "That wasn't real, was it?" Ellery clung to the island like a life raft, drying her eyes. Soberly, she stared across the house, gaze settling on her bedroom door. "She's been here with us this whole time, getting under our skin, poisoning us." Michael wiped at his face till his eyes were red. "That wasn't real. That couldn't have been real." She trembled. "I can't see her anymore, but—" "But what?" "She's still here," replied Ellery. "And she won't leave." Chapter 24. The siblings passed the night on the sofa together. Ellery stretched out and, with a good bit of urging, eventually surrendered to sleep. Michael, though, waited up for the dawn. At first light, he quietly got up from the sofa and began opening all of the windows in the house before finally making his way back to Ellery's room. Standing in the hall, facing the door, he hesitated a long while in opening it, sure that the pale, grinning figure on the bed would be waiting for him on the other side. When he finally worked up the nerve to enter, he found the room empty. Ripping open the curtains and letting the sunlight in, he paced around the room for several minutes, inspecting every corner and replaying the night's events in his mind. Again and again he struck upon the same conclusion. It's not possible. The encounter that they'd had in Ellery's room could not have been real. The footsteps in the hall, the doppelganger in his sister's bed, the door slamming shut of its own accord. Walking in the daylight, he felt sure that he'd imagined it all, or at least that his imagination had taken liberties. He stopped in the kitchen and watched Ellery slumbering from the doorway, a headache brewing at the base of his skull. Is this what it's been like for Ellery all this time? She's been seeing things for days now, but until recently I haven't believed her. It had been hard enough for him to accept her claims. Now that he was seeing things, Michael was struggling with doubts of a far higher caliber. These things can't be real. There's no one in this house with us. It doesn't make any sense. If we're hallucinating, then there has to be a root cause. This house is making us sick somehow. That has to be it. He dumped a few scoops of grounds into the coffee maker and slumped against the counter, hands in his pockets. No matter what sensible explanation he grasped, his theories failed to gel. If something in their environment was responsible for these hallucinatory visions, it was unlikely that the two of them would see and hear the same things. Moreover, he had touched the figure on the bed, held its hand. His eyes and ears could be tricked, but he felt his sense of touch to be above reproach. Ellery has been seeing things for days, but I've only just started to. Why? Is she more sensitive than me? He fished 2 mugs out of the cupboard and watched the fresh brew drip into the carafe. Regarding this detail, another explanation reared its head, one that he didn't much like. Maybe there is something in the house, and maybe it's getting stronger with every passing day. Maybe the reason I'm seeing it now is because it's become too powerful for me to ignore. Michael? He hurried to the living room and found Ellery sitting up. Hey, you awake? I just started some coffee. She nodded groggily. Sounds good. Hey, I was thinking, you want to get out of the house today? Just for a little while? That would be great. I need a coffee and a shower first. What do you have in mind? He smiled. I was thinking we might grab some lunch. How's Italian sound? Chapter 25. Lanzio's was no suit-and-tie affair, but as the siblings walked in, they couldn't help feeling slightly underdressed. Ellery had opted for her black dress, the one she hadn't had a good excuse to wear in ages, and might have pulled it off if not for the wad of bandages stuck to her head. Michael had gone with a polo and slacks, interview attire. Compared to the older folks coming in from the parking lot, they looked like high schoolers out on a date. In truth, she was starving, far hungrier than a restaurant of this quality was likely to appreciate. For the past day she'd subsisted off of nibbles while wasting away on the sofa, and upon entering the restaurant, the smell of bread and pasta had worked her stomach into a frenzy of growling. Michael had insisted that they order with abandon, but a glance at the menu told her a blowout wasn't in the cards. Can we even afford this? She asked quietly after the waitress dropped off their glasses of water. Don't sweat it, replied Michael. It's been a stressful week, sis. Enjoy yourself. I'd like to, she said, thumbing through the wine list. But if I do, we aren't going to be able to pay the mortgage. She grinned. And I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to drink while on my pain meds. One won't hurt, will it? He chuckled. I won't tell the doctor if you don't. Just order something easy to eat. We don't want you hurting your tongue. How are the stitches coming along? The little knot of surgical thread was a constant bother, one she'd forced herself to ignore for the sake of her sanity. Itchy. The usual. Hopefully it'll heal soon. The eatery was cozy, its plastered walls and arched doorways echoing some vaguely European style, while overhead light classical music played at a volume that would not impede casual conversation. The tables were broad, the chairs comfortable, and the smartly dressed waitstaff almost irritatingly attentive. They had arrived minutes past noon. So far, only a few of the 30-odd tables in the vast dining area were occupied. Before long, she wagered the restaurant would be bustling, but for the moment the siblings enjoyed relative solitude in their empty corner. It was a relief to be out of the house, to enjoy a proper hot meal, but as she made casual conversation with Michael and pored over the menu, Ellery couldn't help noticing her brother's distraction. From the moment they'd been seated, he'd taken to surveying the dining room like a hawk, his gaze scrutinizing every new diner, every staff member that came out of the kitchen. Now and then he would crane his neck, attempting to peer into the small attached bar across from the dining room. Though he conversed and expressed excitement about the food, he never once seemed fully invested in what was going on at their table. It was almost as though he was waiting for someone else, keeping vigil. "What's up with you?" she asked, setting the menu aside. The waitress had brought them a pitcher of table wine, which she helped herself to with a bit of ice. "Something wrong?" "No, not at all," he insisted. "You going with the lasagna, then?" "Yeah." Had Michael dropped his odd behaviors just then, she might have taken him at his word, but the longer she watched him, the plainer it was that his mind was elsewhere. Like a school kid waiting for recess, he squirmed impatiently in a seat. "Michael, what's up?" He shook his head, picking up the menu and flipping through it slowly in an effort to commit to the bit. "Nothing. Personally, I've been eyeing the Alfredo. Mom used to make that, remember? With linguine. It was one of my favorites." "What are we doing here?" she asked flatly. He shrugged. "You know, just getting a bite to eat." He poured himself some wine and took a gulp. Thought it might be nice to get out a little. "Bullshit." She arched a brow and leaned closer. "Speaking of Mom, she always said you were a bad liar, Michael. I know you. If this was just about going out to eat, we'd be at Wendy's right now, not throwing down a car payment on handmade pasta. So, spill it." Something across the room had captured his interest. Ellery turned and followed his gaze across the dining room. A blonde woman, late 50s or early 60s, broke away from her stocky husband and was ushered to a table by the eastern window. Michael's attention remained riveted around the corner, toward the bar, and at seeing the couple walk in he nearly jumped from his chair. "Michael?" He looked to Ellery and then to the advancing waitress, trying on a phony smile. "You know, I'd like to check out the bar. Order whatever you like, sis. I'll have the Alfredo." Nodding to them both, he took his leave. "Be back in a minute." Ellery watched him disappear around the bend and had half a mind to give chase. He was up to something, and his patronizing deflections had left her irritated. "And for you, ma'am?" asked the waitress, notepad at the ready. I'll take the lasagna," she said. Ellery was left alone in the corner, her back to the rest of the dining area. The pitcher of wine at her table remained nearly full. Staring at it, she remembered she was between doses of her pain meds and filled her glass to the brim. He can do whatever he wants. I'm getting hammered. Chapter 26. Michael recognized the former sheriff immediately. In the 2 years since he'd last been photographed by the press, Normand had aged considerably, boasting grayer hair, a redder complexion, and a gain of several pounds. The broad shoulders and military fade remained, though, as did the stern features. He was dressed in a white button-down, the top buttons undone, with khakis and black leather shoes. Perched on a stool within view of the TV, the elderly barkeep had already set him up with a glass of something dark. At the moment, no one else was at the bar. Michael casually paced over to the leather-capped stool nearest Normand's and plopped down onto it, nodding to the bartender. "I'll have what he's having." "Rum and coke, then?" asked the old man, rummaging for a clean glass. "That'll do it." With a fresh drink sitting before him, Michael peered up at the television and joined Normand in watching the highlights of a recent baseball game, Tigers versus Dodgers. He couldn't be sure which team the former sheriff preferred, but took a sip of his drink, boozier than he'd expected, and cleared his throat. "Detroit's having a hell of a season this year, huh?" Normand chuckled, glancing at Michael in the corner of his eye. Sure are. His thick fingers found their way around his glass, and he drained half its contents in a single pull. "If they make it to the playoffs, I might just have to put a little money on 'em." "I hear you," replied Michael. He winced a little at the sting of the rum. "You ever try one of those gambling apps? I've seen the ads, but I haven't pulled the trigger." "No," said Normand, crunching an ice cube. "You know how it is. Wife throws a fit about that sort of thing. Doesn't mind feeding my pension into the slots at Vegas, though." He laughed, staring up at the screen. "She says we ought to invest in something more reliable, but—" He snapped his fingers and jabbed at the TV. "You see that swing? I'll take that to the bank any old time." Michael smiled into his drink. "Investing, yeah. It's hard to find a sure bet these days in anything. They say real estate is evergreen. Safe. You know, I just bought a house myself recently." "Yeah?" said Normand. "Whereabouts?" Michael made certain that the barkeep was out of hearing before he quietly replied. 1515 Baxter Court. Normand's face was turned up at the screen so that Michael couldn't gauge his expression, but the stiffening of his shoulders and the way he set his glass down with a thump made one thing clear enough. The former sheriff wasn't focused on baseball anymore. "You—" "Last I checked, we were having a nice afternoon, Sheriff. No need to get bent out of shape." For the first time, Normand turned and looked Michael full in the face. His eyes were wide, nostrils flared in anger. Boozy breath escaped his grit teeth. "So you corner a man while he's just trying to enjoy his lunch? You damn journalists really are the scum of the earth, you know that. I thought I hated you before, but I'm not a journalist. You really expect me to believe you're just some dumb schmuck who moved into that hell house without realizing what he was walking into?" Michael nodded. "Unfortunately, that's exactly what I'm saying. I hung up on your ass, and that's why you left me no choice but to drive here today." Normand tensed up, possibly in preparation of violence. "Look here, you prick. Anissa Crow. I want to know about Anissa Crow. You tell me what I need to know and I'll walk away." At the utterance of that name, Normand reacted like a whipped dog. Something entered his eyes briefly. Fear, maybe, and made him fidget nervously with his glass. "No one has to know that we talked. You're retired anyway, so there's no risk, right?" Normand chortled. "As if I owe you anything." "You don't owe me a damn thing. You're right. But you were in charge of the sheriff's department for years. You served this community proudly, looked after its citizens. That's who I'm appealing to right now. My sister and I need help, and you're the only person I know of who can help us put together the pieces." Michael signaled the bartender. "Hey, can we get my buddy here another round? You can put it all on my tab." With a growl, Normand drained his glass and slid it across the counter. "Think you're going to convince me into talking with booze? We could talk more baseball if you want, at least until you're ready to move on to other things." "You really aren't going to let up, are you?" The barkeep dropped off a fresh rum and coke for Normand, and Michael took a sip from his own. Maybe the drink had made him docile, or perhaps Michael's tenacity had finally goaded him into speech. No longer able to focus on the television, Normand began. "You want to know about Anissa Crow? You might say she's the reason I'm no longer sheriff. The tragedy in that house took place in August." Michael cut him off. "I know all of the details the press was able to get a hold of. Mrs. Paris, her 6-month-old, and an unidentified third person were found dead in the house. Mr. Paris killed himself a while after that. It's everything that the papers left out that interests me. What happened to them? Who was behind it? Who's Anissa Crow?" The former sheriff wet his lips with drink. "Week before the incident, a filing crosses my desk out of your neighborhood. Reports of an unknown woman wandering the street, acting suspiciously. Multiple witnesses. We sent out a couple of patrols, but each time we went looking for her, she was already gone. One of those reports, though, included a photograph taken on a cell phone. When they forwarded the photo, we suddenly knew who our mystery woman was. We don't have a lot of homeless in Plum Hollow, but next door, in Whittier, things are different. The abandoned warehouse district, the train lines and bridges. They've got a serious issue out there with vagrants. Some stay put in Whittier, some come and go depending on the season. The photographed woman, who one of our officers recognized as Anissa Crow, was well known in the area. No fixed address, no state-issued ID on her, but in certain circles the name carried a lot of weight. She was known to be a particularly difficult woman, one with certain troubling associations." "She was a criminal?" Normand chuckled. "Well, to hear the cops in Whittier tell of it, she was more of a witch." "So, Anissa Crow was a homeless woman?" "Yes, and she had a strange reputation. Most of the unhoused in Whittier and beyond gave her a wide berth on account of her supposed powers. Those who gave her a hard time, who got on her bad side, would often turn up dead, and under strange circumstances. Not that any of it could be traced back to her, of course. Crimes amongst the homeless are almost always dead ends. Many of them refuse to talk to cops. They'd rather turn a blind eye than risk police harassment, and who can blame them? So about a week before the killings, Anissa Crow was spotted in Plum Hollow. She was seen multiple times in the Baxter Court neighborhood, though never by Julia or Christopher Paris. As I've said, the homeless almost never turn up in Plum Hollow. It's too suburban, and people don't take kindly to the poor. It was more than a little strange to hear that one of them was poking around in an upper-middle-class neighborhood. But when we realized it was Anissa Crow, of all people, we couldn't believe it. Why's that? Normand took a deep breath and leaned forward. At the time of these reports, Anissa Crow had already been dead almost 3 years. Pardon? I've seen the death certificate. Not a lot of information, as you can imagine. But there's a name, cause of death. Multiple cops signed off on the ID, too, after they hauled her out of the Monuxet River. Died by drowning in late December, about 5 years ago. Hands and legs were bound. It was a murder, clearly. But there were no witnesses. I reckon several of the homeless ganged up on her. No way it was a one-man job. Wow. It's pretty cut and dry. She was disliked, feared. Even for the friendlier types, life on the streets isn't a cakewalk. Unfortunately, vagrants get murdered all the time. Deaths like these are a common occurrence. What's less common, and explainable, is how she turned up in Plum Hollow a few years later. You're saying she came back from the dead? I'm saying that about 5 years ago, Anissa Crow's body was dredged out of the river like a salmon, and nearly 3 years later she, or someone bearing a striking resemblance to her, was seen wandering the Baxter Court neighborhood in the week before the murders. All right. Michael didn't know what to make of this information, but pressed Normand to continue. And then? The sheriff took a long, steadying swig. I'll never forget it. It was the morning of August 16th. A blue moon. You know, we have another one of those coming up tomorrow night. We get a call about 4:30 in the morning from the next-door neighbor. Says she let her dog out before work and can hear the smoke detectors in the Paris home going off. Smells smoke. She comes round, knocks on their door, and hears screams. We arrived on scene within 10 minutes, along with the fire department. We had probable cause to suspect a house fire and so kicked in the front door. There was smoke, all right, but it was the foulest smelling stuff you can imagine. This wasn't the smell of a burning house, of smoldering furniture. It was the smell of burning flesh. We rushed in, opened windows. The back door was already open, a glass slider as I recall. We found none other than Anissa Crow in the kitchen. She'd screamed herself hoarse and was propped up against the kitchen cabinets, covered in blood. We knew in an instant that the blood wasn't hers, though. Her legs had been doused in something flammable, and by the time we got to her, they'd been seared off almost to the knees. She'd apparently tried to get up multiple times, but the fire had burned too hot and she'd ultimately collapsed, leaving a series of oily scorch marks across the linoleum. We couldn't do anything for her. The pain and shock of the attack ultimately did her in, and she was declared dead some 10 or 15 minutes after we arrived. While the paramedics worked on her, the rest of us went exploring and happened upon Chris Paris in the living room. He was sitting on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and mumbling to himself, oblivious to our presence. His clothing was also covered in blood, though he had only a few bumps and bruises on him, nothing serious. It was always my suspicion that he attacked Anissa, that he was the one who'd set her on fire, but we never got a word out of him. Whatever he saw and experienced in the house that night, it broke him. He killed himself just a few days after being admitted to the hospital. Julia Paris's body was discovered in one of the bedrooms. Her blood was found in an old armoire and all across the carpet, and her body was discovered underneath the bed where she'd apparently bled out after sustaining several deep puncture wounds across the abdomen and neck, only some of them self-inflicted. She was in a particularly terrible state, drenched in blood like the others, but once again it wasn't all hers. What's more, when we pulled her out, we found her clutching at her face as though she was trying to rip it off. Her fingers were hooked around her lips, beneath her eyelids. Upstairs, though, was the worst of it. The little one, Aiden, just 6 months old, was found dead in his crib. The primary cause of death was abdominal trauma. He'd been disemboweled. A few of his fingers were missing, too. Michael held his glass in both hands but couldn't bring it to his lips. I see. So, you're saying that Anissa Crow did all this? Gaze low, Normand shook his head. Not quite. Coroner was able to determine that she was responsible for the child's death, that she'd ripped him open with her teeth. He gulped. As I've mentioned, everyone else found at the scene had a good deal of blood on them. Turns out that most of it was the poor kid's. Significant amounts of the child's blood were found not only on Anissa Crow, but on Julia and Christopher Paris. And the truly bizarre thing was that the teeth marks on the child's hands matched the dental files we had on record for Mr. and Mrs. Paris. An autopsy revealed 2 of the missing fingers in Julia's stomach alone. Michael wobbled on his stool. I don't understand. Normand nodded. Neither do I. Neither does anyone. The people who used to own my house, they helped to murder their own child? Here the sheriff could only shrug. I'm not prepared to make a judgment call either way. Anissa Crow killed the boy. That much is crystal clear. What happened after that? Why the parents did what they did? He reached for his glass, but the trimmer in his hand dissuaded him from picking it up. For one night, madness reigned in that house. At some point, Anissa Crow entered the premises, probably through the back door, and murdered Aiden Paris. After that, I can't begin to guess what the hell happened. A child murdered, parents driven to insanity and violence, a stranger found half-immolated. Could it have been drugs? No, tox screens came back clean. Whatever they did, they weren't under the influence of any known substance when they did it. Michael shrank in on himself, hands folded atop the counter. I don't get it. There are things in life that you can't make sense out of. By their very nature, they defy explanation. Can't tell you how many times a guy will get picked up for murder or some other violent crime. You've got him dead to rights and ask him why he did it, and all he can tell you is that he doesn't know why. Anissa Crow had a reputation for violence, for occult shit. She was tied to a few murders on the streets, but did a hell of a job disappearing afterward. One guy, a reported victim of hers, got his heart ripped out of his chest one winter. She was the prime suspect, but the trail went ice cold. She was the type to show up only when we least expected it. And whenever she did turn up, odds were good that something bad was going to happen. So why wasn't she named in the papers if she was the killer? Then why keep her name private and list her as an unidentified victim? Asked Michael. Initially her name was printed. That is, until the commissioner of police in Whittier found out and pulled some strings. Not sure if you know this, but his elder brother is the governor. That's a very well-connected family, and the last thing they wanted was for Anissa Crow's name to appear in print. But why? For multiple reasons, but mainly because it made the cops in Whittier look bad. I already told you that Anissa Crow died 5 years ago. There were articles about it at the time, though I'm sure they're long gone by now. When our outlets started reporting that a dead woman was the murderer, it caused quite a stir. Word got around and people started accusing the police force in Whittier of being incompetent and corrupt. Figured they were trying to pin the deaths on a deceased homeless woman as part of an ongoing hate campaign against vagrants in the city. And all of this during an election year when the commissioner and his brother were both seeking re-election. Her name was printed, but it disappeared fast. Of course, by that time, the locals were on to us, and Anissa Crow became a byword for evil itself. For weeks after, townies were calling the incident the night Anissa rocked the cradle. Michael's head swirled with questions, but they were the kind that Normand couldn't possibly answer. He thought about the case, about his and Ellery's experiences in the house, but his efforts to connect the dots only left him with a sinking feeling in his stomach. He wanted to squeeze this meeting for all it was worth, to extract every last detail of note while he still had the sheriff's ear. But when he pulled out his card and handed it to the barkeep, he decided he'd heard enough. "Thank you for your time, sir." As Normand teetered on his stool, he looked lighter, a little more carefree, like the talk had done him some good. He watched Michael closely till he exited the bar and returned to the dining area, and then allowed his attentions to gravitate back to the TV. Michael found his sister leaning over a slab of lasagna, munching like a goblin. The pitcher of wine was almost empty, and the mound of linguine on his plate sat askew on account of a recent pillaging. She'd apparently helped herself to a few forkfuls of his food while he'd been gone. Ellery looked up at him with a wry grin as she took his seat and tried to act natural. "Boy, you must have gotten lost on your way to the bar, huh? You were gone so long that your food got cold." "I see you're enjoying yourself at least." "Why the hell shouldn't I? Someone told me to let loose, so I did." She waggled her fork in his direction. "In case you were wondering, the Alfredo is decent. Not as good as Mom's, but decent." She dragged a napkin across her lips and sat up in her chair, giving her wineglass a swirl. "How was the bar?" "Fine," he replied. Though he hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long while, he had no real interest in his lukewarm pasta. He batted a few strands around the plate before abandoning his fork altogether. "The bar was fine." "You think I'm stupid, don't you?" He shook his head. "I don't know who you were talking to back there, but you were lying your ass off when you said this meal was all about relaxation. You don't look relaxed at all. You look like someone threatened to knock the piss out of you." "Shut up, Ellery." Michael stared at his food, his mind boiling over with all the sordid little details of the Paris case. How could he explain to her everything he'd just learned? What sane connections could be drawn between the murders carried out by Anissa Crowe and their recent frights back at the house? Once, a woman named Anissa Crowe had allegedly risen from the dead. Now, beyond all explanation, it seemed she was doing so again. "You know," said Ellery, shoving her plate away, "we've got that blue moon coming up tonight. If we sit in the loft, I bet we'll have a great vantage point. Might be cool." At mention of the blue moon, Michael felt as though he might vomit. Chapter 27. Though she'd tucked into the wine pretty hard, a costly slab of tiramisu helped Ellery sober up before the two of them left the restaurant. What was that really about? She asked, watching the scenery go by. Since leaving Lanzio's, Michael had been tight-lipped. She could tell by the way he was driving, slow to stop, slower to start up again, that he was distracted. Tired of her needling, though, he finally relented. "I was talking to someone." "Yeah? Who?" He sighed. "A guy by the name of Alex Normand. He used to be the sheriff here in Plum Hollow." She tensed. "Oh? What about?" At a red light, he grappled with his answer. The light changed without his noticing, and a chorus of honking horns brought his focus back to the road. "Anissa Crowe." Ellery jolted in her seat. "What?" "He was sheriff back when the murders at the house went down," he continued. "I looked him up last night, tried to call him. He wouldn't speak to me, so like a creeper I stalked his wife on social media and found out they were regulars at Lanzio's. Our eating there gave me an excuse to corner him, and he told me everything I wanted to know." He wore a seasick smile, adding, "And a lot of things I really didn't want to know, too." She was stunned into silence. "Anyway, he told me about Anissa Crowe. She was a homeless woman, often cited in Whittier. Bad reputation. She was the one who committed the murders, but her name was yanked from the papers because it made the cops look bad. You know how it is. The police hate bad press. Now more than ever." "I see. So that's why people around here know her name, huh? Guess I can understand why the girl at the grocery store flipped out on me." He nodded. "Yeah. And another thing. She's dead. Died in the house." He grit his teeth, as if to keep himself from telling all that he knew. "Your latching on to her name is a weird coincidence, but that's all it is. Coincidence. We don't have to worry about old Anissa anymore." Having listened to his spiel and immediately picking up on his reticence, Ellery found no real comfort in this last. Yeah, sure, except that her spirit is apparently still walking the halls of our damn house. Ellery! He slammed the brakes at a stop sign. Oh, come on! After everything that's happened, you're not still Mr. Rational, are you? Our house is haunted, Michael. There's no two ways about it. You were freaked out enough by what happened last night to hunt down the ex-sheriff detective style. There's no point in denying what we both know. That isn't the only explanation, he cried. Yeah, I was freaked out, but that doesn't mean... I would love to hear one of these other explanations. Go on. Entertain me. Damn it, Elle. Swamp gas? No. Aliens. Or could it be... Michael hooked a sharp right onto Baxter Court and wheeled them slowly into the driveway. Parking, he immediately stepped out of the car and slammed his door. For close to a minute, he paced around the front yard, hands in his pockets and gaze low, agitated and deep in thought. Ellery clawed her way out of the car. You aren't telling me everything. You're holding back, Michael. At this, he snapped. Of course I am. You think I wanted to know half the shit he told me? You think I want to hear about 6-month-olds getting their guts ripped out by some witch? About dead women clawing their damn faces off? The change that came over Ellery as he barked in her face was immediate. She didn't flinch because of his shouting or the wild anger in his eyes, but because she knew, to her horror, exactly what he was describing. She remembered with despicable clarity the dreams and visions she'd had in the house, the contents of which dovetailed perfectly with this disclosure. You mean all of that? The things I saw? That was all real? He ran a hand through his hair and stepped out of her way. Huh? Over the past several days, I've seen things, Michael. At night, around the house, or in my dreams, I've seen what you're describing. His anger was traded in short order for grief. What? I saw that woman kill the baby. I saw a woman last night in my room, too, before you came in. She was pulling her face apart. Ellery, there's no way that... She's been communicating with me, Michael. All this time she's been reaching out to me, putting these things in my head, showing me what really happened. In horror, she looked up at the house. She's still here. She's still here. Panning in a cold sweat, her gaze flirted with the outline of a figure in the dining room window. From the car, she could make out the shape of a shadowed loiterer standing just inches from the curtains, face effectively blurred by the marriage of light and gloom. Upon her noticing, the figure was promptly reabsorbed by the murk, retreating into the house without sound or movement. Soon enough, the siblings would compose themselves and enter the house. The figure at the window, the leering figure of Anissa Crowe, would not be standing there to greet them. Instead, she would be lurking in the shadowed corners, watching their every move and meddling with their minds. This was now beyond doubt. Chapter 28. We can get through this. We just have to make it one more night, he reasoned. Hunched at his laptop, Michael had burned 30 minutes while frenziedly punching terms like exorcism, witchcraft, and even cheap hotels near me into search engines, only to glower at the results. There was simply no way he was going to talk a priest into a quick house blessing on such short notice, and his brief forays into the world of witchcraft only served to leave him nauseated. Ancient images of long-nosed witches stewing children in cauldrons were plenty, but the web could give him no solid advice on how to combat such creatures. And then there was the matter of fleeing the house for the night. The cost of a decent hotel room was simply out of reach for them. There were a few ramshackle motels on the cusp of town, certainly, but a night in one of those was sure to bring roaches or bedbugs or some other plague he couldn't bear to deal with. So, brooding in his room, he resigned himself to spending the night in the house with Ellery. People don't come back from the dead, he assured himself while munching on his nails. The cops who identified the woman in this house as Anissa Crowe were obviously mistaken. And the blue moon? Who cares? There was a blue moon when the murders took place, and we're expecting one tonight. But that's just a coincidence. He reclined in his office chair, swiveling nervously from left to right. And even if Ellery's right, even if the house is haunted, a ghost can't hurt us. This was the thought that most steeled him, the thing he placed his hopes in. Anissa Crow is dead. Even if her spirit is still here, it's exactly that, a spirit. She can spook us and confuse us, no doubt, but that's all. I just have to keep a close eye on Ellery till morning. Maybe Anissa's spirit has gotten extra riled up because the blue moon is coming. If that's the case, then things should calm down by dawn. Still, it would be easier said than done. One side of his mind was crammed with memories of the night before, memories of the horrific hallucination they'd shared in his sister's room. The other side teemed with the details Normand had shared, children being ripped apart, a woman being immolated in his own kitchen. Michael slid a cheap pen into his mouth and bit down on it to keep his teeth from chattering, and when he'd finally regained his composure, he stood up and checked on Ellery in the living room. After their clash in the parking lot, she'd stopped in her room to change and had settled moodily into the recliner, refusing his help every step of the way. Now she had her heels up on the coffee table, her hair in a tight ponytail, and a court drama on the TV. She threw a glance his way as he entered the room, then swiftly looked back at the screen. "How you holding up?" he asked. "Can I get you anything?" She shrugged petulantly. "Listen, I've been thinking about what you said, about the house." Ellery arched a brow expectantly and muted the TV with a jab at the remote. "And?" He smiled sheepishly. "I don't really believe in that kind of thing, okay? But, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe her spirit is here. If she died in this house, that could be the case. After what we saw last night, I won't pretend it's impossible." She nodded. "Good, but what are we going to do about it?" Ambling toward the sofa, he eased himself onto the side nearest her and propped one of his own legs onto the coffee table. "Well, I was thinking about that too. My vote? We do nothing." "Genius," she rolled her eyes. "Not exactly nothing. But I'm not going to run out and buy a Ouija board or call a priest. My thinking is this. If there's a ghost, a spirit in this house, whatever you want to call it, then it can't hurt us." She sat upright to put in her 2 cents, but he spoke through her interruption. "Ellery, whatever is in this house can freak us out. It can make us see and hear things, I grant you that. But it can't hurt us. It isn't going to murder us in our sleep. It's not a physical entity. It's not capable of that. If it was, then it would have gone for the kill already, no?" She frowned. "Anyhow, the murders took place during a blue moon. We're having another one of those tonight, right? My theory is that the spirit is restless because of this. Something about the moon, maybe, has her acting out." "But when the blue moon is over with, she'll be at peace? Is that what you're driving at?" He nodded. "Seems like a pretty safe bet to me." She chuckled. "I'd argue with you, but I don't really have a choice but to follow your lead on this. I'm not sleeping in the car anyway. I thought about jumping ship, renting a room for the night, but in this economy?" "Exactly." Ellery sighed. "Just one question. What if, tomorrow, after the blue moon, things are still bad? Suppose she's still here wreaking havoc. What then?" Michael thought about it for a moment. "I guess we'll find help. If this doesn't stop after tonight, we'll see what our options are." "One night, huh? You think this might all be over with in one night?" She strained to reach her glass of water till Michael slid it within reach. "All right, I can do one more night. As long as we stick together, we'll be safe. She can't trick us, can't toy with our minds if we're together, sis. I'll be by your side till morning, keeping an eye on you. You watch my back, too. How's that sound?" "We could just sleep in the living room tonight," she suggested. "Yeah, I'll bring out the bedding in a few hours. Sounds good." "Pillow fort?" she asked with a grin. He laughed. "Hell yeah, we'll do it up." Watching his sister take a long drink, he turned to the television. "One more night," he thought. "If we make it through tonight, maybe this will all be over with." The sun was still out. Hours of daylight remained, and the day was a warm one. Regardless, a chill settled over him as he pictured the forthcoming darkness. Something occurred to him as they sat there, something he didn't share with his sister for fear of wrinkling their agreed-upon plan. His own words echoed back at him. "As long as we stick together, we'll be safe. She can't trick us, can't toy with our minds if we're together." In reality, Michael wasn't sure how true this was. Anissa Crow's presence in the house had been sufficient to monstrously warp the mind of Julia and Christopher Paris. Somehow, on the black night 2 years before, they had fallen so deeply into the witch's thrall that they'd joined her in feasting on their own child. If he was being honest with himself, their plan to sit around and wait out the haunting was naive, and possibly dangerous. Whether Anissa Crow had truly risen from the dead was questionable, and stubbornly Michael clung to the possibility that Normand and his boys had been wrong, that the dead woman found in the kitchen half-burned had been someone else. But one thing was sure. In life, Anissa Crow had been feared, reviled. Dead or not, it was probably unwise to underestimate her. Chapter 29. A much-needed nap ate up the remaining daylight like a glutton. Rudderless in the face of the impending night, both siblings remained in the living room making small talk, till sleep came for them both. Ellery was the first to drift off, her head growing heavy as she struggled to get comfortable. Michael was close behind, his occasional nervous glances around the house diminishing till he was curled up against the sofa armrest, buried in blissful oblivion. The murmur of the television proved a soothing backdrop for them both as they caught up on sleep. Funnily, it was the halting end of this noise that served to rouse them when, hours later, they sat aright and found the TV had shut off. Ellery patted sleepily around her chair, supposing that she'd leaned or sat upon the remote, but discovered the device untouched on the edge of the coffee table where Michael had earlier left it. The silence that greeted them as they awoke was total, a clinging and aggressive quiet that chased the last of sleep from their eyes and grounded them once more in their shadowed surroundings. The dimness had deepened. Everywhere the glow of open windows had been reduced, and the powdery darkness at their borders had accrued. "Did you bump the remote?" asked Michael, gaining his feet with a groan. Ellery shook her head. The weight of silence pressed in on them both, but he did his best to affect calm. "I'm going to stretch my legs. You want anything? Hungry?" Again she shook her head. "No, not really." Slowly, Michael paced out of the living room and into the kitchen. He opened the fridge door and glanced over the chilled contents, but didn't bother availing himself. Next, he began through the dining room and down the hall, peering into the bathroom and Ellery's quarters as he went. Every look, every move of his was intended to suss out some grain of budding evil. But at every turn he found nothing. Like a tourist, he went from room to room, flipping on lights, opening cabinets, searching for boogeymen. All was as they'd left it. The shadows were ripening, but nothing stood within them. Yet. The silence, mixed with anticipation, was stifling. He helped himself to a swig from the kitchen tap, not out of thirst, but to give his nervous hands something to do. Striding back into the living room, he met Ellery's narrow gaze and shrugged. Only then did she release the breath she'd been holding since he'd walked off. She'd known what he was up to, and embraced the relief that shrug signified. "What's the plan?" she asked, sitting up. "We've got like an hour or so till sunset." "Probably less than that," he replied, looking up the loft stairs. "It's getting dark fast. 40 minutes tops." The setting of the sun was a daily occurrence, but here the siblings awaited it like a condemned man expecting the executioner. "I could use some pain meds," uttered Ellery, wincing as she stretched her neck. "Has it been long enough?" "Probably," he replied. "I'll grab you a dose. You have water?" Her glass was still half full. "Yeah." "Be right back." To keep from misplacing the orange prescription bottle, Michael had stashed it in the medicine cabinet behind the mirror in Ellery's bathroom. Flicking on the light, he eased open the creaky door and singled out the white-capped container amongst tubes of lipstick and lotion. The child safety mechanism gave him some trouble, but after a moment of fiddling, he popped the cap and shook a dose into his palm. The bottle was returned to the shelf, and he quickly shut the cabinet, though not so quickly that he overlooked something in the mirror's reflection. Stealing in a sharp breath, Michael paused before the bathroom sink, pills squeezed in one hand. He strained his eyes rightward, studying the doorway and hall beyond. Though too frightened to turn his head and take a really thorough look, this peek was enough to assure him that there was nothing there. In the instant before he'd shut the medicine cabinet, though, the mirror had told another story. The mirrored door, hinging shut, had momentarily brought the barest hint of hallway into focus, allowing Michael a glimpse at someone standing in the shadowed corridor. The impression had been brief, but it had also been firm enough to startle him as the cabinet clicked shut. A trick of the light, he told himself. There's obviously no one there. Get a hold of yourself, dumbass. As if to test this assertion, he reached out to the medicine cabinet once more and gently opened it, allowing the door to swing back and its reflection to drink in the hall and doorway as before. He guided the hinges gingerly, finally squaring the mirror in the desired spot. There was nothing. It isn't even nighttime yet and you're already jumpy. He slammed the cabinet shut, put out the light, and shuffled into the hall, ashamed of himself. He had almost reached the dining room when an unexpected stirring from the rear of the house drew him back toward the hall. In the hideous quiet, the faint groanings and janglings, which seemed to issue from Ellery's room, shook him like gunshots. Fists balled, he backtracked, passing the bathroom, and stood in Ellery's doorway. The night light had come on already, and it threw its amber glow around so generously he felt himself pacing into a lit jack-o'-lantern. The creak of a wooden door, the jingling of brass hinges, could only have come from the armoire across the room. Staring at the imposing piece from the edge of the hall, he spied the twin doors sitting ajar, the slender ribbon of shadow living between them impervious to the nightlight. It was from this murky nook that the face emerged. First, two yellow-orange eyes, like a cat's, broke the seal of darkness. The gaunt waxen face they sat in, wreathed in spools of black hair, became discernible next. Michael fell back a few paces while the thing in the wardrobe grinned at him. Thin lips painted in blood were creased in a cruel smile, and the golden eyes shimmered more brightly as if actively nourished by his terror. The pills fell from his hand and onto the carpet as he steadied himself against the wall. From the living room, an impatient Ellery called out, "They're in the bathroom, remember? Medicine cabinet. What, did you get lost on your way there?" Michael panicked. He sought to reply, to shout back, but the only sound that left him was a faint moan. Staring at the horrible face, his flesh crawling in answer to the witch's probing gaze, he tried to stand firm. "You're not real. You're dead. You can't hurt us. You can't hurt us." Curiously, as though she were drinking in his thoughts, the hag's smile deepened and she loosed a low, ragged laugh. The wardrobe trembled at this outburst, its wooden confines amplifying the hoarsest notes till her laughter was indistinguishable from the pantings of a slavering animal. Michael watched as the face retreated back into the darkness of the armoire, evaporating from view. The eyes were the last to leave his sight, blinking out one at a time like dying Christmas lights. For seconds thereafter, the air remained disturbed by the echoes of her laughter. Then, like the hand of a smotherer, the silence pressed down on him once more. He scooped up the pills and hastily doubled back, arriving in the living room in a cold sweat. He siphoned the medicine into Ellery's hand without a word and placed her water within easy reach, but refused to look her in the eye as he did so, lest his terror prove contagious. For all his effort, she noticed the change in him and downed the pills solemnly. "You saw something, huh?" He shook his head, tossed his shoulders, employed every gesture he could to deny what she already knew. She turned and looked up the loft stairs. Earlier, daylight had spilled across them generously. Now, the stream was running dry. "I guess it's starting, then." Chapter 30. On any other night, they would have entertained themselves. Hours on social media, scrolling reels would have been on the menu. She might have binge-watched a new series or tried her hand at any of the dozen hobbies she'd earmarked on her Pinterest board but had never been bored enough to execute. Michael might have buried himself in a new video game, thumping at his laptop like a brute till the wee small hours. This particular night, however, marked a divorce from simple pleasures. The two of them were bored, frequently restationing themselves around the house like mannequins. It was a special brand of boredom, though, the kind that aches, the kind that alienates all efforts at relief. Theirs was the painful boredom of civilians in a war zone, waiting for the first bombs to fall, the boredom of an ill man waiting for a call from the doctor after receiving a frightening diagnosis. The house at Baxter Court was more than spacious enough for its two occupants, but nowhere in its emptiness could either of them find room enough for joy. And then there was the third occupant. Unseen, unheard. Ellery knew they were not alone, and so did Michael, despite his attempts to insist otherwise. Somewhere in the little house they'd made their home, a pest was biding its time, gorging itself on the taut atmosphere. From the recliner, Ellery opened her ears and tried to zero in on the fiend's location, the way a rabbit will at times pause to scan the skies for hawks. The sound of Michael's nervous fidgeting reached her, along with the hum of the refrigerator, but that was all. They hadn't even turned on the TV. Both had silently agreed that it would only prove a distraction, a hurdle in the event of chaos. She had never once expected to hate the house. When she and her brother had come to the decision to move in together, to support one another, she'd felt optimistic. The cruelties of the past year had been many, but she'd signed the deed with a smile on her face, ready to put it all behind her and start afresh. Now they had nothing. No, less than nothing. For days and weeks combined, she'd seethed at their neighbors, had resented their snubs. But after all that had happened, she almost couldn't fault them. She pictured herself standing outside the property with all the rest, shaking her head as if to say, "Who in their right mind would ever live in such a house?" In their current state, there'd been little to do but mark the time. At turns, they'd both made obsessive studies of the clock, watching minutes pass away. Each spent minute was supposed to bring them closer to safety, to relief. But instead, the passage of time only increased the weight of the air and more firmly tugged at their guts. She knew that something would rear its head, that this night would bring its share of horror. Not knowing the when and how, though, was nothing short of a torture. "Moon's up," said Michael. He'd been balanced on the sofa armrest, twitching for untold minutes when he finally cleared his throat and spoke up. "Want to go up there and see it?" He was referring, of course, to the loft. Not really," she replied. "No? You mentioned going up there to see it earlier." She shrugged. "It's a full moon, nothing I haven't seen before. It isn't actually blue, you know." "Yeah, I know," he said. "I just thought—" "You go ahead. It's not worth the trip for me, but it'll give you something to do." "Go on." She hesitated. "Just don't be up there too long, all right?" He nodded. "I'll just take a peek. I'll be back down in a sec." Stretching, he made a beeline for the stairs and began to climb. She heard his tread through the loft. The ceiling overhead creaked as he ventured to the far window in search of the moon. Little had changed. Her brother was still within shouting distance, just above her. She was seated in the same chair, relaxing in the same position she'd been in for some time now. The silence had waxed, but at this point her ears were used to the quiet. The change, then, came from deep within her. She felt her pulse quicken and her blood turn to ice. The dread of the preceding hours circulated through her now like a poison. Fear gripped her by the brainstem and her body went slack. Panting, she looked up at the ceiling and slowly, tremblingly panned around the room. Nothing had changed. Nothing that her eyes or ears could latch onto, anyway. But she knew, in her very marrow, that the thing they'd been waiting for was now upon them. Chapter 31. It looked like any other moon. Michael stood at the window and canvassed the street. It was a clear night, utterly cloudless, allowing the moon to bathe everything in a warm glow. The roofs of neighboring houses, The streets and lawns, all of it was painted in hues he might have considered calming on any other night. Instead, he met the blue moon with raised hackles. All day he'd been on the offensive, senses keyed up and head on a swivel. Now that the night was well and truly upon them, his nerves were doubly ratcheted, and he wondered as he stood there whether he could bear the strain. Nothing had happened. Nothing had yet lumbered out of the darkness. And yet in waiting for it and imagining horror after horror, he'd almost exhausted himself. Morning, if he lived to morning, would surely find him threadbare. Of course you'll live, he reminded himself forcibly, though to little avail. In truth, the theories and slogans he'd clung to by day carried curiously little power in the glow of the moon. Ghosts, if they even exist, can't really hurt you. Remembering what ghosts could do with unrestricted access to his sister, however, he pulled away from the view and began sauntering for the stairs. Along the way he stole a glance out the other window, the one looking out upon the backyard, finding there, too, the commanding presence of the moon. From where he stood he could have counted every plank in the privacy fence, such was the brightness. But it wasn't the fence that won his notice. Rather, it was something wriggling near it, through a small gap he'd never had occasion to discover. 2 segments of the fence had been nudged aside, one to the right, the other to the left. Prized apart like scissor blades on the old nails that held them, a black mass was presently shifting through the parted planks, shrouded in a darkness that seemed impossible on such a bright night. It was a figure, porcelain-handed and stooped, dressed in a shabby garment. The figure came crawling onto the lawn, the planks relaxing into their normal positions in her wake, and then stood, leaning, in the grass with unseen eyes fixed on the house. In disbelief, Michael drew closer to the window. This can't be real. It's her. It's really her, isn't it? He leaned against the pane, scrutinizing the figure as she began advancing toward the house with slow, measured steps. Her tread scarcely flattened the grass. The touch of her soles upon the ground was so delicate that her path across the lawn could not be traced. It's her. She's here. It occurred to him as he watched that this was how things had happened 2 years prior, that the home invader who'd been the end of the Paris family had used this very method to enter the property. First, the witch had shown Ellery things, visions of what had taken place that fateful night. Now she was doing the same thing with him. He paid close attention. She came in through the fence. The back door probably wasn't locked. She came in through the kitchen, probably without anyone noticing. He grit his teeth. But why is she showing me this? Why is she showing us anything? The vision played out crisply in his sight. It was as though an album of the house's memories had been laid out for him to inspect. Anissa Crow stood outside the back door. He watched as her thin hand grasped the wooden handle. With a modicum of effort, the lock popped, and the thing began to move. From downstairs, Michael heard the back door sliding open. At this sound, it was all he could do not to scream. The house wasn't showing him things. This was no vision bestowed upon him by the ghost of Anissa Crow. In reality, the witch was downstairs. She'd just opened the door. She was in the house. Michael swooned, throwing his hands around the banister before jerkily descending the stairs 2, even 3 at a time. He banged his way into the living room in time to catch a large shadow swelling across the kitchen. Ellery had heard the door open and had completely flipped around, her knees bent against the recliner cushion and her arms clinging to the backrest, while she fearfully peered over its topmost edge. He pointed at the blossoming shadow, tried to express what he'd seen from the loft, but Ellery didn't notice him. Before she could pull her gaze away from the kitchen, the lights went out. Chapter 32. Lamps, appliances, it all went out with a low, mechanical wheeze. The lights blinked away in unison, like lit wicks snuffed out between unseen fingers, leaving them stranded in profound darkness. The darkness was almost too profound, in fact. There should have been at least a small measure of moonlight to see by, a gift from the loft windows that Michael had left uncovered. Somehow, even this had been reduced to the faintest rivulets, giving the impression that a pall had been tossed over the house itself. The effect was similar to sitting in a car with tinted windows on a sunny day. The dim that hugged them from every side felt manufactured and unnatural. She remained frozen on the recliner, fingertips digging into the upholstery like talons. The sound of the blinds clacking against the back door in a soft breeze nearly sent her into spasms while she groped for the shape of the intruder in the blackness. There was no light even in the kitchen. The moon lacked the nerve to follow in the footsteps of the one who'd just entered. Michael's voice rose up from her left. Who's there?" he shouted, though they both damn well knew. The kitchen was a vacuum. Whatever sound they hurled into it, whatever their attempts to plumb its depths, it only consumed everything they put in. She pressed a fist to her thumping heart, hoping it might quieten enough to let her hear the witch's creeping tread across the linoleum. The noise never came, though. A pointed silence stung at her ears like so many needles. From the darkness, closer than before, she made out Michael's panting. Hey, he whispered. "I saw her from upstairs. She came in through the fence. This is probably what she did the last time." He paused and waited for something to lash out at him, to make its presence known. After a beat, he concluded, "It seems like everything is playing out like before." She extended a hand and grasped at Michael's arm, the suddenness of which made him yelp. Pulling him close, she replied, "We need a light. Anything." He bent down and felt out the coffee table, patting it in search of Ellery's phone. He knocked over her water in the process, sending the glass to the carpet, but finally his fingers traced the outline of her phone case and he plucked the thing up. The screen flashed on like a white flare, immediately parting the darkness and making their pale faces plain to one another. He held it out before him, scraping the shadows aside. Revealed in the glow were the four walls they knew. In dull relief, the living room's contents were drawn up from the murk. As they sifted through this darkness, Ellery couldn't get away from the impression that everything was filthy, streaked in gray, ashen. Michael pulled away, feeling stronger now that he had the phone's light to lean on. "Flashlights, candles, I know we've got 'em." "No candles," she whispered back. "With everything that's going on, candles are risky. Could start a fire." She took a few shaky breaths. "There are flashlights in the kitchen, I think. In the drawer next to the oven." "All right." Michael cleared his throat loudly, seeking to catch the ear of their resident horror. "We know you're here, Anissa. We've seen you, and we know all about you. Michael! Don't speak to her. Don't antagonize her." "You died in this house," he continued, edging toward the kitchen. "Maybe that's why you're still kicking around, huh? Decided to pay us a proper visit on a blue moon? Well, we don't want you here. Go on, get lost. We aren't scared of you, Anissa." Every time he spoke the witch's name, Ellery felt her guts throb. "Don't taunt her," she warned. Michael placed a hand against the kitchen doorway, thrusting the light through. "Elle, we're going to follow the plan. Remember what we talked about? She's a ghost, right? She can't hurt us. She may be frightening, but none of this is real, and the last thing I'm going to do is let some dead witch push me around in my own home." He took a tentative step onto the linoleum. Sensing no resistance, he quickly took another. "What drawer did you say the flashlights are in?" The big one, next to the oven. I think." "You think?" She ran her hands through her hair, tugging the strands as if to bring her memory to heel. "I can't remember. They're either there or—" She went hunting and pecking through her mind, but the adrenaline flooding her system made it impossible to focus on trivialities like her storage habits. "If they're not in the kitchen, they're in my room," she guessed. "In my nightstand, the one on the other side of the bed." Michael stopped on his heels. "They'd better be in here, Elle. I'm not trying to go back there for—" He jerked, peppering the cabinets and floors with the cell phone's light. "What's wrong?" She shuffled after him with her breath held. Parted by the feeble light, the darkness quivered at their sides like columns of black water which might, at any moment, rush in and submerge them both. He glanced back at her sheepishly. It must have been a shadow, he said. Spooked myself. Ellery pointed out the drawer she'd had in mind. I think they're in there. Come on, hurry. She looked at the dead light in the ceiling, the blank face of the microwave. Think the power will come on again? Michael opened the drawer and went rifling. I don't know why the hell it had to go out in the first place. It's not like it's storming. He buried himself wrist deep in the drawer, digging past old mail, sponges, oven mitts, and other things, before slamming it shut. This is a junk drawer, Elle. Where the hell are the flashlights? I'm sorry. They must be in my room, then. Are you serious? I had a few packed in with my things, and when I was sorting boxes, I realized I had space in the nightstand drawer, and... All right, fine. He threw his light about the entire kitchen, zeroing in finally on the back door. The thing remained ajar, opened just enough to preview the dim lawn and to admit a warm thread of breeze. He shut the thing, locked it, and then set his sights on the other wing. I'll be right back. Don't you want me to come with you? She asked, dragging herself a few more paces. No, you should go rest. Relax, Ellery. I don't want you tripping on something and getting hurt. We have to remain calm. She glowered at him. How am I supposed to relax at a time like this? He relented. Come on, then, and stay close. Crossing the kitchen, he waited at the threshold of the dining room for Ellery to catch up, and then plunged into the hall with steely determination. Along the way, he'd toggled on the phone's flashlight feature, which granted him a more concentrated and far-reaching beam of light. It was only because he was able to scour the far wall of Ellery's room with this enhanced reach that he found the courage to step inside it all. So, they're in one of your nightstands? He asked again. Yeah, the one near the wardrobe. He held his breath until he'd come within a stone's throw of the bed. Okay. Ellery positioned herself near the doorway, eyes roving. Shadows jumped and flared as Michael hopped onto the bed and began reaching toward the nightstand in question. Steadying the light, he knelt upon the mattress and leaned over the side of the bed frame, carefully taking stock of the corner before opening the drawer. She heard the nightstand's contents rattle. Are they in there? She asked. Yeah. One at a time, Michael reached into the drawer and removed 2 flashlights, sitting them both on the bedspread. One for you and one for me. Perfect. She entered the room and scooped one of the flashlights off the bed, immediately hitting the button on the back. The flash of the LEDs nearly blinded her as she waved the thing around. Damn, that's bright. Centering Michael in her sights, she continued. So, what now? Back to the living room to wait out the power outage, or... Michael was still on the bed. He'd been in the process of climbing off, stuffing the other flashlight into his pocket, when he'd ground to a sudden halt. He still had the cell phone. The hand gripping it shook violently as it hovered near his head and cast its whitish light upon the slender gap between wall and bed. Michael? Go. His voice was so faint, so tremulous, that she almost didn't hear him. What is it? She asked. Go, he groaned out more forcefully. By small degrees he inched his way off the bed. When he'd regained his feet, he backed away stiffly, attentions still tethered to whatever lay beyond the edge of the mattress. He'd been jarred by something, and that something was now on the move. Quivering at the mouth of the hall, Ellery could hear a soft rustling within the room, which seemed to issue from the direction of the armoire. What had begun as a slight stirring erupted into a burst of thudding and groping from beneath the bed, as of a trapped animal desperate to escape its cage. Shadows once purged by the light coalesced into a rising form. Shadows once purged by the light coalesced into a rising form. A figure clawed its way up the wall with thin, gnarled hands, till it stood on 2 feet, its back to the slack-jawed siblings. The articles of Ellery's clothing that had earlier fallen out of the wardrobe were heaped upon it so that, except for 1 pale, bare leg and 2 thin arms, its bulk remained hidden. Sharp wails crushed the silence. The wails of an infant. Ellery followed the sound, glancing down the hall and tracking the agonized cries to the other wing of the house. The loft. The noise produced a violent reaction in the veiled figure. At once it turned around, heaped coats and dresses swaying on its frame until, one by one, they slipped away to reveal the thing in full. Michael and Ellery gazed upon a panting woman with flesh paler than the light they inspected her under. Her long, brown hair spilled across the shoulders of her cream-colored pajama top, and she wore matching shorts. Her features were soft, fair even, but spoiled by the terror that filled her wide, blue eyes. "My baby!" she uttered. "My baby!" The squalling had only been going on for a few seconds when, without warning, the woman came bounding over the bed and ran straight for the hall. Instinctively, the siblings moved aside, though as the woman ran past them in a panic, both noticed that she did not stir the air in her wake. Though they stood in close proximity to one another in the cramped hall, neither of them bumped the woman or felt the least impression of her presence beyond what their eyes could show. This unnaturally delicate passage stripped her of all realism. The sprinting woman could not strike them as anything else but a hologram layered gingerly upon their surroundings, projected light and sound, nothing more. Ellery followed after her, despite Michael's demands from the rear. "This isn't real, Ellery. She's not real." Keeping the fleeing figure in her sights, Ellery gave chase. She dashed through the kitchen, training her light instinctively on the loft stairs. This is the woman who used to live here, one of the victims. We're finally seeing what happened that night, seeing it just as she experienced it. No sooner did the flashlight beam graze the uppermost steps did the child's cries cut out with a jarring suddenness. Her stomach dropped. She knew what had happened up there, knew what had become of the child. She'd seen the child die once already, in a dream, and cared nothing to watch the slaughter a second time. Ellery wilted by the foot of the stairs, weak in the knees, and waited for her brother. Before Michael could join her in the living room, however, her gaze was drawn to the hall opposite, the one outside the door of her brother's room. From that dark recess she heard the echo of ragged sobs. Drawing away from the loft, she cast her light across the living room and zeroed in on a slumped, shaking figure seated upon the carpet. It was the woman. She was still in her cream-colored pajamas, face buried in her hands as she wept. But even from a distance it was impossible to ignore that she was covered in blood. Her dainty hands were gloved in fresh gore, her outfit dappled with red spray, and as she heaved and sobbed, she lowered her hands and revealed a mouth whose lips and teeth were stained crimson. The sounds that burst out of her were half retch and half blubber, a wordless prayer for death, if Ellery had ever heard one. Ellery teased the woman's outline with her light and drew a little closer, though at being so watched the figure tensed and returned her scrutinies. The woman on the carpet stared back at her, but not with the anguished eyes of a mourning mother. The gaze that met Ellery's was one of liquid gold. The wide eyes burned like blast furnaces, glittered like swirling supernovas, and a single glimpse into them knocked her heart off its usual rhythm. "She's already got you," growled the woman. She was crouched in a deep squat, bloody hands cupped between her legs like the limbs of a scheming fly. "It's too late. You should have left while you had the chance." What do you mean?" asked Ellery, at once repulsed and drawn further down the hall. "The glamour. It's got its teeth in you," replied the woman. Her smoldering gaze shifted subtly, in the direction of Michael's clumsy pursuit. "It's almost too late for him, too." A soft smile graced her gory lips, a hideous contradiction. "If you love him, if you want him to survive, he has to leave. Otherwise—" I don't understand." The woman pointed past Ellery, signaling something in the living room. "There's no time." Ellery glanced over her shoulder, bringing the light around with a quick jab. In the corner of the shadow-flooded living room, she spied a dark silhouette, A stooped figure lurked there, pacing casually across the ceiling. Black, oily locks hung low like creeping jungle vines. Necrotic stumps turned upon the ceiling, bringing a pale and hideous face into view. The vast mouth, dropping open as if on a hinge, glistened with sharp teeth, and a stream of dark blood came gushing out from behind the thin lips, splashing upon the carpet below. The witch, her eyes bulging and white, was silently striding towards her from above. The lights in the house came on just as Michael was finding his way into the living room. The surge was blinding, and brought with it a chorus of beeps from the kitchen appliances as they were suddenly brought back to life. Ellery dropped her flashlight and backed a little into the dim hall, eyes smarting, and then looked toward Michael's bedroom door. The crouching woman wasn't there anymore. A narrow glance outward revealed an empty ceiling in the living room, too, though for several seconds she kept staring at the textured paint, peering from corner to corner, in tense wait. "Hey, it's over," said Michael, cheerfully approaching from the kitchen. He picked up her light and placed it on the coffee table. "That wasn't so bad, huh? The power was only out for a minute. Guess ol' Anissa's out of gas, huh?" Ellery emerged from the hall pale and fidgeting. She shook her head forcefully while waiting for the right words to tumble out of her brain and into her mouth. "It's not over yet," she said. "It's only just beginning. And I think we made a terrible mistake." "What do you mean? Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" He looked her over concernedly. "We shouldn't have stayed. We should never have moved into this house, Michael." She shuddered. "We should have left." Chapter 33. "Are you insane? There's no way I'm leaving. Absolutely no way." Michael sat in the recliner with his arms folded, watching her pace around the sofa with a scowl. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." "You're in danger," replied Ellery. "You need to leave. Get out now while you still can." "What? Because some ghost told you?" He rolled his eyes. "They can't hurt us, Ellery. They can't hurt us. How many times do I have to tell you?" "That isn't true," she shot back. "Anissa Crow destroyed an entire family, made them do things that no sane person would do. And if she's still here, dead or not—" "I'm not taking advice from Julia Paris. Sorry." "But you just saw her. We both saw her. Her spirit's still here, too." "Yeah, I know," spat Michael, "and I hope she can rest in peace and whatnot. But I'm not stupid enough to believe every little hallucination that comes my way tonight. What you're suggesting is reckless. I can't leave you alone, Ellery, not with everything that's been going on. I guess we could both leave. We could go for a long drive, sit up at a Denny's till daybreak." He panned around the room. "Honestly, though, it seems like things have calmed down. That might not be necessary." The spirit of Julia Paris, glimpsed in the hallway just before the power had come back on, had planted a very real fear in Ellery's heart. "It's too late. You should have left while you had the chance," the woman had told her. "If you love him, if you want him to survive, he has to leave." After that conversation in the dark, Ellery was no longer worried about her own well-being. She was scared for Michael's. "Leaving won't change anything. She said it was too late for me," explained Ellery. "But you still have time, Michael. You can get out of here." "Give me a damn break," he shouted. "You're fine, Ellery, and so am I. We aren't going anywhere, and we aren't going to cave to some ghosts, all right? I'm sticking here with you. It's my responsibility. Even if you're right, I'd never be able to live with myself if I left and something happened to you. You're all I've got left in the world." Her expression softened at his unintended vulnerability. It felt strange to be cared for, to be loved by someone. She and Michael had had their fair share of disagreements over the past few weeks, and it was safe to say she'd taken him for granted. In truth, she felt the same way, though. She loved her brother and recognized him as the only meaningful connection she still had in life. It was for this reason that Julia Paris's warning had left her nerves in tatters. "But Michael, Whatever's in this house, it has hurt me. For a long time now, I've been seeing, hearing, feeling things. It's only just recently started for you, though. Please leave, at least for the night. For me? No way. He was firm, immovable. Anissa Crow made these poor people do terrible things to one another 2 years ago. But we're not like them, Ellery. We're built different. She rolled her eyes at his bravado. Are you being serious? I don't know what you're so scared of, Al. What, you think I'm going to come up behind you and rip your heart out just because the ghost of some witch pops out of the closet and spooks me? I'd never do anything to hurt you or put you in danger. She shook her head. Of course not. I don't believe you'd ever do that, but... Are you thinking of doing that to me? He asked with a grin. No! All right, then we're on the same page. She still wasn't convinced, but saw little point in arguing with him further. Anissa Crow made 2 people turn on their own baby. If she could do that, then... She settled onto the sofa and smothered her shivers by wrapping her arms around her knees. He reached across the sofa and gave her a playful nudge on the shoulder. Hey, don't mope. We've got this, sis. Nothing bad's gonna happen while I'm around, okay? She forced a smile. If you say so. Chapter 34. The Monuxet River was still as glass. Transformed by the full moon into a white, glistening stripe, Jim picked up a rock and sent it skipping across the surface. It made some 10 skips before sinking soundlessly, and the ripples it made were healed within seconds. It was a warm night. The barrels were all empty, and passers-by had shed their usual layers to drink in the faint night breeze. Jim reclined by the waterside, the towering warehouses to his back rising into the clear sky like mountain peaks. He thumbed a cigarette out of his last pack. It took a few flicks of the nigh-empty lighter to get it burning. Full moons often carried bad reputations. Some believed that full moons drew out the crazies, that somehow the pull of that far-off celestial body held sway over more than the tides, and could make decent people into raving lunatics. Jim could think of no better rebuttal to that thesis than the pleasant night he'd spent by the river, watching the moon swell in the sky and listening to the birds call from their rooftop nests. It was a far cry from the full moons of days past, anyway. It don't look blue, muttered one of the younger vagrants settling on the pier beside him, likely in search of a free cig. Jim was an agreeable sort, generous with his fellows, and lighting it against his own, handed the fellow a smoke without being asked. They call it a blue moon, but not because it's blue, he explained through a cloud of smoke. The nicotine hit him just right. He could feel the pleasant buzz between his ears and licked his lips in anticipation of the next drag. It's the second full moon in a single month. Doesn't happen often. Pretty rare. The other man nodded, the collar of his ratty t-shirt hanging low and baring his collarbones to the open air. Still pretty to look at, I guess, he replied, taking a puff. Things seem pretty chill tonight, no? I had one guy telling me earlier to look out during the full moon. Thought that bad things might be going down because of it. Jim smiled. Yeah, that's all superstition. Doesn't matter what cops or doctors want to believe. No one goes crazy just because of a full moon. Figured as much. The young man stretched out his legs, his beat-up sneakers hovering over the water's edge. Dude must have been tweaking, talking about some woman who comes out when the moon's right. Told me she was a monster, a witch, some shit like that. Should have told him to lay off the pipe, he chuckled. The smile had faded from Jim's lips, however. He parked the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and peered up at the full moon with a very different mind now. A mind stained by things that hadn't surfaced in his thoughts for a long while. It had been over 2 years since he'd really sat and thought of that woman. 2 years since he and all of the locals had learned to enjoy the sight of a full moon without having to look constantly over their shoulders. Now that the thought was in him, he couldn't give it the boot. You know, he began, that one actually isn't far off the mark. Huh? Jim nodded and ran a palm over his bare head. You run into some odd types here, living on the streets. All kinds, good and bad. There was a woman like that once. No lie." The younger man arched a brow. "Yeah? She really that bad?" "Yeah," replied Jim. "She was." He ashed his cigarette and tossed his shoulders. "Dead now, though. 2 years gone, that one. Don't reckon we'll have to see her again." As he turned up at the moon and watched it in silence, his mind continued down the dreary track whose destination was Anissa Crow. The thin, wild-haired woman with the piercing stare loomed in his mind's eye. He recalled the times he'd seen her from afar, laying out on rooftops, drinking from moonlit puddles, squatting in small shelters like an animal in her den. And he recalled, too, that she'd been dead once before. He'd been there, that time the cops had yanked her body out of the river some 5 years ago. Rumor had it that some of the Whittier regulars had taken a dislike to her, bought the hearsay about her being a witch, and that they'd taken matters into their own hands. They'd bound her up and sent her for a cold swim in the Monuxent like the witches of old. It hadn't taken long for Jim to learn the names of those involved in her murder. Keeping one's ear to the ground can pay dividends for the patient. Come to think of it, most of those guys weren't around anymore. Some, maybe, had traveled on to greener pastures. At least a few, though, had turned up dead in the months following. Organs missing, bodies abused. Some called it proof of curses or witchcraft. Some thought it merely theatrical for the purposes of sending a strong message. Both sides were probably correct in their own way. Jim smoked his way down to the filter and then dashed out his cig, flicking it into the water. 2 years back, reports of Anissa Crow had started up again. After 3 years in the ground, she'd been spotted around Whittier's camps, and in Plum Hollow, too. He remembered the stories that came out of that mess all too well. The same violence, the same MO, but focused on a happy family in a cozy suburb. His detective friend had come sniffing around then, and had let slip a few breadcrumbs. Whittier's commissioner of police had been livid after the murders, and Anissa's name had gotten pulled from the papers in a real hurry. The detective's words returned to him as he stared at the moon. "The woman we found in that house was Anissa Crow, 0 doubts. Commissioner thinks the press is trying to ruin him during an election year and has his brother putting the squeeze on journalists. It's bad no matter how they print it, Jim. Either we're corrupt cops trying to pin this slaughter on a dead homeless woman, or she's a demon returned from the dead, and that's going to ruin all our credibility. The sheriff in Plum Hollow is willing to play ball. He'll take the blame for whatever goes down and likely retire, in exchange for a decent payout. But me, I can't make heads or tails of it. That woman is dead. I signed off on her death certificate 3 years ago. Stood right here as they hauled her out of the Monuxent. And yet, said Jim, looking to his young companion solemnly, life is very strange. Out here you never know who you'll meet in the light of the moon. Best to keep your nose clean, kid." Chapter 35. "Can I be honest?" asked Michael, toying with the TV remote. He'd put on the Weather Channel, not out of any interest in the forecast, but because of the pleasant music. "This whole thing has been kind of a letdown." Ellery had stretched out on the sofa with a pillow. Now and then she glanced up from her station like a prairie dog, ever on alert. "Shut up, will you?" "I'm just saying, I was expecting much worse." He had the footrest up and grinned at her smugly from around the rim of his glass. He'd fixed the two of them a quick meal, some microwavable slop that he'd choked down in a hurry and which she hadn't deigned to touch. "I guess poor Anissa just isn't as powerful as she was before." "Michael, if you don't close your mouth, I'm going to come over there and close it for you." She sent him daggers. "This isn't a joke. Just because we aren't getting thrown around the house horror movie style doesn't mean that—" "As if she could even do that," he chuckled. "Hey, Anissa," he called out. "If you can hear me right now, feel free to come out of the shadows or whatever and ragdoll us." "You idiot." "We aren't scared of you. Honestly, we're kind of embarrassed." She buried her face in the pillow, muttering curses all the while. It was true that nothing much had happened since the power outage. A few bumps, a few creaks, sure, But that didn't mean that the haunting was over. To the contrary, Ellery felt as though this silence, this lack of activity, was a sign of something else, a steady building up of the witch's power. The longer the moon was out, commanding the world with its eerie sway, the stronger she would become. The longer we sit here, waiting, the deeper she'll dig her claws into us, thought Ellery. Michael reached over and helped himself to her microwavable dinner, eating it with such cavalier enjoyment that she might have cursed him out even under pleasanter circumstances. Meanwhile, she settled into the sofa more deeply and just tried to calm herself down. The night was young, but morning would eventually arrive. Only then would she allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. The soothing jingles playing on TV, the sound of Michael contentedly chowing down beside her, helped her relax enough to drowse. It felt unwise to close her eyes, to rest at such a time, but she knew that she'd need her energy if things did go sour, and so seized the opportunity. "Rain tomorrow," uttered Michael as he chewed. "Storms, maybe." She didn't hear him. Sleep had won her over. It was a good thing he planned to stay awake all night. Attempting to sleep on a duo of saucy microwave dinners would lead to surefire heartburn. He washed down Ellery's meal with a bit of ice water and then leaned back in the recliner, put at ease by her even breathing. He was glad, at least, that she was able to relax. For over an hour he'd put on a brave face. He'd hurled all kinds of insults at the unseen phantom of Anissa Crow, talked a real big game, and probably pissed his sister off terribly. Beneath it all, he'd been struggling to keep his cool, though. It wasn't that anything had really happened. Since the lights had come back on, the house had been relatively still and quiet. The troubling changes in their surroundings were not the kind he'd been expecting. No jump scares, nothing in your face. The game had shifted on a granular level, and not wishing to upset his sister, he'd kept his impressions of the atmosphere to himself. He wanted badly to discuss them, though, to shed the burden of mounting dread. The single most troubling thing Michael had noticed since the lights had come back on was almost indescribable. Without warning, the power had returned and their lamps and fixtures had jolted on like nothing had happened. But the house that he'd lived in before the outage looked somewhat different to the one he now dwelt in. There was no one thing he could point to make his case. It wasn't as though his surroundings had been monstrously transformed in some way. Rather, a certain degradation, corruption, perhaps, had entered everything he knew. The bulb burning in the living room fixture was throwing out the same light it always did. It was the same bulb he'd screwed in himself just weeks ago. Yet, now, the light issuing from it seemed anemic, watered down. No matter where he looked, he found evidences of this spoilage. It had crept into the walls themselves, adding a grunginess that hadn't been there just hours prior in the daytime. And he found it in the coffee table, too, whose finish no longer seemed so glossy as once, but rather dusty. He didn't feel like he was living in his house anymore. He was half certain he'd been dropped onto a set that mimicked the interior of 1515 Baxter Court. The mimicry was close. So close to the real thing, and yet everywhere the inconsistencies stood out to him. His surroundings were such an obvious fraud, a counterfeit, but nowhere, as he moved about the premises, could he decisively articulate how. Playing dumb, going with the flow, was the best he could do. If some spell had been cast upon him, altering his perceptions, then freaking out would not be helpful. Treating the experience like a bad trip, he committed to remaining calm, to no sudden outbursts or movements, confident that the sunlight would burn away the veneer of fakeness that had overlaid upon his home. He fiddled with his phone, checking and rechecking the time. When he'd done this on and off for 15 minutes, he sat up and considered other ways to pass the night. He plucked up the empty food containers, walked them into the kitchen, and, in a blind grasp for normalcy, began filling the dishwasher. Dirty plates, glasses, and silverware had begun accumulating in the sink basins over the past few days, such that he could easily burn 10 or more minutes slowly feeding them into the appliance. He grinned as he began soaping up plates caked with hardened-on food, thinking to himself, Ellery's going to wake up tomorrow and ask if Anissa Crow did the dishes. Humming to himself, he eventually finished up and dried his hands, leaving the thing to run as he returned to the living room with a fresh glass of water. He'd been starting toward the recliner, ready to keep vigil with only the TV for a companion, when he stopped short and spilled some of the water he'd been bringing to his lips. Everything was as he'd left it prior to his chore, except that Ellery had rolled over on the sofa and was now facing the television. This was no problem, but for her unexpected leering. Her eye strained the corner of its socket, as if she were trying to look at her own ear. Ellery's eyes bulged around the curve of her face, trembling. Her pupil was so small, so shrunken, as to appear absent, and like a ferocious dog on a leash, this eye jabbed into him from across the room. At first glance, he'd thought her to be having a seizure, but once locked upon him, the eye stayed put, bulging with something like pleasure or covetousness. Michael pretended not to notice and took another step toward the sofa. Her face was split by a rictus grin. The smile she bore was all deviousness, all sinister delight. It looked completely alien on her, unlike any expression he'd ever seen her make. Grinning and watching, she remained stock-still on the sofa, her chest rising and falling in imitation of sleep. Here, again, the mimicry, something pretending to be what it was not. Michael was more frightened than irritated at the sight of her, however. That the corrupting forces were now at play within his sister sent his heart jackhammering in panic. He couldn't bring himself to say her name. What frightened him most was the possibility that the corruption had fully infiltrated her, and that she was no longer a refuge, but a living, breathing manifestation of the hateful atmosphere. The eye that held him never wavered, never shut. She would have launched at him if only to keep him within her sight. Staring down at her reclining form, he was struck not by raw fear, but by a sense of danger. He knew what it was like to be threatened. Here, the silent threat was issuing from a place he'd never in his wildest dreams expected it. But as he held that wild gaze, he recognized it for what it was. One needed very little in the way of imagination to picture the thoughts rolling through his sister's mind. She had become a bear trap, ready and eager to snap shut upon him the moment he stepped within range. She could hardly have disturbed him more had she pointed a gun at him. This wasn't the first time he'd glimpsed this darkness in her. In the hospital, after she'd signed her discharge papers Anissa Crow, she'd hit him with that devious, knowing look. And that same morning, as they'd slept in the living room, she had watched him, repeatedly, with the eyes of a predator. He had written it all off then, not solely because he'd lacked belief in their predicament, but because he'd never believed Ellery could pose a threat to him. Now his belief in the haunting was great, and his doubts on the latter point were dissolving moment by moment. She's looking at me, like she wants to kill me. He backed away a few paces, ice cubes rattling in his glass, and heard the grinding of impatient teeth from the sofa. Though her belly rose and fell, her limbs, her entire frame, had become so tightly coiled she looked as though she might spring up at any moment and rush at him. The aura of predation, the very real promise of violence that filled the air, became so great that he saw no choice but to flee her. He stepped quickly to the right, toward his room, and barreled inside. Slamming the door shut, he heard the sofa tense as Ellery made a sudden shift. He locked himself inside, put on the light, and stood beside his desk, listening. The gap beneath the door was darkened by a presence whose arrival had registered no sound. Through the wooden panels he heard a low, rasping laugh. The sound had come from Ellery's lips, but it was the laughter of one beyond the world of the living. Chapter 36. Ellery sat up in bed, cognizant of a guttering orange glow. It wasn't her nightlight. She noticed that the stumpy white candle she'd placed upon her dresser, a poor excuse for decoration, was lit. She had never used it before, and couldn't remember lighting it, but as she stood up to investigate, she caught sight of the figure standing before her window and promptly plopped back down in a fit of terror. The curtains of her bedroom window had been parted, but the moon did not penetrate the glass. In fact, the lawn and street and everything else that should have been visible through it were not in evidence. The window had been transformed into something dark and opaque, a black mirror. A shuddering figure in blood-soaked pajamas stood before it, her placid face reflected in the glass. She wove gory fingers through her tousled brown hair, and the numerous coin-sized puncture wounds across her neck and chest puckered with her every shaky breath. Ellery watched the figure preen for some time before daring to address her. Are you Julia? Julia Paris? The woman's gaze found Ellery in the window's reflection, and a fleeting smile brushed her lips. You didn't listen to me, she said. It's too late now. Much too late. I don't understand, replied Ellery, moving toward the edge of the bed. You're Julia Paris, right? You used to live here, and you died here along with your son. And you didn't listen to me, continued the woman, delicate fingers probing her hair. Now it's too late. For both of you. Ellery stood up, frightened at the sight of the spectre, but too worked up to cower on the bed. What's happening in this house? What has that witch done to us? She gulped. What happened to you? Julia Paris smoothed out her locks a final time, and then studied her wounded neck in the mirror. Fresh gouges, 3 or 4 in total, convulsed as she turned her head upward in inspection. I let her in. You let her in? To the house, you mean? The apparition nodded slowly. I met her one evening while tending the front garden. My husband was at work, and my son was asleep. It was getting dark, and while trimming one of the bushes, I noticed that she'd been watching me from across the street. The next thing I knew, she was coming straight towards me. I was frightened when I saw her, threatened, but I was also intrigued. She chuckled to herself, and the wounds she bore flared like red nostrils for the exertion. She seemed very dirty and very ill, wheezing, limping. I knew she was homeless and in terrible health. Her eyes were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, though. I got lost in them. She came up to me and looked me in the eye. She asked me if I was a mother. Somehow, she knew it, that I was a mother. I didn't want to answer, but I couldn't hold my tongue. I told her that I was. Next thing I know, I'm leading her inside up to the nursery. I let her see my son. Julia trembled, and as her frame grew unsteady, she turned a little, and Ellery glimpsed the side of her face. A threadbare rag of tortured flesh clung to her bare skull. The sheet of flapping skin was covered in long gouges where her fingers had rasped it to oblivion over the course of the past few years. The face in the mirror was the one she'd worn in life, pretty unscathed, but the reality Ellery had caught a glimpse of was on the verge of slipping away completely and exposing raw, empty bone. Julia went on. She held my son, had a great interest in him. Finally, something came over me. I didn't like the woman, didn't want her anywhere near my baby. I didn't look into her eyes anymore. Instead, I screamed at her, ordered her to leave. I threatened to call the police. Well, she handed him over without a fight. I remember that she laughed, a nasty, rasping laugh, and she told me we'd meet again soon. I don't remember her leaving. I didn't walk her out, and I didn't call the police. When my husband got home, he found me and Aiden in the nursery, and we were both crying, though I couldn't really explain what had happened. I didn't know it then, but she'd already gotten her claws in me. Chris thought it was postpartum stress, something like that. I didn't tell him what really happened, because every time I tried, I'd just lose the words. It was like she had my tongue. Days went by, and my neighbors started complaining about the woman. They'd gossip about her while out for jogs or mowing their lawns. I tried to figure out who she was, but none of them knew. They called her a bum, a tramp, a bag lady, and got the cops involved. They never found her. And then, the night of the blue moon, while Aiden was sleeping and my husband and I were getting ready for bed, She returned. The back door wasn't locked. She came inside and went up to the nursery while Chris was in the shower. I was changing into my pajamas when I heard it. The screaming. A mother knows her child. She knows her baby's cries. Hungry, tired, sick. Even in a 6-month-old, all of those cries sound different. But the sounds my baby made that night while I was getting ready for bed were something else. I'd never heard anything like them at all, and I went running straight for the nursery. That's when I found her. She had my baby. Julia covered her face with her hands and shook with grief. When next she spoke, Julia's fingers pressed hard against her face, raking at the skin so that her features were distorted even in the reflection. Her blue eyes rolled upward. Her lips were tugged aside in anguish. She killed my baby so that she could live. That's what she does. That's what she is. She feeds on others to keep herself alive. What is she? Asked Ellery. If Julia had any answer to that question, she didn't offer it up. Instead, she continued clawing at herself, fingernails leaving livid ridges across the length of her tear-streaked visage. Do you have any idea how much power it gives her? To feed? She ate him. She ate him. And then she made me look into those terrible eyes, and she made me... She couldn't finish that sentence, and fell deep into sobbing once again. Falling to the floor, she curled up into herself and brought her head down toward her knees. But Julia, she died, continued Ellery, hesitating to approach the phantom. She died, right? You stopped her that night. No, barked the woman. No, we didn't stop her. We just slowed her down. She made us do such horrible things, and she would have fed on me and my husband, too. But when she attacked us, Chris managed to fight back. He struggled with her in the kitchen, and then she burned. She burned. She couldn't come back from that. But I couldn't forgive myself. In the specter's right hand, Ellery spied what appeared to be a screwdriver. Without warning, Julia leaned back and buried the thing in her neck up to the handle, shoulders jerking as she did so. A keening wail flew from her lips. "Don't!" shouted Ellery. "You don't have to!" "She died that night," growled Julia. "But she never left. She's been here the whole time, waiting. And then the two of you moved in. You let her get her claws in you. She's going to rip you both apart, and when she does, she'll be free. She'll have exactly what she came for." Ellery shook her head. "No, that's not possible. She's dead, Julia. She doesn't have a body anymore. Only her spirit is here." The specter squeezed the screwdriver handle with both hands, and as she drove it from side to side, enlarging the wound, she sputtered with bitter laughter. "That's what you're for. She's not going to use her old body anymore. She's going to move into one of you." What? Ellery's knees butted heads and the dim bedroom began to swirl all around her. She focused her gaze on the candle's burning wick and leaned against the bedframe. But, one of you is going to give in to her." Julia nodded so hard that her head looked poised to roll off her shoulders. "Oh, yes, she's already in you. Both of you. She'll turn you against one another, take control, make you do whatever she likes. One of you is going to die. One of you is going to be consumed. And when that happens, the pact will be sealed. She'll move into her new body, and no one will be able to stop her. You didn't listen to me. Your brother could have lived. Instead, you're going to tear him to bits and feed on him, or he's going to do it to you." "Michael would never!" screamed Ellery. "We'll never allow it, never give her what she wants." Julia Paris's shoulders stiffened. Slowly she began to turn around. Her brittle neck, riddled with wounds, clicked and trembled as her ruined face came into focus. Spent ribbons of flesh dangled from her skull, giving her the look of melting waxwork. "You didn't leave. You didn't listen." The woman's voice seeped out of the empty craters where her cheeks had once been. "Now it's too late. Don't you feel her? She's inside of you now, just as she was inside of me once. I heard her voice in my head, even when she wasn't speaking to me. She told me to eat my baby, and so I did. She told me to like it, and I did. I did! The poison is already flowing through you. You can't break the glamour, not now. You lost your chance. You're living in her world. Forever." Ellery jolted awake on the sofa, a half-realized scream fleeing her lips. She clutched at her throat, coughing almost to the point of illness, and rolled onto the floor. She had no concept of time, no idea how long she'd been asleep or how real her version of Julia Paris had been. As she trained her teary eyes upon her surroundings, she only knew that she was alone. Chapter 37. "Michael?" Her heart was still thudding in her breast. Julia Paris's face continued to live rent-free in her head. Every time she blinked, she caught glimpses of her grinning skull, of her oozing wounds. In the moment, watching the poor woman torture herself endlessly, even in death, she'd felt a surge of pity. Cold alarm was the only thing she felt now. She ambled around the living room in a frightened fog, trying to figure out where her brother had gone. "Michael?" she called again. "Where are you?" There was no reply. In the stillness, her voice bounced back at her, and with every echo it seemed to come back more distorted, less familiar, until she could hardly recognize it as her own. Her feet led her into the kitchen, where only the whoosh of the dishwasher greeted her. There was a good bit of time left on the cycle. He'd been in the kitchen just a short while ago, but where had he gone since? Realizing she'd shouted herself half-hoarse over the course of the night, she helped herself to a cold drink of water before continuing her search. Her next target would have been his room, but for a sudden noise from the loft. The light by the stairs had been left on, and she could see, as she exited the kitchen, a long shadow playing against the far wall. Did he go up there? What for? She approached the banister. "Michael? Are you still here? Michael?" Still there was no response. From Michael, that is. The soft laughter of a child rang out from just above. She drew a little nearer, conscious now of a sweet cooing, a stream of babyish mirth. "Aiden?" she thought. She saw little alternative than to climb the stairs. Doing so softly, she arrived in the loft with bated breath and found the formerly empty space stocked with furniture. It was a nursery, the very same one she'd seen in her dreams, boasting a handsome crib, changing table, and other darling amenities. She soaked it all in, not a little enviously. Had she only been able to convince Derek, she might have had a baby of her own and decorated a nursery in much the same style. The infant laughed again, and she tracked the noise to the corner opposite the front-facing window. A plush rocker sat there, aglow in the light of a cute, giraffe-shaped lamp, and in it beamed none other than Julia Paris, her son bouncing on her knee. Julia? Ellery ventured closer. The former homeowner met her with a warm smile. Her pajamas were clean, and she was wearing a plush robe whose dark blue color matched the boy's onesie. Rocking gently in the chair, Julia nodded and subtly waved her over. "Would you like to hold him?" she asked, her hand sweetly caressing the tuft of blondish hair on the boy's head. He peered up at her and giggled, the sweetest thing Ellery had seen in days. The tenderness of mother and child disarmed her, and she continued to cross the loft, mirroring Julia's smile. "Sure," she said, kneeling down and carefully taking the boy into her arms. Aiden grinned a wide, toothless grin. He smelled vaguely of bath-wash, and his chubby little arms flapped against her as she cradled him. He's beautiful," said Ellery, running a finger across his plump cheek. Julia reached out and toyed with one of his little hands, slotting her thumb within his grasp. "He's almost 6 months old, and he's such a happy baby. My girlfriends all warned me that he would be hard to sleep train, but I must have gotten really lucky. It's been a breeze." She bent down and kissed the back of his hand, eliciting another high-pitched giggle. Ellery was utterly taken with the boy, his long lashes, his clear, bluish eyes, his jolly demeanor. He was perfect. "I always wanted to have a baby," she admitted, running a hand across the child's belly. "Unfortunately, my ex-husband had other plans, but—" She trailed off as the child loosed another of his shrill laughs. Julia was still leaning over, toying with Aiden's chubby paw. Smiling, she splayed his little fingers and inserted one of them into her mouth, and then she began to chew. The crunch of bone, the rending of thin flesh, was drowned out by Aiden's wild screaming. Julia pulled back, revealing a stump where the digit in question had been pried loose, and still smiling, worked it over in her mouth. She offered a heartfelt nod at what Ellery had said before leaning back down and inserting the child's entire hand into her mouth. She began to gnaw, canines grinding against the flabby wrist. Streams of red began to trickle onto the carpet, down the boy's arm, onto his onesie. Ellery grew so faint that her hold on the child slackened. She fell back on her haunches, the boy's cries still ringing out, and watched as Julia stood, the infant suspended by the arm. Julia's throat flexed and widened as she sucked in more and more of the limb. She smiled around the razored flesh, dotting the floor with crimson. All the while she'd kept her eyes locked on Ellery, eyes that now swelled with tears, whether of guilt or rapture one could not guess. Ellery stared up at the woman as she consumed her son, a heaving Saturn in the style of Goya. She had swallowed his arm up to the shoulder and held him swaying before her with her grinding teeth. The boy continued to scream, to thrash. A fat bead of red rained down upon Ellery's face, and it was this that finally broke the trance. She darted backward, crawled desperately for the loft stairs, and gaining her feet sped down them without daring a final glance into the nursery. But as she arrived in the living room, a hand clasped over her mouth to contain her nausea, she tracked a dark splotch moving across the ceiling, over the sofa and television. The hag, her burning yellow eyes staring wide, was crouched there, in defiance of nature. And at sighting Ellery, Anissa Crow came streaking across the ceiling like a pest, straight towards her. Ellery dropped onto the floor and threw her arms over her head in a feeble defense. The crone loomed above her, inspecting her from the ceiling like a hungry spider. Her sagging mouth, lined in jagged teeth, exposed a rope of bluish tongue, which thrashed against her waxen chin and delivered threads of rusty spittle upon the handrail. "Michael! Michael!" she screamed. "Michael, please! Please help me!" Ellery stared at the horror as she begged her brother out of hiding, backing into the corner till she had nowhere else to go. "Michael!" As she watched, the hag's own lips seemed to wag in time with Ellery's. When she'd screamed her brother's name, the witch's mouth had flapped in unison. "Michael, please!" Again the crone's chin wagged, her lips parting in apparent speech. She appeared to be silently mocking Ellery's pleas, mouthing her words, though the longer this went on, the less sure she was of this. The voice crying out for Michael, was it really her own? Were the words coming out of Ellery's mouth even her own inventions, or had the witch fed them to her? Suddenly she felt like a ventriloquist dummy, forced into the illusion of speech by the one who piloted her from the ceiling. With a savage scream, Ellery tore across the living room floor, bumping the sofa as she went, and sprinted to Michael's room, where she peppered his door with hard knocks. "Please, Michael! Please let me in! Michael! 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 She could tell the light was on inside, and could hear her brother's panicked movements through the door as she beat on it. In his own good time, he eventually unlocked the thing and opened it a crack, though the minute she attempted to barge in, he threw his weight against it and nearly knocked her into the wall. Michael, she pleaded, a snotty, delirious mess. What are you doing? She noticed, as he watched her wide-eyed through the gap, that he was holding something in his right fist. A large pocket knife. Ellery withered against the wall, robbed of all breath. She threw her hands out before her and whimpered. At the sound of her whimpering, Michael's face crumpled. Elle? Shit, Elle, I'm sorry. He tossed the knife loudly onto his desk and eased open the door, shivering. You okay? She stared at him through her tears, hardly able to stand upright. When she saw that he was no longer armed, she nodded half-heartedly. Michael peered out into the living room and then, slowly, brought her into his arms, where she wept. He grit his teeth, patting her quaking shoulders, and tried to catch his breath. What happened out here? She cleared a mess of tears with her forearm. She was out there, in the living room. I've seen horrible things. He nodded, struggling to find words that might console her, and beyond this, though he held her, he couldn't help squirming a little, as if she made him nervous. Didn't you hear me calling? She asked. I woke up, and you were gone. I didn't know where you were. He sighed, bracing himself against a tidal wave of guilt. I'm sorry, Elle. I'm sorry. See, you were napping earlier, on the sofa, and... He drew back a few paces, looked her over carefully as if to ensure she was authentic. You were freaking me out, sis. I thought you might hurt me. The news hit her like a punch to the mouth. What? She gasped. No, she insisted, grabbing at him pleadingly. I would never, Michael. You're my brother. I love you. I would never. I know, he interjected. I know that, but you weren't acting like yourself, Elle. It was like someone else had a grip on you. I shouldn't have run off, shouldn't have left you out there. I was just scared, he admitted. It took her a while to process this. She had no memory of the alleged exchange, could only remember awakening on the sofa after a miserable dream starring Julia Paris. Just because she couldn't remember it didn't mean he was lying, though. I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to scare you. Whatever it wasn't me. I know, sis. I know. He pulled away from her and stepped into the living room. Was she out here? Before Anissa? She nodded, falling into step behind him, still sniffling. All right. He pulled his phone out and peeked at the time. It's late, but we still have a while before sunrise. Are you feeling okay now? The answer to that was decidedly no, but she couldn't risk spooking him any further. She'd been forced to witness unconscionable evils, things that beggared belief and which threatened to split her mind in two. Her heart could hardly stand another fright, and after the night she'd had, there was no telling if she'd ever be able to smooth her frayed nerves back down. But if she scared Michael away again, she'd crumble. That, at least, was a certainty. She needed him close by, needed his support. I'm fine, she lied. I'm scared out of my damn mind, but I'm fine. Just, please, don't leave me alone again. He squeezed her shoulder. Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, sis. I won't bolt again, I promise. The two crept back to their usual stations. Ellery perched herself on the edge of the sofa, while Michael sat broodingly in the recliner. The silence enveloped them, so that their nervous fidgeting was amplified tenfold. Seated there, wondering how much longer they'd have to wait for dawn, and wondering even more if the sun could really cure what ailed them, she looked back up at the ceiling, to the spot where she'd seen Anissa Crow lurking just minutes before. The witch was gone, but to her horror, the ceiling looked like a messy checkerboard. Long, oily stains marred the paint, where the hag had walked her long circuits. Chapter 38. If I'd had a son, I would have named him John after Dad, she confessed. Ellery sat cross-legged on the sofa, rocking back and forth. What about you? Michael chuckled. Dad would have liked that. Me? He shrugged. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't thought much about having kids. Never met the right girl. You dated a few over the years, put in Ellery. What about that one you brought over on Thanksgiving? What was her name? Mom seemed to like her. Tiffany? Michael rolled his eyes. Don't even remind me. We didn't gel at all. She broke it off by Christmas, and honestly, I was relieved. She was pretty, but she didn't like Mom's stuffing. Remember? I caught her in the kitchen trying to discreetly throw her serving in the trash. And that's how I knew it was never going to last, he laughed. With hours till sunrise, the siblings had retreated to the one and only thing that brought them comfort: their past. As kids, growing up in a small house, they'd shared a room, and many of their nights had been spent sitting up in bed, chatting in exactly the same way. Sure, many of those talks had devolved into bickering, broken up by warnings from their parents, but long nighttime chats had once been commonplace for the two of them, and there was an immense comfort in regressing, even if only for a night. I miss Mom, said Ellery. A lot. Me too, Michael stretched, wiping at his heavy eyes. I miss Dad too, though. I don't remember him as well as I'd like. No? She asked. Well, I guess you were kind of young when he passed. It's understandable. He gave a weak smile. It's dumb, but I've always wondered, you know? He trailed off with a frown. What? It's dumb, he insisted. But I wonder sometimes if Dad would be proud of me. Of course he would be. Michael was clearly of the opposite opinion. Nah, I'm not so sure. At least Dad could hold down a steady job, a steady career. Me? I'm middle-aged, grasping at straws. By my age, Dad was married, successful, starting a family. I feel like such a loser. I don't think you're a loser, she replied. You're a hard worker, Michael. You were a great asset to your last company. They made a big mistake sacking guys like you, but it isn't your fault. Layoffs happen. He nodded as if to convince himself. Anyway, at least you did something with your life. Me? I jumped into married life with both feet and look where that got me. Derek's a prick. He shouldn't have married you if he wasn't going to honor his vows. If I catch him on the street, I'm going to deck him. She grinned. Promise? I'll make sure it winds up on YouTube even. They laughed, an odd sound to hear in such a tense atmosphere. As the night wound on and the pair vented their spleens, they seemed in silent agreement that laughter and camaraderie were perhaps the only solution to their problem. Neither would give in to sleep till the sun rose, and both made an effort to ignore the bait that the house threw at them in the form of strange noises or barely glimpsed shadows. They kept their flashlights close in case of another power outage, and did their best to focus only on their chat, lest the unwelcome other attempt to interject. And for the most part they were successful. At times the sounds of a child screaming or laughing would issue from the loft, but neither of them would rise to investigate. Rather, both would pointedly ignore such sounds until, eventually, they faded from hearing. A few times the siblings had separately spied figures in the doorways, or leering around objects, but after the initial shock had passed, their policy had been to avert their eyes and to dive more fervently into pleasant talk. It was almost 5 a.m, roughly an hour before sunrise, when they heard the rain falling outside. Ha! Exclaimed Michael. So much for clear skies. It's getting ready to storm now. The clouds are going to choke out the last rays of that blue moon. Take that, bitch, he shouted across the house. Ellery still wasn't keen on Michael's antagonism, but tried to share his optimism. It'll be day soon. The sun's almost out. I don't care if we get rain on the carpet. The minute the sun comes up, I want to open the windows and flood this place with daylight. Damn straight. She hesitated, toying with the ends of her hair. One thing, though. What if this isn't over? What if, she's still here after this? You still hung up on what Julia Paris's ghost had to say. She shuddered a little. Well, I just don't want to get my hopes up. Ellery had encountered the spirit of the former homeowner multiple times now, though Michael wasn't aware of the most recent run-ins. Julia's prediction had been doom for them both. The apparition had promised death for the siblings on account of their having been compromised by Anissa's glamour. Hours on, however, with the sun on the way and the horrors gradually lessening, Ellery found herself putting less and less stock into this prediction. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the spirit of Julia Paris at all, said Michael. For all we know, it was just Anissa trying to scare us, break our spirits. You think it's all one of the witch's mind games? Sure, why not? He yawned. She'll do anything to make us turn on each other. She wants to build hostility, fear. If you give up all hope, you're basically opening the door for her. I don't think we really saw Julia's ghost, and if we did, I think we need to take her words with a massive grain of salt. She considered his point thoroughly. But look, he conceded, even if things settle down, I'm all for getting the house blessed. I'll call up a priest. Hell, I'll start going back to Mass every week if it means some peace and quiet around here. She laughed. Works for me. The rain picked up, pelting the window and superimposing a pleasing layer of white noise that seemed to drain the house of all menace. For a long while the two of them sat together and listened to the downpour. There was a sense, maybe, that their hopes had not been misplaced, that the rains were steadily washing away the night's murk, and that the sun would frighten away the hidden things they'd been battling against. Steadily the black skies were breached by a ghostly glow. The moon, so large and visible only hours prior, had begun its retreat. The sun's rays, brilliant, golden, chiseled through the gloomy horizon, and around 6 in the morning, daylight came to Plum Hollow. It was Michael who first stood up to gauge the sun's progress in real time. He crept into the kitchen and went straight for the back door, easing a few of the blinds aside like a peeping Tom. Finding the misty yard aglow in the light of day, he quickly threw open the glass slider and stepped out onto the concrete pad, meeting the rain with a grin. "Hey, Elle! The sun's up!" She followed in his wake, eyes raised to the heavens. It was official. A new day had dawned. Despite the rain and the distant barking of thunder, nothing could be done to hold back the fiery light of the sun. The last vestiges of night were stripped from the skies, and in the death of the night and all its shadows, she couldn't help imagining the jagged specter of Anissa Crow. She pictured the witch writhing in the rays of the sun, gradually reduced to nothing more than a blackish smear on the patio. "We made it," she said. "We really made it." Together, the siblings went room to room and opened the windows. The house was filled with fresh, rain-scented air, and their sills glistened in the day-glow. The age of leering faces, of dubious shadows, of hideous stirrings and voices from empty rooms, was now over. As the pair regrouped in the living room with smiles on their faces, Ellery had to admit that the house felt more peaceful than ever before. It was the first time since moving in that 1515 Baxter Court had really felt like a home to her. Chapter 39. Usually, Ellery preferred to sleep in darkness. That morning, however, she was all too happy to share her bed with the shafts of daylight that came in through the open window. The day's storms waxed and waned, but over the course of an hour the gray skies had grappled repeatedly with the sun, allowing for occasional pockets of absolute brightness and warmth. She didn't mind the damp breeze in the least. Tugging on one of her sheets, she settled onto her pillow in utter delight. Michael stood in the doorway, haggard for the long vigil, but still smiling. "You good, sis? Want anything before I head off to bed?" "I'm good," she replied. "All right. Sleep well. I'll see you when I've managed a little rest. Wake me if you need anything, though." After the night they'd spent together, Michael's overprotective habits were hard to break. He lingered a little while by the door, not wanting to let her out of his sight. "Thanks," she said. "And thanks for sticking by me last night." He dismissed her with a wave. Hey, don't mention it.
She smiled. Mom and Dad both would be proud of you, Michael. If they could see the way you handled things last night, I'm sure they'd be proud of you. No question.
Thanks. He spared a little smile, gaze low. You too, Ellery. Even after all that's happened, you're still smiling. You're a fighter. I wouldn't have been able to keep my cool last night without you. He retreated a little into the hall. Well, sleep tight, and grab me if you need anything.
Will do. She watched him shuffle down the hall, through the kitchen. Quietly, he slipped into his own room and prepared for bed. It's been a long time, a really long time, since she'd had a deep, refreshing sleep. As she breathed in the misty air and nestled into the bed, she had a feeling that she was in for the best sleep of her life. The home's oppressive quiet had been traded for pleasant rain, and the sun had gutted the shadows. It was like a completely different house. Whatever had lurked within it, the night prior was no longer walking its halls. Her mind approached the edge of a vast chasm. Below, only perfect darkness existed. A darkness so deep, so rich, that a return from it hardly seemed feasible. Her heart swelled with relief as the first pangs of sleep came upon her. Arms and legs allowed their long-held tensions to fade into the mattress. The pain in her skull receded into memory. The stitches on her tongue failed to irritate. Rain-damp air filled her nostrils. She drank in every perfumed breath with immense gratitude and allowed herself, guilt-free, to step off of that mental ledge. Refreshment and peace awaited her in profound measure. Ellery went hurtling into the all-encompassing blackness below. Though in the instant before the final step had been taken, she could have sworn she'd felt the soft push of a guiding hand upon the small of her back. There was no time, no opportunity to verify. Ellery plummeted into the limitless dark, adrift in a void without boundary. She met there the soothing touch of oblivion, but it was not the oblivion of sleep. Her lungs made a sudden gambit for air, but found none. The scent of the rain was far from her, and she could no longer feel the warm breeze. Her heart lashed out in a fury of confusion, a far cry from the stable pitter-patter of a ready sleeper. Reflex failed her. She had abandoned it on the ledge above when she'd given herself over to the darkness. She had no hands to grasp with, no feet with which to kick against the black seas that engulfed her. She was drowning within her own fathoms. Tangled in a hell beyond all sensation, her thinning awareness clued her into the presence of a gentle weight upon her staggered heart. In slow succession, every vessel that fed it was blocked by the squirming bulk of an alien finger. The muscle kicked and spasmed till it could no longer overcome the inertia of starvation and grew still against the stranger's palm. Never again did she spy the distant ledge, the thin border delineating life and death. She had allowed herself to be guided to the boundary line, allowed herself to fall headlong into the covetous arms of the latter. Ellery had plunged into a sleep from which there was no return. Chapter 40. Ellery awoke to a storm in full swing. Lightning jumped across the sky, and a howling wind brought fresh spray through the open window. The skies were a darker shade of gray than before. Storm clouds had surrounded the sun in conspiratorial formation so as to fool the world below into the belief that it had abandoned its post. She sat up, the cotton sheet slipping off of her like a burial shroud, and met the gaze of a woman who stood beside the window, a grinning child in her arms. "Julia?" Ellery blinked. "Julia?" The woman spared a gentle smile, her infant babbling playfully in her grasp. "You're still here?" continued Ellery, rising to her feet. "The blue moon is over. Anissa Crow is gone. You're safe. You don't have to stay here any longer, torturing yourself over the past. You're free." Julia listened with a mournful cast, her blue eyes falling upon Ellery in maternal tenderness. "No," she replied simply. No, we aren't free. She raised a wan hand in the direction of the corridor. Go on. What is it? Go and have a look, the spectre pressed. Awash in confusion, Ellery turned and did what she was told, but halted at once as she peered down the dim hallway. There was a figure there, hunched and shaky. Her long blonde hair was thoroughly tangled, spilling down her twitching shoulders and across the back of a beige gabardine jacket. Her gabardine jacket. But it took a moment to realize that the figure who presently trudged toward the living room had borrowed more than Ellery's jacket. She stood in her bedroom doorway, staring bewildered at none other than her very self. Ellery Lisbon was pacing through the kitchen, through the living room, limp hands swaying at her sides. Her bare feet touched the carpet but left no impression. Her pajama bottoms clung to her legs, soaked through with sweat. But this wasn't possible. It simply wasn't. From the bedroom doorway she turned her pleading eyes back to Julia. The spectre only smiled, a font of sweetness. The figure stalking through the house, making a beeline for Michael's door, could not be Ellery Lisbon. She was Ellery Lisbon. And yet she watched her own form lumber onward, slipping down the hall on the opposite wing of the house. Sick with dread, she ran across the premises and bolted through the living room. Her brother's door sat ajar, and upon entering she found her doppelganger standing beside Michael's desk, watching him as he slept peacefully in his bed. "Michael!" she shouted. "Michael, wake up! She's here! The witch is still here!" Her voice was deafening in her own ears, but within the bedroom her cries produced no clear effect. "Michael! Michael, that isn't me! Michael!" The woman standing at her brother's side wore her face. The woman wore her body and her clothing, but at a glance it was strikingly clear that the thing which stirred beneath it all was not her spirit. A broad, terrifying grin was plastered to her face, an expression utterly foreign to her physiognomy. She couldn't have smiled that way if she'd tried. The eyes were all whites. Glassy, milk-colored orbs stared from the sockets like billiard balls as the counterfeit shambled nearer to the bed. Michael snorted in his sleep and rolled onto his back, heavy lids fluttering as he flirted with wakefulness. Panning blearily, he happened upon the figure at the bedside and jerked in surprise. "Elle?" he uttered through a yawn. "What's up, sis?" "Michael!" she screamed. "Michael, get out of here! It's not me! It's not me!" Her words didn't reach him. Her words went flying out of his cracked window, carried off by the harsh wind. The figure leaned over him, and held tightly in her fist was the pocket-knife she'd surreptitiously plucked off of Michael's desk. Without the least warning, she sprang upon him and jammed the blade into his navel. Her brother jerked, back arching into the blow, and his face was stripped of all color. "No! Elle!" he gasped, struggling for control of the knife handle. The figure's hands were locked around it. He was helpless to wrest it from her, and could not keep her from dragging it upward toward his quaking chin. "No!" She dove at the figure, made her own effort to extract the knife, and when this failed she threw herself at the impostor with everything she had. Try as she might, she couldn't grasp the fiend who wore her body, however, could jar her no more than the whistling, rain-swept breeze. Like the apparition of Julia Paris they'd encountered the night before, she proved completely powerless, little more than a projection cast upon the world of the living. Inert, formless, a ghost. Michael's screams filled the air as the witch hacked into him. "Ellery!" he pleaded. No! Sis! No!" "It isn't me!" she screamed back, collapsing at the foot of the bed. "It's not me, Michael! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" Like a Stone Age primitive, the witch hammered at his bones with the knife blade, scattering them in her quest for the choicest innards. With her table set and Michael's final strugglings behind him, she climbed onto the bed, straddled his body and lowered her face into the crimson breach, where she fed and grunted and guzzled like a hyena in the throes of vilest gluttony. When she had fed, face and clothing now drenched in gore, the witch climbed off of him. Her eyes burned like magma, and she departed from the room wordlessly, her taut gut sticking out of the soiled t-shirt's hem. The witch clutched the jacket to herself and paced slowly through the house. Ellery's spirit followed her as far as the foyer. There, the witch threw open the front door and stepped outside. At once the clouds were thrust open, and a furious downpour began, the drops so heavy and copious that the pavement seemed to simmer. Anissa Crow walked down the driveway, the swirling froth of rain washing her clothing clean. She started slowly onto the sidewalk, and in time disappeared from view altogether. Ellery knelt in the foyer, ripping strands of hair from her scalp. Rain splashed in on the wind, but she couldn't feel it. From somewhere in the house, an infant began to wail, and a woman was heard to scream, "My baby! My baby!" Elsewhere, as if played on a loop, she heard Michael. "Ellery, no! No, please, Ellery!" And then all fell silent, so that she could not even hear the falling rain as she stared through the open door. It was a silence she knew well, the silence of shunned places. Chapter 41. After the rains they'd had, Jim found himself standing by the burning barrel in an attempt to dry his sodden clothing. He'd stripped down to his undergarments and fanned his shabby pants, his soaked top, by turns, with a cig in the crook of his mouth. Others would stop by briefly to do the same, leaving their waterlogged shoes by the barrel before wandering into one of the nearby warehouses barefoot. Progress had been slow, but finally his shirt felt dry enough to wear, and he tossed it back on, giving his ratty sneakers a turn over the open flames. It had been a quiet day on the streets. Always was when the weather was poor. Had he not gotten caught in a shower on his way from the soup kitchen, things would have been better. Still, the night was reasonably warm, and the fire felt pleasant. He took a few puffs and looked up at the sky, where tufts of dark gray crawled this way and that. The night before had been so clear and crisp. Tonight, there wasn't a shred of moonlight or starlight to be found. He'd only just slipped back into his pants and returned to holding his sneakers over the barrel upside down when he noticed that he had company. From the shadowed walk between a spray of warehouses came a lone woman, her head low. Her beige jacket, a nice one, kind of pricey looking, was soaked through, and as she reached the barrel she spread out her hands in search of warmth. Jim had never seen her around before. Possibly she was new to homelessness. On the younger side, she had her blonde, messy hair tied back in a hasty ponytail, and didn't look keen to chat with anyone as she soaked up the heat. It was simply Jim's way to be welcoming. He did his best to be friendly, and his sociability had brought him many favors over the years. He dropped his shoes onto the pier and spared the young woman a cheerful smile, throwing his spent cig into the fire. "Evening, miss. Some weather we had today, eh? I got caught in it myself. Raining cats and dogs, I tell you. Anyhow, if I have to get soaked to the bone, I'd rather it be in late July than late January. That's what I always say." The woman stared down into the barrel, lips pursed. She kept her hands very close to the metal rim, so close that Jim feared she might hurt herself. "Say, I'd take a step back if I were you. This barrel gets hot as hell. Don't want to burn yourself, miss." She seemed to be doing her best to ignore him. Maybe, he wagered, she was so new to homelessness that she didn't know who she could trust. He worked on her a little longer. "Don't believe we've met. I'm Jim. You happen to be new around here?" At this, the woman peered up at him from across the tongues of flame. Lips once sealed began to spread into a broad smile. No friendly gesture, this, but a wide and sharp-toothed grin. Perhaps it was just the leaping flames reflected in her eyes that made it so, but as he stared at her, he couldn't get away from the impression that her gaze glittered like gold. Yes, in that instant, her eyes seemed as burning orange as the lip of the barrel. Something came over Jim as he met those eyes, studied that smile. He knew perfectly well that he'd never seen this woman before. And he knew just as well that he had seen those eyes, that smile, before. He felt his pulse go into overdrive, his stomach tighten, and he dropped his gaze back into the barrel before backing away from it completely. He let their conversation die on the vine as he stealthily made his way into the nearest building, hands tucked into his damp pockets. The warehouse door had been messily curtained with old rags, and as he poked his head in, he found a number of others seated on the floor, bantering. Jim slipped inside, back to the wall as to put something solid between himself and the outside world, and took a deep breath. He wanted a cigarette something fierce, but had a hell of a time fishing one out of the pack. Lighting it proved almost impossible, and as he tried working his lighter with a shaking hand, the others in the room noticed. "You all right, Jim?" asked one of the roughs, pacing over to him. "You don't look so hot." The dim fixtures in the ceiling, rerouted to draw off the public grid after years of abandonment, buzzed overhead and drenched the filthy space in greenish light. "Look like you've just seen a ghost." Jim licked his lips and lowered his cigarette, beckoning the other toward the doorway. "You ain't never gonna believe this, Josh. But you know who I just saw?" Josh shook his head. "The witch, Anissa Crow." He hiked a thumb out the door and kept his voice very low, lest the wind carry it straight into the woman's ear. "She's out there by the fire." "That woman's dead," muttered Josh. Another in the room, clearly eavesdropping, rose and met them near the entrance. "She'd died once before, in case you didn't know. Didn't stop her from coming back after her swim in the river, though." He arched a silvery brow and poked his head out the door. "You say you saw her, Jim?" "Yeah." Together, the three men nudged aside the worm-eaten draperies and looked out across the pier. "Out there." Shafts of flame shot up from the molten barrel, and a column of black smoke surged into the heavens, darkening them further. There was no one there. This concludes A Haunting in Plum Hollow by Ambrose Ibsen. Narrated by Joe Hempel. Copyright 2024 by Ambrose Ibsen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ambrose Ibsen and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.